taps us.
Absolutely smashing.
Absolutely smashing.
Sometimes, especially whenever my grandmother was still alive, they would take us like for all of the big holiday times whenever the church was hosting something. But outside of that, there really wasn't any Christianity in my life. So I ended up actually rejecting Christ a lot in my younger days, especially after my
all day, so it's only fair.
I did it the day before, so perhaps you should shut your gob.
Wow!
Look, aren't we a team? Me and my weird facelessness at random moments, and you with your wood tapping.
You communist bum.
I passed him going 90, and I drifted into his lane.
Oh no.
Oh no, you don't. Oh no, you don't.
Oh no, you two.
Well.
Joseph!
Oh! You got it?
Oh, I'm a strong man. I'm a big strong man.
You ain't that strong.
I was strong enough. I just, got annihilated.
I'm a big strong man. Yeah.
Strength got nothing to do with surviving a lightning strike.
Right.
No.
I did it.
That's 3 times in a row it caught me.
Alright, if you want to go press the button, do it. Stop.
All of us just died.
I was trying to run away.
What happened?
What the?
That's a bot. What taps us?
I hear something. Where are you? Where'd you go?
Head back to that central area.
Ah!
What is it? Stop panicking. Ooh.
Oh my gosh!
Ow. No, it's gonna kill me. It killed me.
I'm dead. I'm so dead.
Oh, we're done. If you're dead too,
I'm
then
so
yeah.
dead. I'm dead.
Well,
It killed me instantly.
that was unfortunate.
Ooh, yikes! Ow! All right, head count. Who's still alive? So, if we walk on this side, which shows as not having any bombs. Good to know. We can go past it without being blown to smithereens.
Fade from memory. Sounds a bit homo to me.
Yeah. I see my breath and it's being active.
Voice in particular makes
Yep.
this so entertaining.
It's in here. The temperature's dropping.
I'm glad that you're enjoying my suffering.
Do you enjoy this,
It gives me-
Strawberry?
It gives me great amusement, yes. I'm very easy to amuse, okay?
Wait, let's turn this hall light on in case it's a mirror. And let's
What's
turn the bedroom
going
light off.
Well, alrighty, chat. Hello, welcome in. Valmont, congratulations on first. Soldier, howdy, how you doing? Uncle Dan, hello, hope you're doing well. Let's see, who else did we have in here? Thought I'd saw one other person, but I suppose I'm seeing things. But regardless, welcome in everybody. I hope you all are having a wonderful day so far. We're going to get the ball rolling here in a minute, so if you got a prayer request, this is your last chance. Of course, once we're done with our opening prayer, we'll be doing our verse of the day, which today is John 10:7, 9 through 10. And then we'll be carrying on with the Book of Psalms, and then we're going to play some Sailwind, because we're actually following the schedule on that one. I have the bug again. I have the Sailwind bug again. So expect to see a fair bit of that for a little while until I wear the bug out. Same one, Val? Alright, Soldier, I see yours and I know what you're talking about. Sailwind, not Stardew? I mean, I enjoy Stardew, but I've got the Sailwind bug. But I'm always open to play some Stardew with anyone whenever they're open, including you, Valmont. Though I know your time is rare nowadays. How dare, indeed, how dare I. Outrageous of me, I know. Alright, I think we've given it enough time. So I'm going to pause our music. We're going to hop into the prayer and get the ball rolling for today, shall we? Heavenly Father, we come to you today, and as we do, we ask that you open our hearts and our minds, that you provide us wisdom, guidance, and discernment, that we may better understand the lessons that it is that you intend for us to take from today, no matter what tool it is you choose to teach us through. Just grant us that insight that we need to make use of this lesson, that we can grow as Christians. We ask that you continue to provide a refuge for us, a place where we can gather with our fellow Christians in your might, where we can refresh and renew ourselves. We live in a world full of temptations, tragedies, and enemies all about us, that we see us torn down and led astray. They have many tools, and we just ask that you grant us the strength that is necessary to overcome each and every one of those challenges today, that we may continue our walk alongside you. We ask that you lay your healing hands on each and every one of us. You know our personal struggles, whether we have admitted them out loud or not. You know what's in our heart. You know what we need. In particular, today we lift up Valmont and her family in their pursuit of a new home, that things go well, that they can potentially acquire what it is they're after. And also, we lift up a unnamed brother in Christ, that you will soften his heart and open his mind and his ears, that he can hear his fellow Christians, and that he can reel things back in, that he can find that peace that is necessary. But above all, we ask for your mercy and for your forgiveness, for we are not but sinners and fools, each and every one of us, and that your will be done in our lives. In your heavenly name we pray. Amen. All right. So, our opening prayer done. Our verse of the day today, John 10:7, 9, and 10. How dare I not play Stardew with you right this second while you're unavailable to play it and nowhere near a computer? I can't believe I know. I am an outrageous individual. I am a man of many things, but shocking people is one of the number one ones, I suppose. I will let you down again. It will continue to happen. I shall pray for your forgiveness, my friend. But, our verse of the day. Then Jesus said unto them, Verily, verily, I say unto you, I am the door of the sheep. I am the door. By me, if any man enter, he shall be saved, and shall go in and out, and find pasture. The thief cometh not, but for to steal, and to kill, and to destroy. I am come that they might have life, and that they might have it more abundantly. Indeed. Fatherless behavior. I can't believe that this accusation has been made, Uncle Dan. How outrageous, how rude. Wow, chat. Valmont and Uncle Dan are bullying me. They're teaming up and bullying me. Send help. Actually, I don't know why I'm asking chat. Chat will just join in. So, I don't know. I don't know who's gonna help me here. I'm in danger. I'd ask Rebozo, but Rebozo being the moderator, but he'd bully me too. Faithful, she'll also bully me. Soldier will. I'm surrounded by bully. This is outrageous. And you know what? Just for that.
Wow.
You both get shouted out now.
Oh my gosh.
We got Soldier's body back.
The shotgun can't.
No mercy. Yeah, no kidding, right, Valmont?
Hey, my eyes are still moving.
The audacity.
Oh, jeez.
You should have seen this. You should have foreseen this coming. You come in here and bully me, I'm going to shout you out. It's as simple as that. Starberry, welcome. Star, you need to help me. Chad is bullying me, and so are my moderators. I need help. Star, you gotta help me. D. Gregs, welcome in. Lao Chu, welcome in.
No!
How are they bullying me? They're teaming up against me and accusing me of fatherless behavior. And it's untrue. The accusations are unfounded. Rebozo, no, wait, Rebozo's not going to help me. Starberry, you're my only hope. Help. I am surrounded on all sides by bully. I don't know what to do. Rebozo, you would join in on their end. I know that to be true. Well, actually, you might join me just to spite Faithful. So, you know what? Rebozo, help me. I'm being bullied. I'm being bullied by the rest of chat and the other moderators. You have to help. Nuh-uh, Faithful. Also, it wasn't on stream, so you got no proof. Bray. How dare you use my own sounds against me? This is outrageous. I can't believe this. Am I fatherless? No, I am not fatherless. Yeah, Rebozo, I need help. Alright, everybody calm down. That's it. Everybody chill. We still have Bible reading. We still gotta get through Psalm 72. Everybody sit down, stop rioting. No more riots. But, alright, for Psalm 72. Give the king thy judgments, O God. Thank you, soldier. Give the king thy judgments, O God, and thy righteousness unto the king's son. He shall judge thy people with righteousness, and thy poor with judgment. The mountains shall bring peace to the people, and the little hills by righteousness. He shall judge the poor of the people. He shall save the children of the needy, and shall break in pieces the oppressor. They shall fear thee as long as the sun and moon endure, throughout all generations. He shall come down like a rain upon the mown grass, as showers that water the earth. In his days shall the righteous flourish, and abundance of peace so long as the moon endureth. He shall have dominion also from sea to sea, and from the river unto the ends of the earth. They that dwell in the wilderness shall bow before him, and his enemies shall lick the dust. The kings of Tarshish and of the isles shall bring presents. The kings of Sheba and Seba shall offer gifts. Yea, all kings shall fall down before him. All nations shall serve him. For he shall deliver the needy when he crieth, the poor also, and him that hath no helper. He shall spare the poor and the needy, and save the souls of the needy. He shall redeem their soul from deceit and violence, and precious shall their blood be in his sight. And he shall live, and to him shall be given the gold of Sheba. Prayers also shall be made for him continually, and daily shall he be praised. There shall be an handful of corn in the earth upon the top of the mountains. The fruit thereof shall shake like Lebanon. And they of the city shall flourish like grass of the earth. His name shall endure forever. His name shall be continued as long as the sun and man shall be blessed in him. All nations shall call him blessed. Blessed be the Lord God, the God of Israel, who only doeth wondrous things. And blessed be his glorious name forever. And let the whole earth be filled with his glory. Amen and amen. The prayers of David, the son of Jesse, are ended. All right. Now let's see what's going on in chat. Crowd control is here. Good, good. I'm missing the crucial piece of doing fatherless behavior, aka being fatherless. Fair enough, fair enough. Uncle Dan from your Bible study software regarding this psalm. 7 key things to look out for. The early Christian church applied the psalm to Jesus as Messiah. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's a good one, though it's also unusual. You normally don't see them ended this way. Then again, I suppose a lot of them are more the musical psalms. Well, actually, no, there are a ton of prayer psalms, but we just normally don't get that that distinctive ending like that one has, which is most unusual. But now, with our Bible reading done, let me check something real quick, make sure that that's working. Yep, okay, it's good. It is good. Alright. So, let's see. So we're going to watch some more videos and play some more Sailwind. So let me now start up Sailwind. You're never letting your roommate do the dishes by hand again. Oh dear. What did they do? Oh, let me change our category while I recall to. There we go. Probably the opposite of cleaning the dishes, I'd imagine, but you know. Where am I trying to head again? Let's see. Sunspire. Alright. I always have to check whenever I first get back into the game. I never quite remember where I was intending to go.
A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for everyone who participates. Speaking for myself and the entire Disney organization, we're ready to go right now.
Wasn't that a dream? Doesn't that stagger you? Our corporation is dedicated to making Walt Disney's dream a reality, but it cannot be done without the help of you people here in Florida. We must have a...
This is Roy Disney on February 2nd, 1967. He is speaking to an audience of over 900 people in Winter Park, Florida. This group of business leaders, politicians, and members of the press had just sat through the first public screening of what would become known as the Epcot film. This 25-minute film was the final notable on-screen appearance of Walter Elias Disney. Walt had passed less than 2 months before the first screening of the film, on December 15th, 1966, at the age of 65. The project that he was proposing in the Epcot film was his most ambitious dream. It was the culmination of his life's work. 65 years of a man's life. That's a lot to try to get into a presentation, but it's not enough to listen to what Walt Disney said. It is important to understand who he was. What was the last thing that he planned? Maybe Epcot, his last project, would reveal something about him. The world was still mourning the loss of the storyteller, the loss of the character, the death of Uncle Walt. All they saw was a big American, one of the biggest. But how was he any different than Ford, or Hearst, or John Doe? He was as loved and as hated and as talked about as any person in his time. But when he came to die, he had something on his mind called Epcot. What does it mean? It deserves investigation. Epcot, its origins and its fate. Certainly, it must turn out to be a very simple thing.
Yeah, man, keep turning.
For most of its development, Walt's Epcot project was top secret, with only a select few people within Walt Disney Productions aware of its existence. One of these people was Harrison Buzz Price. Price first met Walt Disney in 1953, when Price was employed at the Stanford Research Institute, an economic development research firm. Price conducted the initial feasibility study for Walt's amusement park concept, Disneyland, and Walt and Price maintained a great working relationship throughout the process. This was largely due to the way in which Price communicated with Walt about his ideas. Price quickly learned that Walt hated to be told no. Many of Walt's ideas were risky, and some saw them as ridiculous and impossible. His older brother Roy, who was in charge of the company's finances, was often put in the position of pushing back on Walt's ambition, which put a constant strain on their relationship. Price knew to always say yes to Walt's ideas first before diving into the project's constraints. This simple yet ingenious strategy led to a partnership between the two that would last over a decade, and any time Walt was considering a new construction project, he would call upon Price to do a feasibility study. In 1957, 2 years after Disneyland opened, Walt hired Price to do a study for a new project that he was calling the City of the Arts, or 7 Arts City. The City of the Arts would be a combination of a shopping district, an art school, and most interestingly, a planned community. The City of the Arts would be a functioning city of artists and art students, living, working, and showcasing their creations to visitors. It would feature restaurants, shops, and model homes. Price was tasked once again with determining a location, while Walt began planning his community of artists. Walt believed that one of his best abilities was to bring people, especially creative people, together. He often thought that he knew what was best for the people that worked for him, and that he had the answers to their problems. For instance, when Walt built his new animation studio in Burbank in 1939, he designed every aspect of the space to create a perfect creative environment. Walt even considered placing apartments at his Burbank studio for his animators to live in, because he believed that they would enjoy the convenience and that it would result in better work. This was an objectively terrible idea. Even without living on the lot, many of Walt's animators grew frustrated with Walt's philosophy and business practices, and his resistance to this criticism led to the infamous studio strike in 1941. This did not dissuade Walt from his City of the Arts project and the idea of building a community of artists, something Walt felt that he was already good at, minus that one time that it went horribly wrong. Despite Walt's confidence in himself, over time, the City of the Arts concept was reduced to an innovative art school, dropping the planned community aspect. The City of the Arts would eventually evolve into the California Institute of the Arts, or as it is popularly known, CalArts. Walt shepherded the project both financially and creatively, with Price at his side. Price watched Walt design his university with a level of vigor that matched and at times surpassed his effort to build Disneyland. At one point, Walt explained to Price, quote, "This is the thing that I'm going to be remembered for." It was clear to Price that even in 1958, at the age of 57, Walt had legacy on his mind.
It is
Death,
not the
however,
thing he is
was not.
remembered for.
On one occasion, Price presented some statistics that Walt had not requested, related to mortality rates. Walt exploded on Price for bringing up the subject of death. Afterward, Imagineer Herb Ryman explained to Price, quote, "Death is not an acceptable topic." If Walt was ever satisfied with staking his legacy in CalArts, the feeling was fleeting. As the 1950s came to a close, Walt was conflicted with the public image that he had created. He was the great storyteller.
It's
the
still
great
a wise
distractor.
idea
But
typically
Walt
to
was
at
not
least
content with
rinse
this.
them
His
before you put
personal
them in a
heroes were
dishwasher,
titans
though.
of industry, such as Henry Ford. He wanted to be remembered in a similar vein, as a contributor to the great American society. He wanted to do something that would change people's everyday lives, more than a cartoon, more than an amusement park, and even more than a university. Walt wanted to do something incredible, and as always, he had just the idea. He wanted to build a city, a planned community to be located in Florida, Palm Beach, Florida. In 1959, Walt was pursuing NBC to take over the distribution of his television show. NBC was eager to distribute Walt's hit show, but they were interested in even more. NBC and their parent company, RCA, wanted an agreement closer to Walt's original deal with ABC, in which Walt created a show for the network in exchange for financing for the construction of Disneyland. NBC and RCA wanted to build a second Disneyland on the East Coast, near New York City. Walt was interested, and he hired Price to do a study on the area. Price's report was not stellar. The weather in New York would force the park to operate seasonally rather than year-round. There were few plots with enough space and suitable land to build the park, and most of New York's tourists were on business-related trips as opposed to visiting for leisure. For all of these reasons, Walt turned down the New York proposal. But this would not be the end of the talks with RCA and NBC. Shortly after New York was rejected, a man named John D. MacArthur entered the conversation. MacArthur was a billionaire businessman and real estate investor who owned around 6,000 acres of land in Palm Beach, Florida. He was looking for developers, and there was none more lucrative than Walt Disney. Walt was thrilled by the amount of land MacArthur was offering. Disneyland consisted of 160 acres total, which included the park, parking lot, and other facilities.
Okay, apparently we're
there
going to
was little
sleep for a
room
while.
for Disneyland to grow inside the land that Disney owned.
Holy
And after
moly.
the park opened, Anaheim saw a development boom. It was especially noticeable directly outside the park, where cheap motels and tourist traps boxed Disneyland in on all sides. This outraged Walt, and it made MacArthur's 6,000 acres, over 30 times the amount used for Disneyland, all the more attractive. Of course, 6,000 acres was far too much for just a theme park, which allowed Walt to dream bigger than he ever had before. Walt began to outline his plans. He would use 400 acres of the land for a new theme park and resort space, and the rest would be used for a new planned community, or as Walt called it, a city of tomorrow. This would solve the Anaheim problem by surrounding the new theme park and resort with a development of his own design. It would also address another, more broad frustration of Walt's.
I think that's the island
Walt
that
Disney,
we're aiming for
like many
right there.
people in the late 1950s,
dark
was worried
spots.
about the state of many major American cities. He was concerned about crime, poverty, education, and other issues. But more than anything, Walt Disney was obsessed with traffic. Throughout his life, Walt had seen the automobile go from a futuristic technology to a constant nuisance. Cars had flooded American cities, and the pedestrian had become secondary to the automobile. Attempts to mitigate traffic within major cities had not worked, and Walt wondered how the problem might be eliminated should a city be built from scratch with the automobile in mind. Another consideration was the effects of white flight on cities, in which middle and upper class white populations moved en masse out of the city and into suburbs, often to escape integration and the civil rights movements of the era. This diverted vital resources out of inner city communities, leaving them in a state of disarray. The problems that cities faced were in the forefront of many Americans' minds, and it would soon consume the mind of Walt, who took to the idea of developing his own community. Despite having no urban planning experience, he once again believed that he was the best person for the job, and he was not alone in this belief. Many prominent urban designers had been pointing to Disneyland's radial design, with its hub-and-spoke layout, as a brilliant piece of urban planning. Walt's popularity and influence among the public was also seen as a major advantage, one that had often led people to encourage him to run for some sort of office. Futurist author Ray Bradbury, a friend of Walt's, once suggested that he run for mayor of Los Angeles because he believed that only Walt could solve the city's traffic issues. Walt responded, quote, "Why would I run for mayor when I am already king?" It was a joke, but not entirely untrue. Walt was used to having control, something he would not have in the political sphere. If he wanted to solve the problems of the urban environment, it needed to be a private venture. Palm Beach presented this opportunity. Walt planned for a city that would use state-of-the-art technology and groundbreaking urban design techniques. It was at this point that he began referring to the project as Epcot, an acronym for Experimental Prototype Community of Tomorrow. Price was once again asked to do a feasibility study as initial plans were drafted. One study proposed the use of 12,000 acres to accommodate 65,000 residents. It would include 23 schools, 21 churches, 15 playgrounds, 2 parks, 2 golf courses, and 3 waterfront hotels. Price's studies were extensive, doing the lion's share of the work in determining what a city of this size would need to function properly. More importantly, through these studies, Price concluded that an East Coast entertainment complex would not compete with Disneyland. In fact, 2/3 of the U.S. population lived east of the Mississippi, but they accounted for less than 10% of Disneyland's guests.
That scared the crap out of me.
East Coast was an untapped market, and Price's study showed the promise of such a venture. Despite the heavy research and positive conclusions, the Palm Beach project quickly fell apart, reportedly due to Roy Disney clashing with MacArthur. Unsurprisingly, the ambitious city of tomorrow, Palm Beach, concerned Roy, and the deal fell through. But now Walt wanted to build a city, and there was nothing that could stop the idea from growing in his mind. By 1960, with the Palm Beach plans abandoned, Walt was beginning the early stages of work on pavilions for the 1964 New York World's Fair, another major step toward Epcot. While the East was an untapped market, it was unclear if the population was open to being tapped by Walt Disney. Plus, Disney was building pavilions for major corporations like General Electric and Ford, and he believed that these type of corporate partnerships would be the only way for a project as big as Epcot to work. Walt hoped that major American companies would help construct Epcot, set up a facility within the city, and employ the city's residents. The fair also gave him the chance to work with the man that was considered the most influential city planner in the world at the time, the fair's president, Robert Moses. When Walt showed Moses his early plans for Epcot, Moses was amazed. He believed that Walt's plans would lead to the first accident-free, noise-free, and pollution-free city. This was ironic, as Moses' approach to city planning was the opposite of Walt's. Moses had focused on adding more and more expressways and highways to the densely populated New York City, creating many of the problems Walt was trying to rectify with Epcot. Walt would not have to worry about Moses, though, as New York had already been crossed off of the list of potential locations. By 1963, Walt was deep in production on the World's Fair pavilions, but he was making time to search for a location for Epcot. Walt had Price study numerous potential venues: Washington, D.C., Colorado, Baltimore, and New Jersey, among others. Price was also busy studying a spot for a ski resort in the Sequoia National Forest in California, and Walt was in talks to construct an indoor theme park in St. Louis. Walt was adding projects at a rate faster than ever before. He mentioned to Price that all of their projects would, quote, keep the organization busy for 40 years. Longevity bred legacy, and legacy was on his mind. In November of 1963, Walt and other executives hopped from location to location before traveling to the prime candidate for Epcot, Florida. However, Walt was no longer eyeing Palm Beach. He was not even considering the state's south. early feasibility studies had revealed that Central Florida would be the prime location for a development in the state based on tourism trends. On November 22, 1963, Walt and his team flew low above the city of Orlando and the outlying areas. Walt noticed a large undeveloped swamp area near the intersection of Florida's Turnpike and I-4, which at the time was under construction, and still is today. He pointed to the swamp and decided that this would be the location for his project. Walt could be convinced by his instinct. Roy needed to see the numbers. Once again, this is where Price came in. 5 days after Walt's flight, Price gave a presentation to Walt, Roy, and a select few others, including Vice Presidents Don Tatum and Card Walker, on what was being referred to as Project X, or Project Winter. Price's presentation was convincing. The location was set. Disney then embarked on the complicated process of acquiring the thousands of acres of land. This was done in complete secrecy to ensure that the landowners would not inflate their prices. Locals soon noticed that a large amount of land was being bought, leading to wild speculation on who the buyer might be. In June of 1965, the Orlando Sentinel concluded that it was Disney that was purchasing the land. Walt's plan had been exposed, so he decided to officially announce his Florida project. On November 15, 1965, he held a press conference alongside Florida Governor Hayden Burns. The press conference was rushed, and Walt was clearly in the early stages of development on the project. He announced very little, but he did note that he intended to build a new theme park and a city of tomorrow.
I'd love to be a part of building a model community as a city of tomorrow, as you might say. I'm not against the automobile, but I just feel that the automobile has moved into communities too much, and I feel it's been designed so that the automobile is there, but still put people back as pedestrians again, you see.
Walt mentions
he's not
he was
wrong
considering
about
two
that.
communities,
In
one
the
to
US
be
at
named
least.
Yesterday, a nostalgic town, and another to be named Tomorrow, which would be his city of the future. This concept was rarely mentioned again, and Walt explained it almost as if it were a joke.
You might come one time and they stay in tomorrow, and their friends will say, but have you stayed in yesterday? And they'll have to come back.
With the land acquired and the project announced, it was finally time for Walt to outline his city street by street.
Like, I don't talk about it a whole lot nowadays, on stream at least.
Another
but
key figure in the Florida project,
urban planning
and
is
arguably
something
the
I've
one
always
man
had a bit of
besides
interest
Walt
in,
that was
that
closest to
architecture.
Epcot, was Marvin Davis.
And
Davis had
I
worked
can
at 20th
certainly
Century
agree with
Fox
his
for over a
conclusion
decade
that
before being recruited to Walt's amusement
our
design
cities are
firm,
designed
Red
for
Enterprises,
cars, not
in
for people
1953.
nowadays
Davis was given
in the
the immense
US.
task of master planning Disneyland alongside Walt. Together, the two pioneered the single gate concept, as well as the hub and spoke layout of the park. Over a decade later, Walt was calling on Davis once again, this time to help him with his master plan for his Florida project. Similar to Price, Davis learned how to work with Walt. Walt more or less knew what he wanted, but he did not have the artistic or architectural experience necessary to illustrate it. Davis had this expertise, so his role was to take the ideas that were in Walt's head and put them on paper. The first master plan for the Florida project was drawn in 1965, crudely by Walt himself on a piece of tissue paper. The plan had dropped the tomorrow and yesterday concept, instead only showcasing one large planned community in the center of the development, with a theme park resort area to the north and an airport and entrance center to the south. A monorail line ran through the entire complex, and it was to be similar to the one that had been entertaining guests at Disneyland since 1959. The project as a whole was now being referred to as Disney World.
A whole new Disney World.
Walt continued to sketch plan after plan, sometimes handing them to Davis when he was done, other times throwing them into the trash, forcing Davis to rush to the bin to view Walt's progress. Walt took in many inspirations for his designs. He was fascinated by Stockholm, Sweden's satellite towns, which were planned developments with a high-density center surrounded by a low-density belt, with a central rail line running through it. Walt also read books from prominent city planners, such as Victor Gruen's The Heart of Our Cities and Ada Louise Huxtable's article, Out of a Fair, the latter of which studied the proposed plan for a World's Fair in Washington with a unique design. Walt read Garden Cities of Tomorrow by Ebenezer Howard, and it was believed that Walt was influenced by the Chicago architect Daniel Burnham, who had famously designed the 1893 Columbian Exposition in Chicago and sparked the City Beautiful movement, which emphasized the importance of the visual nature of a city along with its practical functions. Walt was also heavily influenced by the World's Fairs that he had visited and contributed to, taking notes not only from their architecture and layout, but their attractions and accommodations as well. Throughout 1965 and early 1966, Walt, Davis, and a few other Imagineers worked to create the preliminary plans for Walt's experimental city. A special room was set aside at Wed Enterprises in Glendale, with a 16-foot ceiling. Davis plastered his massive renderings like wallpaper throughout the room. The plans that the small team drafted for Epcot throughout 1966 were not concrete, and Walt expected many aspects of the designs to change. But what was planned, drafted, and mocked up were certainly the most bold, stunning, and unbelievable ideas that Walt had ever dreamed. According to Walt's plans, visitors would enter Disney World through the Grand Entrance Complex. This complex had short-term parking for 11,000 cars and was connected to an airport of the future via monorail. The airport would have been the world's first operational jetport with a radial design. The airport of the future would have also used an experimental baggage handling system and other state-of-the-art technologies.
You don't see radial
a custom
designs very
communications
often
network,
for
later named
airports.
WEDCOM and to be built and sponsored by RCA, would keep track of everything on property, from utility management to pollution control. In the entrance complex, it would allow receptionists to pull up guest resort reservations and billing information, which would have been groundbreaking in 1966. Outside of the entrance complex would be motels, trailer parks, and campsites, one of which would be located in the property's west swamp and was referred to as wilderness camping. After checking in, guests would board a monorail and head north to start their vacation. The first stop would be the Disney World Industrial Complex.
Darn it, I forgot
also
to get
radially
a-
designed, this 1,000-acre complex would provide employment
forgot
for
to
many
get
of
a
Epcot's
receipt.
residents. In the renderings
it.
done by Davis and his team,
Oh, well.
one complex with 6 branches was featured.
Mail
Guests or
and
residents
rum.
would
Okay,
leave the
that's what we
monorail
were
station
shipping
and
for
board
that.
a people mover car.
Make sure I didn't
The
have
people
anything
mover was
that
a
was
transportation system developed by WED Enterprises. Inspired by the unique system that was used to move Ford cars at the Ford Pavilion that Disney designed for the 1964 New York World's Fair. The people mover went through many different designs, but it was eventually decided to have trains consisting of 4 cars each, with each car carrying 4 people. WED Enterprises planned to test the technology at Disneyland, and a 5/8 scale people mover system would be installed during the 1967 Tomorrowland renovation as one of the area's new signature attractions. In Disney World's Industrial Park, there would be a different people mover track for each branch, taking residents from the monorail line to their place of work or taking guests on a tour of the facilities. Each branch would feature multiple buildings surrounding the people mover station, with parking behind each for commuters. The facilities would be run by major American corporations, with GE, Westinghouse, Monsanto, and RCA approached to use the space.
In attractive park-like settings, the 6 million people who visit Disney World each year will look behind the scenes at experimental prototype plants, research and development laboratories, and computer centers for major corporations.
Visitors would be able to view the inner workings of these companies, seeing them developing new technology that would be installed in Epcot. After the Disney World Industrial Park, the monorail line would approach the main attraction of Disney World, the experimental prototype community of tomorrow. This impressive 5,000-acre city would, unsurprisingly, be radially designed. The city would have been 3 miles in diameter and divided into 4 sections. The center of Epcot would be the city's business and commerce center.
Epcot's dynamic urban center will offer the excitement and variety of activities found only in metropolitan cities: cultural, social, business, and entertainment.
This consisted of the city's icon, the Cosmopolitan Hotel and Convention Center, a 30-story, 600-room hotel that would have been the highest point in the city. The Hotel and Convention Center would rest on top of Epcot's 50-acre Business and Commerce Center, an entirely enclosed, climate-controlled shopping district and commercial space, which would have included offices, banks, service shops, warehouses, retail space, hospitality services, and a television studio. The shopping district would prominently feature an international showcase, in which Disney World guests and Epcot residents could shop, dine, and watch shows in various country pavilions depicted with themed facades, such as a British Square, an Asian marketplace, and a South American plaza. This was inspired by similar areas found at numerous World's Fairs, as well as a canceled concept for Disneyland named International Street. Epcot's international pavilions would feature roaming entertainers from each of the countries, teaching guests about their customs. Walt hoped that the commercial center and international pavilions would ensure that vacationers would visit the city, rather than just passing it by on their way to the theme park. Going even further, Walt floated the idea of placing an indoor theme park in Epcot's center. Skylights would be placed on the roof of the enclosed district to allow for natural light. On top of the structure, a 7-acre recreation deck would feature outdoor activities, primarily for hotel guests. There would also be additional towers for commercial use, mainly for corporate sponsors to use as offices. At the center of the structure, immediately below the hotel, would have been Epcot's transportation lobby. Not only was Epcot to be separated into 4 sections, but its transportation would be split between multiple layers.
Let's look at another view of Epcot's transportation hub and see how traffic flows through the heart of the city on 3 separate levels. At the bottom of the stack is the truck route, reserved for supply vehicles. The middle level is the automobile thruway, exclusively for cars.
What's
Adjacent to
funny
the
is there
roadway
is
are
actually a
parking areas
project
for the
that's trying to
convenience of hotel
revive that
A key
particular
feature of
idea.
Epcot would be its lack of stoplights, which
In,
Walt believed were a
Saudi
major
Arabia,
cause of
I
traffic.
think.
The parking below the city was
There's
reserved
some
for hotel
planned
guests
city
and
that they're
apartment
trying to
residents,
make
but it
that
would have been
does
made
that.
prohibitively expensive to encourage residents not to own cars. One idea was to have an extensive electric car rental service for residents wanting to leave on
No,
the
they're not
weekends.
going radial. I
Pedestrians would
think they're
roam
doing
above
it
the
as like
automobile
one
layer. Above
long
pedestrians,
line,
people
which
movers and
I'm
monorails
not
would
sure
zip
about.
by. The transportation lobby was the central hub for all of these modes of transportation. Immediately outside of the central shopping district were high-density apartments, as well as other non-retail buildings such as administration, fire stations, post offices, sports stadiums, libraries, and hospitals. The hospitals would have tapped into WEDCOM, which would have easily stored and quickly distributed medical research and patient data. There was also to be a center of the arts, borrowing concept from Walt's City of the Arts. After high-density housing was Epcot's Greenbelt, which would have featured parks and playgrounds, as well as the city's churches and schools. Walt had ambitious plans for Epcot's education. He wanted to reimagine the school curriculum, replacing lectures and tests with a game-like learning environment.
I'd love to be a part of building up a school of tomorrow with the teaching aids, with the, what I feel we could contribute, which we have been doing in a way, but this might become a pilot operation for teaching aids that would go out across the country and across the world.
Children would take courses on a computer, which would tap into WEDCOM's network, allowing them to take classes from nearby colleges remotely. There would have also been a closed-circuit television that would have allowed corporations to teach classes from the industrial park. The Greenbelt would also feature 2 large auto dealerships and service areas. Finally, the Greenbelt would boast a teen center, a feature that Walt was personally passionate about. Teenage crime was a major problem in cities, and Walt felt that the best way to control the wayward, rebellious youth was to give them their own dedicated, supervised space. Davis recalled that, quote, Walt had great hopes of using this community as a model form of treating the teenage problem, and his idea was to devise a system by which youths would judge their peers, monitoring their behavior. Because the teens of the 60s loved nothing more than hanging out with a bunch of narcs in a building designed by a 60-year-old man. It is worth noting that the unruly generation Walt was attempting to corral was in fact the baby boomers. Finally, after the Greenbelt would be Epcot's low-density housing neighborhoods, where the majority of citizens would live. Like the industrial park, People Mover tracks would take Epcot's residents from the city center to their homes. Each of these tracks would have 4 or 5 stations along them, one in the center of each cul-de-sac. The People Mover would only stop at a station if signaled by someone in the train or someone at the station, and the maximum amount of time before a train would arrive was said to be 3 minutes. Unlike most cul-de-sacs, Epcot's neighborhoods were free of streets in order for children to play and walk safely. The space in the middle of the cul-de-sac would have been used for leisure space, with the road system instead wrapping around the back of the homes. The homes of Epcot would have little to no private lawn space, with most of the greenery surrounding the home reserved for the public. The house itself would be, quote, completely self-sufficient, according to Admiral Joe Fowler, a longtime collaborator of Walt's. Every house in Epcot would have been self-powered, possibly by some form of renewable energy. Much of the house would have been automated, similar to the Monsanto House of the Future that was constructed for Disneyland's Tomorrowland. Also, throughout Epcot, a series of underground tubes would carry trash from each home and building and transport it directly to Waste Management Services, a technology called Automated Vacuum Collection, or AVAC. This was inspired by Walt growing annoyed with the garbage trucks outside of his own home,
that's an
waking
actual
him up
thing
at
as
night.
well.
Closed-circuit television would also be wired into the homes, allowing residents to watch sports, entertainment, and school activities taking place on the Greenbelt. The key component of Epcot was Walt's requirement that every resident have a job. Walt said, quote, there will be no retirees, because everyone must be employed according to their ability. One of our requirements is that people who live in Epcot must keep it alive. Everyone who lives here will have a responsibility to keep this community an exciting living blueprint of the future. Sometimes a second satellite community of Epcot was depicted in the background of concept art or to the east on master plans. At one point, Walt was considering this second community to be a place for Epcot's residents to live once they had retired. The final section of Disney World was, of course, the theme parks and resorts. On most master plans, the new park was represented by a map that looked nearly identical to that of Disneyland. Bay Lake, a natural lake near the proposed theme park, would have been extended with a man-made portion that would have surrounded the city. Other features of the theme park resort were an ice rink and a roller rink, and multiple golf courses. Walt viewed the theme park as a necessity to get funding for the project and to get vacationers into the complex. But his passion for the second theme park only went as far as it could help the development of Epcot. When pressed about making plans for the new theme park, Walt reportedly said, quote, "I want to do Epcot." The plans for Disney World and Epcot were staggering. As the team came up with more and more ideas, the budget was significantly increased. It was estimated that the theme park resort to the north would cost $100 million, and the rest of Disney World would cost $520 million, with just the city of Epcot costing around $75 million. Walt planned for Epcot to have 20,000 residents, but he eventually wanted to grow the city to as many as 100,000 residents. It was also projected that Disney World would see 6 million vacationers per year. Walt, Davis, and the rest of the Epcot team continued research throughout 1966, with Walt constantly coming up with new ideas for the city. Sometimes the radial plan was perfect and rigid. Other times it was depicted as a natural spiral, like a flower. On a factory tour with Davis, Walt saw a photoelectric sensor used to assist blind people. This gave Walt an idea, telling Davis, quote, "We'll have one little village that will have an underground trolley like they have in France. We won't have a motorman, except one of those devices. This device will detect somebody in front, and it will either slow down or stop the trolley." Walt was obsessed, and his team was inspired. Davis said, quote, "I spent weeks and weeks developing this plan that I thought was damn good. And maybe it was. Maybe Epcot was possible." There we go. A final person with insight to Epcot, and a person particularly close with Walt himself, was Imagineer Marty Sklar. Sklar had first come to Disney in 1955 to write for the Disneyland News newspaper. While he was still a student at UCLA, he soon worked his way into WED Enterprises, helping with attractions for the 1964 New York World's Fair, and becoming one of Walt's main writers for his presentations and on-screen appearances. Some refer to Sklar as the voice of Walt. Sklar had been close to the Florida project's development, and he was working on the photo plan of Epcot. He also got to see firsthand a changing Walt Disney. Throughout 1966, Walt's age was showing and his health was declining. He was not doing himself any favors. For a man designing an ideal community of people, he rarely socialized and spent most of his time at the studio working on Epcot. He drank more than he ever had. When he received formal dinner invitations, he would write large underlined no's in red ink on the page. He had few hobbies and seemed to be happiest when entertaining his grandchildren. Walt was quieter than usual and was acting rather strangely. He frequently called the in-house songwriting duo the Sherman Brothers to his office, demanding that they play him the Mary Poppins number, Feed the Birds, always tearing up at the music. Why is unclear. Walt might have been tired after all of those decades of work. Maybe he knew that his time was coming to an end and he was worried about his legacy. Or maybe he just liked the song. No matter, the Sherman Brothers sang, and Walt listened, staring out of his office window. The time spent drinking, or playing with his grandkids, or just thinking off into space were the breaks from a life otherwise dedicated to a single project, Epcot. Sklar noted that Disney's mind was further from the studio and Disneyland than it had ever been. Sklar said, quote, "He had already done everything he wanted to do in storytelling and creating motion picture entertainment in Disneyland." In the spring of 1966, Walt was in good spirits, traveling throughout the country meeting with companies to sponsor Epcot. Walt and his team met with nearly 100 major American corporations, most of which were interested in sponsoring the project. Walt also viewed interesting concepts that major cities were implementing, such as an interesting garbage recycling project in Tampa and new shopping malls in New York and Pennsylvania. But as the plans progressed, and spring gave way to summer, and then summer gave way to fall, ideation was turning into desperation. Buzz Price described Epcot as a project created, quote, "in the last stages of a man's life, in a hurry to do what he said he wanted to do, which is to leave 25 years of work for his organization." And that organization had concerns with Walt's proposal. Most pressing was Walt's insistence that he have complete control over the city. The team had been able to create the Reedy Creek Drainage District, a special district that gave Disney more powers to govern their land. And the team was courting the Florida legislature to create the Reedy Creek Improvement District, which would give Disney autonomy from nearly all local and county oversight. The efforts to establish autonomy from the various levels of government was only half of the battle. The other half was avoiding Epcot residents from self-governing. Walt wanted Epcot to have permanent residents. However, his attorneys pushed back on this idea, explaining that permanent residents would want to vote on matters related to the city and hold elected positions of power within Epcot. This was unacceptable. Walt felt that he knew what was best for his residents, and if they were able to vote, they could only make matters worse for his experimental community. Walt needed control, not just over Epcot, but the lives of his residents as well. The plans outlined for Epcot claimed that everything from appliances to light bulbs would be constantly refreshed with experimental technology, and it is implied that the residents would not have a choice as to whether or not they were testing out the products. Walt immediately shifted to the idea of having temporary rotating residents leasing property, with no one staying longer than 9 months. This would prevent Epcot from becoming a democracy. Instead, Walt's Epcot would be run not by the people or by the elite, but by Walt Disney alone. He knew what was best for his people. It was his community, first and foremost. The concerns raised by the attorneys prompted more discussion from within the team. Epcot was going to be both a functioning city and an attraction for the visitors of Disney World, a premise that brought up privacy concerns. Disney advisor Ray Watson pressed Walt on the issue, saying, quote, "Now you're not going to go out and get milk in your pajamas. You're going to have to dress up and put on a tie because these people that live there are now on exhibit." Watson continued, explaining, quote, "You need to decide whether you are indeed building a community that is a natural community where people will come, raise their families, form their own city government, grow, and so forth. But if you're doing this as a place for an exhibit, then you need to separate that." On top of privacy concerns, the residents would lack basic freedoms, which some Imagineers saw as a non-starter for the project. Imagineer Carl Bongiorno said, quote, "Everyone knew that you couldn't have 25,000 people living in a community and constantly change, upgrade, move, innovate, go into people's homes, take out appliances, put new ones in, control everything about the project when you have a one-man, one-vote democracy." While the community in Epcot was under scrutiny, others doubted the prototype aspect, as companies were rarely interested in showing off products when they were in the development stage. Disney Imagineer John Hench brought up this concern. Hench recalled that Walt, quote, "didn't understand how jealous people are of keeping it secret and not exposing
I'm going to
it."
step away for
And then
one
there was
moment.
the
I'll be
issue of
right
the
back. I'm
tea
going to
in
get some
Epcot.
food
Tomorrow.
started because
Tomorrow was always fast
somewhat hungry
approaching,
and forgot to
and
eat
as proved
before
by
stream,
Disneyland's
so.
Tomorrowland, it was expensive to keep up with the future. Walt's goal was for Epcot to always be 25 years ahead of its time, a costly proposition, if possible at all. These were the voices of dissent within the Epcot team. Outside the collaborative bubble, opinions toward the project were much more cynical. Many people at the animation studio thought that the project was a terrible idea, possibly because it was distracting Walt from animation, but also maybe because it was just a terrible idea. Longtime friend of Walt, Ward Kimball, said, quote, "You can't experiment with people's lives." As with Palm Beach, Walt's brother Roy was wary of Epcot, and he was especially worried at its scale. But for many within the company and outside of it, Walt had earned the benefit of the doubt. No one believed that a feature-length animated film would be successful, and just as few thought Walt could pull off a project like Disneyland. By this point, everyone had learned their lesson. Do not underestimate Walt Disney. However, the proposition of Epcot was on an entirely different level. Epcot was unlike anything ever imagined, except it also wasn't.
I am back.
At its core, the idea of a company constructing and owning a town full of citizens whose residency was dependent on their employment was not new. In 1884, industrialist George Pullman created Pullman, a 4,000-acre town on the south side of Chicago. With over 1,000 homes and 12,000 residents, Pullman was initially a huge success, thanks to its innovative design and amenities. However, like the plans for Epcot, workers were only allowed to rent and were evicted if fired, and everything from saloons to libraries were at the full discretion of Pullman. Underlying issues came to a head after the economic downturn of 1894, and after only a decade, Pullman succumbed to a workers' strike. After government intervention, the strike turned violent, killing 30 people. Pullman was then annexed back into Chicago. In 1928, Henry Ford created a rubber factory and town named Fordlandia in the Amazon jungle, in which he tried to impose his personal ideals on indigenous workers, dictating their diet and banning alcohol, tobacco, and women to increase productivity. Riots and strikes ensued, and ultimately, no rubber was manufactured. Company towns such as these were once a common practice, especially for long-term remote jobs such as mining. But these cities rarely lasted for long, especially under the ownership of a single company. Two of the most common reasons for the demise of a company town were lack of property ownership or the enforcement of a social ideology, both things that Epcot would have. Epcot was different from other company towns in many ways, but it was alarmingly similar, and it very well could have experienced the same unrest that other experimental towns did. If the historical examples of company towns were not concerning enough, then one could look to the Disney studio itself as a cautionary tale. It is true that Walt had not failed with his first feature film or with his theme park, but it could be argued that he had already tried and failed to build a community. The 1941 strike at the Disney studio occurred for many reasons, but most animators recalled that the moment that everything changed was when the company moved from the Hyperion to the Burbank studio. As aforementioned, Walt had designed the space himself, trying to anticipate every need and accommodate each individual. In this, he undoubtedly failed. Despite all of Walt's planning and innovation, the new environment had none of the charm of the previous studio, and the transition set the stage for tensions among the staff. There's a possibility that Epcot would have experienced the same problems. Walt felt he knew best for his animators, best for his audience, and now best for his citizens. He had been right in the past, but he had also been very wrong. And as Epcot progressed, more doubters emerged with increasing merit. Walt briefly considered a merger with GE, wondering if Epcot might work better in the hands of a company in the urban design space. The merger could have also separated the project from its detractors at the studio, but ultimately nothing would come of these talks. Sklar described the plans for Epcot as, quote, scene one. Walt was just getting started. Who knew how it was going to end up? It is difficult to scrutinize plans that are clearly preliminary and make a value or efficacy judgment on them. Walt's 1966 plans for Epcot were surface level. He accounted for the citizens' convenience and nothing more. There were little to no plans to deal with any of the difficult or complex issues that cities faced, and in most cases, the solution would have likely been to expel them from the city. Walt said there would be, quote, no slum areas because we won't let them develop, which probably would have been true, as everyone needed to have a job, and if they didn't, they would have likely been evicted from the city. But this was not a scalable idea. In fact, Epcot as a whole would not have been replicable. The project was only viable because it was an attraction. The city's primary industry would have been tourism, so it needed to remain unique. Walt knew this, and he was not looking to build a perfect city that could be reproduced throughout the country, but rather an environment to test smaller ideas and technology. Davis said, quote, it was his philosophy not to build a city that would solve all the urban problems all over the world, but to give a chance to American industry to experiment and show to the world just how the problems of traffic and housing could be solved. Still, even if Epcot was not intended to be utopia, many wondered how Disney would deal with human behavior. What would happen when a sponsor moved or laid off their workforce? Would this result in mass evictions? How would Epcot deal with the repercussions of a serious crime, like murder? How would Disney handle racial integration and race relations? Any follow-up questions to the Epcot proposal did not have any answers. Despite the lack of depth and comprehensiveness, Walt was suddenly turning his attention from planning the city to announcing it. In the fall of 1966, Walt was racing to get as many of his Epcot ideas distributed as possible, with unprecedented speed and determination. Epcot would keep Disney alive. It would be his legacy. It had to be. Walt confided in one employee, quote, fancy being remembered around the world for the invention of a mouse. Walt Disney was more. The world needed to remember him as more. He was showing his feelings now more than ever. On one occasion, Walt pointed to a section of an Epcot map, saying, quote, this is where the park bench will be, where Lily and I are going to sit at night and watch all the people. People that would be happy. People that would be a community. His community. In October of 1966, Walt approached Marvin Davis about constructing a model of the city, and he asked Sklar to write a film explaining Epcot. The film was to star Walt, who would explain the purpose, ideals, and concepts of the Florida project. There would be two films, both the same, barring their endings, in which Walt would address the audience directly, with one spiel being directed toward the Florida legislature and the other being directed toward corporations. Walt shot the film on October 27, 1966. He donned the Uncle Walt persona that he had grown to dislike over the years, the persona he feared would consume his legacy. But despite it being a character, it was a character that could sell, and sell he did.
And Epcot will always be a showcase to the world for the ingenuity and imagination of American free enterprise.
Walt gave an overview of the Florida project, as well as the plans for Epcot. In the background, an instrumental of the Carousel of Progress's theme song, There's a Great Big Beautiful Tomorrow, played. Sklar said that the film was, quote, not just a sales job. Epcot was his blueprint, coming out of his head, a blueprint of what was on his mind. Before Walt introduced a narrated tour of the city concept, he stressed that these plans were still in their preliminary phases, and that they would change many times. And boy was he right. Just 3 weeks after filming the Epcot film, Walt was admitted to the hospital to undergo surgery to stop pain he had been having in his neck and leg. But the doctors found something much more concerning: spots and a lump on Walt's left lung. It was cancer. Those that knew Walt knew that he was a heavy smoker. The cause of the cancer was not surprising, but nothing could have prepared anyone for the death of Walt Disney. Walt was the least prepared of all, complaining that the operation would take time away from his work on Epcot. Before he went in for the surgery, he yelled at Davis and VP Joe Potter, quote, why are you dragging your feet? Is it because of the money? Have you been talking to Roy? Roy thinks Epcot is a loser, but don't take any notice of him. Disney World will make all of the profits we need for this operation. On November 21st, after a seemingly successful surgery, Walt left the hospital early to return to the studio. Walt was in denial, claiming that he was ready to get back to work. Some of his staff were optimistic. Others knew the truth. This would be the last day that Walt Disney visited his studio. On November 25th, Walt flew to his ranch in Palm Springs to rest, but just 5 days later, he flew back to Burbank and was admitted to the hospital right across the street from his studio. In what would ultimately be his deathbed, Walt continued his work. When his son-in-law, Ron Miller, a producer at the studio, visited him, Walt explained that when he got out of the hospital, he he would leave the studio to Miller and other executives such as Card Walker and Don Tatum. Walt didn't have time for the studio anymore. He needed to focus on Epcot. It was the greatest thing that he would ever do, he told Miller. In the hospital, Walt would draw the 7th preliminary master plot plan of Disney World. He worked on it until the day before he died. When his brother Roy visited him in the hospital, Walt pointed to the tiled ceiling above his bed, using it as a grid for a blueprint that he traced with a finger. He said, quote, "Now there is where the highway will run. There is the route for the monorail." Walt Disney would die the next day, December 15th, 1966, just 10 days after his 65th birthday. The world properly mourned the loss of the entertainment giant, and his company was left with a media empire and 27,000 acres of nothing but scenery and statutes. Davis approached Roy after Walt's passing, bringing with him the most recent plans for Walt's experimental city. After Davis presented Walt's final project, Roy simply said, quote, "Marvin, Walt's dead. He need not say anything more. Walt Disney Productions would not build a city, especially not without Walt Disney." Roy instead invested all of the resources into bringing part of his brother's dream to reality, the theme park and resort area. Roy presented the Epcot film for the first time on February 2nd, 1967, to a group of officials in Winter Park, Florida. The Epcot city concept remained in conversation over the years, and was especially helpful in obtaining favorable political agreements, such as the Reedy Creek Improvement District, and other powers that may not have been granted to a theme park resort alone. Roy would rename Disney World to Walt Disney World, to honor his brother. The resort opened with the Magic Kingdom theme park and 2 resort hotels. Epcot was nowhere to be found. However, elements were present, such as the utilidors, a tunnel system on top of which the park was built, and an AVAC garbage collection system similar to the one that Walt proposed. The map that Walt drew was the foundation for the resort's planning, and the Contemporary Hotel, one of 2 Disney World hotels that Davis would help design, would resemble many of the Epcot renderings, both aesthetically and with its signature feature, a monorail that passed through the structure. Walt Disney World Resort opened on October 1st, 1971. Roy would pass less than 3 months later, on December 20th, 1971. Walt Disney Productions was left in the hands of Walt's son-in-law, Ron Miller, executives Card Walker and Don Tatum, as well as the countless other artists that had worked on the company's projects. These would be the people left to grapple with what would become of Epcot. If it wasn't to be a city, what would it be? The company kept putting it off, placing it in a second phase category that was 10 or so years away. It was not until 1974 that Disney president Card Walker confirmed that Epcot was going to happen, although it would be far different than a city. And thus, Walt's dream, his final and most intense passion project, was officially dead. But what, as he often wondered, would become of his legacy in the wake of its cancellation? Walt's nephew Roy E. Disney once said, quote, "If you get 40 people in a room together and ask each one of them to write down who Walt was, you'd get 40 different Walts. It is impossible to define a person in a word, especially Walt Disney. Walt was a simple man, and at the same time, he was a very complicated one. He was a futurist that traded in nostalgia, a conservative, obsessed with progress, a gentle mentor with an impatient temper. Many of Walt's qualities and contradictions can be found in Epcot, but it does not make the picture any more clear. Maybe a single project cannot explain a person's life or hold their legacy. Maybe to Walt, Epcot was about more than just legacy, or urban planning, or futurism. Why did Walt try so desperately for decades to build a community? Maybe Epcot was something that Walt lost, something that he wanted to get back. Walt Disney left behind a complicated legacy, and Epcot was just a piece in that puzzle, a missing piece.
I need to remember to check the conversion rate when we're in the port again for the gold. See how we're doing on making our way towards getting that brig. Because I keep wanting to like change the design of this one, but like I also recognize every time I spend money on it, you know, that's more money I have to earn to get to the next ship, which is most unfortunate. At least the sun's up now, so we can see clearly now.
WED Enterprises, Glendale, California, Walt Disney's amusement park design firm, a creative playground for artists and engineers. All that came were directed, instructed, and mentored by Walt Disney himself, who considered the Imagineers to be his top artists. These included Herb Ryman, concept artist, Xavier Atencio, show writer, Yale Gracie, special effects, Claude Coates, show designer, Bob Gurr, ride designer, John Hench, designer and futurist, and the most recent recruit, George McGinnis, designer. While reviews of Walt within his animation studio were mixed, the Imagineers loved working for Uncle Walt. They knew to give each project their all. Walt instilled in them his philosophies of entertainment and storytelling. Walt did not want to create rides. He wanted to create experiences, stories that could be lived. Under Walt's eye, the Imagineers became a family, creating groundbreaking attractions and developing friendships among each other. But this group, in 1966, was just at the beginning of their journey. Their true test was on its way.
This is way more epic music than is deserving of what's going on in the game right
January
now.
of 1965, executives from the Monsanto Chemical Company traveled to Anaheim, California to visit Disneyland Park. Among them was Monsanto's chairman, Dr. Charles Allen Thomas. The 64-year-old chemist had been working with Monsanto since 1936, and his claim to fame was his work on plutonium research for the Manhattan Project, which he conducted alongside Monsanto's Central Research Department. Thomas and his associates were traveling to Disneyland to view Monsanto's 3 exhibits in the park's Tomorrowland area: the Monsanto Hall of Chemistry, the Monsanto House of the Future, and the newest edition, Fashion and Fabrics Throughout the Ages. All 3 had been overseen by Thomas, who had worked closely with Walt since Disneyland's opening, resulting in a friendship between the two men. Thomas and the Monsanto team were fresh off of a trip to the 1964 World's Fair, at which they had seen the latest in attraction technology and speculative futures. With the fair fresh in their minds, Monsanto's Tomorrowland exhibits were looking more antiquated than ever. Thomas and his associates were not alone in their opinion. Walt Disney and his Imagineers had participated in the 1964 fair, creating 4 popular and groundbreaking attractions. After the fair, Walt turned his attention to the company's Florida project and his proposed City of Tomorrow, Epcot. But he also greenlit several other projects for his amusement design firm to complete, including a pirate-themed boat ride and a haunted house attraction. The largest of these post-fair projects was a complete refresh of Disneyland's Tomorrowland area. Outside of its 1959 expansion and a few other minor changes, the area had not evolved since its opening in 1955. Walt had never been satisfied with Tomorrowland. The rushed area was overly reliant on corporate sponsors, and some attractions had become noticeably outdated, while others were never futuristic to begin with. The Tomorrowland renovation would usher in a wave of new attractions that would engage in actual speculation of the future, with an emphasis of the transportation of tomorrow. Possibly Walt's greatest fascination, the entire new Tomorrowland project would be given the unique theme, World on the Move.
Alright, I've got my food now.
New ideas for Disneyland are first visualized in artists' renderings like this overall view of the new Tomorrowland area. The painting begins to take on form and dimension with construction of a scale model, detailing every attraction. This scale model represents more than 5 acres of new attractions in Tomorrowland.
The main avenue of Tomorrowland would be completely overhauled, with almost no inch untouched. The area's signature attraction, Rocket to the Moon, would be demolished and rebuilt with larger theaters. It would also be given a pre-show starring an animatronic named Mr. Tom Morrow. The attraction would be renamed to Flight to the Moon, and was set in a future in which, quote, travel to outer space will be an everyday adventure. The Circarama 360 film America the Beautiful would be replaced by the CircleVision 360 film America the Beautiful. The new film of the same name was shot with a new method, using 9 cameras as opposed to the original 11. The theater itself would also be expanded, taking up more of Tomorrowland's North exhibit building, closing the Art of Animation exhibit permanently. The rest of the show building, where the Art Corner exhibit once was, would be replaced by the Tomorrowland Terrace restaurant. The addition of the Tomorrowland Terrace would also result in the closure of the Yacht Bar. The Astrojet spinner would be replaced by the Rocket Jets, which would be elevated to rest on top of the loading platform for a brand new Tomorrowland attraction, the People Mover. The People Mover was a ride that gave guests a tour around Tomorrowland and through its attractions, with onboard audio describing the various sites. The People Mover was an evolution of the technology first used for the Ford Magic Skyway attraction at the 1964 New York World's Fair, and the ride was meant to act as a prototype to the transit system that would be integral to Walt's experimental community project. The People Mover would also travel to the front of the land, passing above guests' heads, in the area that the Clock of the World once was. Another attraction from the 1964 fair, the Carousel of Progress, would be relocated to Tomorrowland, taking the place previously held by the Space Bar restaurant. The new show building would have 2 stories, with the Carousel show taking up the first floor and the second floor giving guests a view of Walt's experimental community concept in model form. The often unreliable Flying Saucers attraction would also be removed and replaced with a new Tomorrowland stage. What would become of the remaining Tomorrowland space was up to one sponsor, Monsanto. 2 out of 3 of Monsanto's attractions were located in the South Exhibit Building, alongside the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea exhibit. The other was the Monsanto House of the Future, which sat at the entrance to the land. Given that the House of the Future was now nearly a decade old, Monsanto and Disney decided to close the attraction, but not until after the rest of the new Tomorrowland project was complete. Monsanto would also close their other 2 exhibits, the Hall of Chemistry and Fashion and Fabrics Throughout the Ages, and Disney would remove the 20,000 Leagues exhibit, freeing up the entire building for a larger Monsanto attraction, a brand new ride, utilizing a familiar concept. For Monsanto's attraction, Disney would resurrect a concept that had been on the drawing board since the early days of Disneyland, a proposed Tomorrowland pavilion named Adventures in Science, or Science Land. This small area would have featured multiple new attractions, one of which was named Micro World. Micro World would have sent guests through a microscope, shrinking them down and allowing them to explore the inside of a drop of water. The attraction was given the nickname the Protozoa Ride among the Imagineers because of the protozoa-shaped vehicles in the initial 1957 concept art. Disney pitched the concept to Dr. Thomas and Monsanto, who liked the idea with one major note. Thomas wanted the molecule through which guests traveled to be a man-made polymer that Monsanto produced rather than a drop of water. The Imagineers pushed back on this idea. Water made much more sense, as it is one of the molecules most important to life and universally recognized among audiences. Thomas and Monsanto dropped the issue, and guests would end up traveling through water as opposed to a Monsanto creation. This would ultimately be the right decision, as the public's opinion on man-made chemicals was about to take a turn for the worse. Imagineers fleshed out the original Micro World concept. The new ride would still star water, but in a more visually interesting state, a snowflake. The ride vehicles would also no longer resemble protozoa. Instead, an entirely new ride system would be developed, thanks again to the 1964 New York World's Fair. The fair featured numerous attractions with unique ride systems, such as GM's Futurama, which featured a unique conveyor system that allowed guests to ride through visions of the future. Another ride, sponsored by Bell System, featured an even more unique continuous system. Not only was this ride system efficient, but it allowed for dark rides to tell stories in new ways. Most dark rides up to this point placed guests in a vehicle with their view unrestricted, taking them along a curved rail, although always facing in the direction the vehicle was moving. However, the Bell System Pavilion had guests facing perpendicular to the direction in which they were traveling. These and other unique rides populated the fair and impressed crowds, including Dr. Thomas and his associates, who pressed Walt for an attraction that utilized moving vehicles, or at the very least, a moving sidewalk. Walt and his Imagineers had also been impressed with the unique ride systems of the fair, having contributed to themselves. Challenged with bringing a unique ride system to the Monsanto attraction, Imagineers considered multiple concepts, and it was at a meeting between 2 Imagineers that a novel idea was introduced. Imagineer Bob Gurr, who had created Disneyland's Autopia cars and contributed to the attractions for the 1964 fair, was in a brainstorming meeting with Imagineer John Hench, who had helped design the original Tomorrowland at Disneyland. Hench wondered if it was possible to place guests on a vehicle capable of rotating as it moved along the ride track, allowing guests to see in any direction or forcing them to focus only on certain parts of the ride. Gur casually grabbed a toy from Hench's desk that resembled a candied apple. Gur then turned the apple using his fingers, gripping the stick, asking Hench, quote, "Like this?" Hench responded, quote, "Yeah, like that." Gur and Hench passed the concept along to Imagineers Roger E. Brogy and Burt Brundage, who got to work designing the ride system, which Gur would dub the Omnimover. The Omnimover vehicles that would be used for the new Monsanto attraction would be referred to as the Atom-mobiles, and they would feature a large blue shell that would surround guests. Each shell would include a speaker that would place the ride's audio directly into the ears of riders. Most importantly, the shell prevented guests from viewing peripherally, forcing their sightlines so that they would only see what the Imagineers wanted them to. The Omnimover would be able to move 3,000 guests per hour throughout the attraction. Walt asked the team to make the system as smooth as possible, specifically so smooth that a martini glass could ride it without spilling. But in the end, each turn of the vehicle would be quite jerky. The ride system would not be the only innovative aspect of the Monsanto attraction. Another proposal from the original Microworld concept would be utilized. Imagineer Exitencio, who would write the script for Pirates of the Caribbean, had an idea for, quote, a visual effect that will give the patrons the sensation of being reduced to the size of the atom. Atencio pitched the idea to Imagineer Herb Ryman, who illustrated the concept. Ryman and Atencio's initial concept showed a brass microscope with portholes, giving the illusion of guests getting progressively smaller. Some thought the design could be improved. The most recent hire at WED Enterprises was George McGinnis, an artist that was hired straight out of college after Walt, Hench, and Gur had viewed his student project. One day, McGinnis was eating lunch in the WED cafeteria, sketching concepts of his own for the attraction's giant microscope on a napkin. Atencio looked over McGinnis' shoulder to see what he was working on. Liking what he saw, Atencio immediately took the napkin to the model shop to mock up the microscope. The mighty microscope, originally the magic microscope, would be the icon of the new Monsanto attraction, which was soon given the name Adventure Through Inner Space. Atencio was to write the script. Claude Coates, an Imagineer that had done extensive work on Disneyland and the World's Fair attractions, was set to design it. And Yale Gracie, a special effects artist that had worked on the Carousel Progress, would contribute illusions to the new ride. In August of 1966, Walt suggested placing a ceramic mural on Inner Space's otherwise plain exterior. He pitched the idea to Thomas, who loved the concept. Walt assigned artist Mary Blair to the mural. Blair would end up creating two separate pieces, one for the Circle Vision show building and another on Inner Space's show building. The murals would be named The Spirit of Creative Energies Among Children.
Not quite enough momentum.
Disneyland's Tomorrowland closed in September of 1966 for the renovation. Demolition of the old attractions began in October, but just 2 months later, on December 15, 1966, Walt Disney would die of lung cancer, leaving the world in mourning, and Walt Disney Productions and WED Enterprises in a state of shock. The future of many projects at WED, namely Walt's Florida project, were suddenly uncertain. However, the Tomorrowland renovation was never under question, as Walt had seen and approved the entire refurbishment before his passing. The Imagineers continued construction on New Tomorrowland and Adventure Through Inner Space as planned. Paul Frees, a voice actor known for his work in numerous science fiction films and for narrating Disneyland's Man in Space specials, was recruited to do a voiceover for the ride, reading the script written by Atencio. Atencio worked closely with Dr. Thomas and Monsanto, even traveling to Monsanto's headquarters and back to ensure the ride's scientific accuracy. Claude Coates' plans for the dark ride were unlike any ever created. The majority of the ride would be in pitch-black darkness, with only certain props and shapes illuminated throughout the journey, an experiment in minimalism. Coates' son, Alan, would later say, quote, "It was the psychedelic 60s after all, a real head trip," they used to say. This experience was exemplified by the ride's music, composed by musician Buddy Baker. In May of 1967, Baker conducted an orchestra, performing 47 different, unusual scores. Baker attempted to add a unique musical experience that would reflect the strangeness of the ride's story, with unexpected instruments that represented each part of the molecule. A more standard Disney song would also be featured in the ride, written by the famous songwriting duo, the Sherman Brothers. This theme was titled Miracles from Molecules.
Miracles from molecules around us everywhere. There are miracles from molecules in the earth, the sea, the air.
The attraction would take up 21,733 square feet of space, and the ride would be 6 minutes in length. New Tomorrowland debuted in phases throughout June and July of 1967,
I
with
wonder
the
if we're
Carousel of
close enough.
Progress, the People Mover, America the Beautiful, and the Rocket Jets all debuting. However, Adventure Through Inner Space remained under construction. It would not officially open until August 5th, 1967. The wait was worth it, as Disneyland guests could now experience a journey unlike any other.
Tomorrowland is not just the realm of outer space. One of the most unusual new attractions is the Adventure Through Inner Space. These cars are called Atommobiles. Aboard them, Disneyland guests ride through a giant microscope.
Guests would enter the attraction by passing under its marquee, a large navy block. At the time, Disneyland used a ticket book system, in which guests needed to purchase a ticket to the main gate as well as a ticket to each ride they wanted to experience, with each attraction given a designation of A through E. However, as part of the Monsanto sponsorship, Adventure Through Inner Space was one of the few attractions at the park that required no ticket to ride, so any guest could experience Adventure Through Inner Space as many times as they wanted. Adventure Through Inner Space's queue and pre-show was one of the most elaborate created at the time. As guests entered the queue, they immediately saw McGinnis's mighty microscope. The microscope was a striking icon, and for many children, a convincing illusion, appearing to shrink the ride vehicles and guests right before their eyes. The microscope was aimed at a large petri dish. Inside, snowflakes danced, backlit by an illuminated pH scale. To the right of the microscope, a large rainbow target displayed the guest destination, the center of a snowflake. Pre-show narration, some of which was voiced by Atencio, depicted scientists making final preparations to send guests on their daring journey.
Phase blue. Light wavelength approximately 0.5 thousand millimeters. Definition excellent.
Phase green. Resolving power decreasing.
Plaques lined the queue, spelling out the entire adventure to guests before they even boarded. As guests reached the end of the queue, they were greeted by cast members, dressed in costumes made of polyester, a material that Monsanto manufactured. Guests boarded a moving platform and took a seat in their Atommobiles to begin their adventure through inner space. The attraction began with guests entering the mighty microscope, shrinking in size just as they had seen previous guests do. In reality, the Atommobiles simply turned to the left. Through the ride's narration, Freeze played the voice of the first scientist to journey to inner space. At the beginning, this scientist could be heard calibrating the microscope to send guests into the snowflake.
Now your adventure through inner space has begun. Through the mighty microscope, you will travel into the incredible universe found within a tiny fragment of a snowflake.
During the rest of the ride, guests are only able to hear the suspended thought waves of the scientist, preserved from his first journey.
I am the first person to make this fabulous journey. Suspended in the timelessness of inner space are the thought waves of my first impressions. They will be our only source of contact once you have passed beyond the limits of normal magnification.
As Freeze told guests of their journey, snowflakes, of significant size, danced around them, in effect achieved through projection. The vehicles continued to move, now rotating guests to face a large snowflake structure, confirming that they had now shrunk to the size of a snowflake. These enormous structures were enhanced through projections as well, but the journey was far from over. Guests continued to shrink, passing by walls of ice and entering a gorgeous scene of porous crystals. Atencio was a genius writer, and many of the lines delivered by Freeze are beautiful and haunting.
And still I continue to shrink. What compelling force draws me into this mysterious darkness?
Guests then shrank smaller and broke into inner space. Riders viewed molecules floating around them, represented by wire balls on string. Mirrors on the walls gave the illusion that there were many more molecules than there actually were. Guests then learned that they had shrunk even further, as they could now see H2O molecules almost as big as they were. Dancing electrons could also be viewed. The journey continued, as guests entered the oxygen atom, with light swirling to show that the electrons now surrounded the guests.
Electrons are dashing about me like so many fiery comets. Can I possibly survive?
Then the ride reached its climax, pushing guests straight toward the nucleus of the atom. The nucleus of the atom was represented by a flashing red light bulb. The narrator considers shrinking even smaller to explore it.
Do I dare explore the vastness of its inner space? No, I dare not go on. I must return to the realm of the molecule before I go on shrinking forever.
Guests then began their journey back, growing from the size of an atom to the size of a molecule. Projections revealed that the snowflake is melting.
Yes, the snowflake has melted. But there is no cause for alarm. You are back on visual and returning to your normal size.
As guests continued to grow in size, a large human eye peering at them through the other end of the microscope could be seen above their heads. After turning a final corner and returning back to their normal size, guests exited the microscope, disembarking from their vehicles, but not before passing a brilliant rain illusion called the Fountain of Fashion, showing off Monsanto products. As guests exited their automobiles, they entered a post-show dedicated to select Monsanto creations, depicted by elaborate and impressive animated posters and product displays.
Every time
the
I try to
carpets
get
at the
onto the
exit to
pier, there's a
Interspace
chance
were
of
made
that
from
happening. It's
Monsanto
just like,
acrylium
please.
fibers and cumulox
I hope
fibers.
that the dev fixed
The
that
post-show area
at some
also
point
featured a
in the
unique
future.
global
That'd
clock
be nice.
that displayed the time anywhere
it's
in
one
the
of
world,
the
similar
most
to the former
frequent,
entranceway icon of
things I
Tomorrowland.
encounter.
But this clock also showed all of Monsanto's
As an
facilities
issue, you know?
worldwide. Guests riding the People Mover, which passed through the show building, were giving a unique perspective of the attraction's pre-show and post-show, as well as an exclusive view of a second-story mural. Guests flocked to the attraction, including some celebrities.
One of the early travelers through inner space was Prince Rainier of Monaco and his attractive children.
The ride thrilled audiences, but it also terrified them. Those young enough to buy into the illusion in the pre-show actually believed they were being shrunk down, unsure if they would ever grow back to their normal size. However, even kids and adults that knew the experience was fiction couldn't help but get chills from the pitch-black darkness and the echoing voice of Paul Frees. Teenagers were the least affected by the ride's atmosphere, but this did not keep them away. A few rowdy teenagers made it a challenge to grab and steal the hanging props throughout the ride, taking them home as souvenirs. Others made a game of trying to spit at the eye projection at the ride's end. This prompted Disneyland to be more strict in their envelope of protection, which exists to prevent guests from being able to reach and touch objects along a ride track. This also led to more CCTV cameras installed on rides to monitor guest behavior. But as much as teens took from the ride, they would also add to the ride's narrative with chemicals of their own, hormones. Adventure Through Inner Space became a favorite among teen parkgoers, hoping for some private time at the park. Not only was the ride dark, but the OmniMover ride system provided unique privacy, as guests were never facing one another, and even during the brief times in which they were adjacent, the large shell blocked much of the view. Adventure Through Inner Space would be added to the park's ticket system in 1972, designated as a C-ticket. Rumors say that this is due to teens taking advantage of the free attraction, so requiring a ticket on the ride would discourage this behavior, or at the very least, Disney would profit from it. However, this did not work, and Disneyland operators reportedly sped up the attraction in order to shorten it, which seems more like a challenge than a solution. This strategy messed with the ride's effects and the pitch of the narration.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
At the time of Inner Space's debut in 1966, Monsanto was the 33rd largest company in America. Even more interesting is that they were only the 3rd largest chemical company in America. Monsanto was primarily focused on agriculture, but they had recently found success with ChemStrand, a subsidiary that was the largest manufacturer of synthetic fiber at the time. This venture meant that Monsanto not only created herbicides and pesticides for farming and the opposite of farming, but they also had a strong presence in the consumer product space, producing everything from carpets to rugs to clothes, as can be seen throughout Adventure Through Inner Space's post-show. This is one of the reasons that the company's relationship with Disney was so attractive, as Disneyland would end up being the company's primary way of presenting themselves to consumers and demystifying their work in the chemical field, convincing customers that Monsanto was not creating anything to be afraid of, just a few years before it was revealed that they were responsible for creating something that people should absolutely be afraid of. In 1968, the year after Adventure Through Inner Space opened, was a tumultuous year in the United States. From the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. to the assassination of Robert Kennedy, to the passing of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, to the election of Richard Nixon, America was fractured and chaotic. At the forefront of Americans' minds was the Vietnam War, which was at its peak. Over 500,000 U.S. troops were now in Vietnam, and the Tet Offensive, launched by the North, was reducing any hopes America had of winning the conflict. The given reason for America's involvement in the conflict was to spread democracy and stop the growth of communism. But this was becoming less convincing and accepted as more about the war was revealed. Anti-war protests broke out across the country, leading to a thriving counterculture movement that sought to bring peace to the world and tear down many existing social norms and restrictions. Not even Disneyland was exempt from the conflict. On August 6, 1970, around 300 members of the Youth International Party, or Yippies as they were popularly known, invaded Disneyland to protest the war. While an increasing number of Americans began to speak out against Vietnam, the conflict continued. ground troops were constantly being outmaneuvered by the North, who were able to hide soldiers in Vietnam's dense forests. To combat this, the US initiated Operation Ranch Hand, in which US planes began spraying defoliants and herbicides over the forests of South Vietnam, in an attempt to remove the lucrative foliage cover and damage the food supply of the North. By 1968, this was a primary tactic utilized by the US Air Force, who used many different chemical agents, each named after the colored marking on their drums, such as Agent Blue, Agent White, and the most commonly used, Agent Orange. The main manufacturer of the chemicals, and the manufacturer who produced the most toxic of the formulas, was none other than the Monsanto Chemical Company.
Miracles from molecules around.
Gives that song a different meaning there, huh?
There are miracles from molecules in the earth, the sea, the air. Now men with dreams are furthering what nature first began, making modern miracles from molecules for man. Making modern miracles from molecules.
I think there's a tavern somewhere here, and then we'll stay there for the night, just so we can get through it quickly.
Tragically, the true effects of Agent Orange were not immediately realized, and Monsanto was
it?
rarely
All
the
the way down
target
there?
of counterculture protests in this period, with that honor going to the Dow Chemical Company, who also produced Agent Orange, but were targeted by protesters for producing the flammable gel napalm, which was also being used in Vietnam. This extended Monsanto's life in consumer products, and the company continued to turn to Disney as their major outlet of reaching the public.
Dang,
Also
it's
in
far away.
1968, Monsanto president and CEO Edward J. Bach announced that the chemical company would be one of the primary corporate partners of Walt Disney World's construction in Orlando, Florida. Operation Ranch Hand continued until 1971, when a government study linking the herbicides to birth defects was leaked to the press. After this, President Richard Nixon ended the program. Throughout the early 1970s, more reports began to emerge on the damage of the herbicides. With Monsanto's involvement revealed, reports would worsen each year, and by the mid-1970s, as the US pulled its last troops out of Vietnam, the true effects of the herbicide could finally be seen. From 1961 to 1971, the US sprayed over 19 million gallons of defoliants in Vietnam. Agent Orange, which contained dioxins, a highly toxic class of carcinogens, resulted in unquantifiable suffering on the environment, Vietnamese people, and US troops. It is estimated that 400,000 people were either killed or critically injured as a result of the herbicidal warfare. As Monsanto made headlines for their involvement with the herbicides, Adventure Through Inner Space continued to entertain guests at Disneyland. At some point, the pre-show target effect was refurbished, with a sign explaining that the piece represents miniaturization control. The Fountain of Fashion would change to simply display rotating Monsanto signs. The post-show would eventually lose the world clock, and more product displays took its place. These were eventually removed, when the entire back wall was removed and traffic was redirected through the neighboring character shop, resulting in one of the first theme park gift shop exits. In 1977, Monsanto's 10-year contract for Adventure Through Inner Space was up for renewal. Despite the company's long-held relationship with Disney, the company declined to renew their sponsorship. Disney was certainly better off distancing themselves from Monsanto, whose public image was falling rapidly and would continue to decline. The same year that Monsanto declined to renew their Disneyland sponsorship, the company funneled millions of dollars into a new campaign aimed at convincing consumers that Monsanto's chemical products were good for them, despite the fact that they were alleged carcinogens. Monsanto was removed from the ride's narration, and their logos were removed throughout the attraction. The post-show was heavily altered, with the water effect being turned off, and the animated Monsanto posters replaced with attraction posters. The year after Monsanto declined to renew its sponsorship, the first of a series of class action lawsuits were filed by US veterans, attempting to hold Monsanto and other manufacturers responsible for the toxic and carcinogenic herbicides. 4 years after this, Dr. Charles Allen Thomas would pass away. His obituary lamented the public's newfound perception of big business as evil. This perception had worsened significantly throughout his lifetime. Many factors contributed to this decrease in institutional trust, but few, if any, are as significant as the Vietnam War, which fundamentally changed the way Americans thought and perceived themselves. Not only was trust in institutions down, but the post-war patriotism of the 1950s, that had in part led to the success of Disneyland, was more or less gone. A once optimistic America was suddenly cynical. Corporations that had once branded themselves as the shepherds of the future and had taken up residency in Disneyland's Tomorrowland were now in full damage control. And this was just the beginning. Despite the lack of sponsor, Adventure Through Inner Space continued to entertain throughout the 1980s, but its age was certainly showing. The snowflake effect in the queue was now broken. Many of the effects throughout the ride itself were either turned off or barely visible, and fewer guests were taking the voyage through inner space. Some complained that the cars were too cramped and that the speaker was too loud against their ear. Tony Baxter, an Imagineer who had risen the ranks to become the first prominent creative mind in the company's second generation of theme park designers, admitted to the press that Adventure Through Inner Space needed to be revised or eliminated, explaining that audiences don't respond to light shows and that the ride contained scientific inaccuracies. However, the company had no refurbishment or replacement plans in mind. That was until 1984, when newly appointed CEO Michael Eisner reached a deal with filmmaker George Lucas to create a new Star Wars-based attraction for Disneyland. While Imagineers were initially hesitant to place the fantasy attraction in the science-based land, they eventually agreed to a simulator concept named Star Tours, which was set to open in 1986. It was determined that the best location for Star Tours would be Inner Space's show building, meaning that after 18 years of operation, Adventure Through Inner Space would shrink its last guest. The final day of operation would be on September 2nd, 1985. Most of the ride was destroyed. The mighty microscope was torn apart, and all but a few Atomobiles were sent to a landfill in Mexico. Its closure would be a quiet one, but its legacy on Disneyland and the theme park industry was significant. One of Adventure Through Inner Space's biggest impacts on Disney parks would be its Omnimover ride system, a technology that would be used again for multiple attractions, most famously as the Doom Buggies in the Haunted Mansion. Adventure Through Inner Space was also Disney's first edutainment dark ride, and their most educational attraction at the time. Tributes to Inner Space could also be found in its successor. The ride's pre-show layout was retained for Star Tours, with the mighty microscope being replaced with a Star Speeder 3000 in the queue. This layout was retained when Star Tours was cloned for multiple other Disney parks throughout the world. The original Star Tours did not make use of Inner Space's post-show, and it became a storage area for the neighboring gift shop. This was until 1998, when it was replaced by extended queue space for Star Tours. One of the small Atomobiles from the mighty microscope could be found for a short time in the overhead conveyor system, and the mighty microscope could be spotted in Star Tours ride film. This Easter egg carried over into Star Tours' successor, Star Tours: The Adventures Continue, which also added another reference to Inner Space in a luggage scan gag in the queue. In 1998, a new Tomorrowland mural made reference to Inner Space, and that same year, the exhibit Innoventions opened with a parody of Inner Space in its phone booth.
Yes, your phone time is up, but there is no cause for alarm. You can deposit more.
These are just a few of the many references Disney has made to the defunct ride throughout the years. Adventure Through Inner Space was immediate proof that the Imagineers could create something spectacular even in the absence of their former leader. Whether it was Yale Gracie's illusions, Claude Coast's production design, or Atencio's writing, Walt had left his park and Weta Enterprises in great hands. However, Adventure Through Inner Space, as well as other attractions already in progress at the time of Walt's death, were mere trial runs for the challenge that was awaiting the Imagineers, as Walt had left them with more than just his philosophies and a few unfinished rides. He had left them with 27,000 acres of swampland in Florida and a dream called Epcot. And this is where Adventure Through Inner Space's true legacy would be seen. As the Imagineers continued developing the Florida project, opening the resort with the Magic Kingdom theme park in 1971, they were still deciding what to do with Walt's Epcot. It was eventually decided that instead of a city, WED would build a second theme park for the Florida resort, filled with edutainment attractions sponsored by major corporations. A permanent World's Fair dedicated to the idea of the future and optimism, to debut to a post-Vietnam, cynical America. This would be the Imagineers' greatest challenge yet. This was Epcot Center.
Still got 4,300. So what can we buy?
Walter Elias Disney, the
Alright.
person, was born on December 5th, 1901, but Walt Disney, the personality, was born on October 27th, 1954, with the premiere of the television show Disneyland. To help fund his theme park, Walt and his brother Roy entered an agreement with the television network ABC. ABC agreed to help finance the park on the condition that Walt would create an anthology series for the channel. This turned out to be a lucrative deal for both parties. On top of the funding, Walt had a platform to promote the park. The Disneyland show would showcase some of Disney's old animations and films, as well as present new content. The key element that would elevate this anthology series was Walt himself, who would host the program. While he had performed on screen in specials and events before, this would be his first consistent role as a television personality, and the immediate power of his charm cannot be overstated. The Walt Disney character was warm, funny, and all around calming. It was the mentor-like figure that Walt had always wanted to be for his animators. He had become Uncle Walt, but Uncle Walt could project more than just tranquility. The personality could also exude excitement. Excitement for Disneyland's future and the future in general. Through his television show and his park, Walt was positioning himself as a futurist, arguably the most prominent and influential of his time.
There's a product where the past becomes today, where forgotten memories come back to stay, a place where nothing ever goes quite as planned. If this makes you curious, then we suggest Defunctland. Defunctland, the show about the past of the future.
It's the 1950s, and the United States of America is making babies. Nothing gets a country collectively going in the bedroom quite like winning a war. Soldiers returned from World War II ready to put some figurative buns in the oven, and to remind their wives to put some actual buns in the oven. Millions of women had entered the workforce to assist in World War II, but as men returned home from the conflict, they expected women to return home and stay there. The long-accepted idea that a woman's place was in the home was an admittedly tough sell after that woman had spent the past 3 years building P-51 Mustangs, but it wasn't impossible. Along with the baby boom, there was a housing boom in the US, as families moved from the city to newly built suburbs. This helped bring back the idea of the homemaker, which was reinforced by an entire genre of media.
She met Chad at the university in a math course. She got the better grades. Now he's an engineer, and she's a housewife.
Faster manufacturing practices, new materials for goods, and a thriving economy meant new products were being pushed on Americans like never before, and companies from General Electric to Monsanto were showing the public their ideas for the modern home. This abundant optimism was helped by the fact that the US was one of the only global powers not rebuilding after the war. Rather, the country was more equipped than ever to succeed. With a reinforced social structure, a booming economy, a new standing as the premier global superpower, and about 10 years before its massive social unrest would need to be addressed, the sky was the limit for the United States of America. But even that wasn't enough, because many people had their targets set on the stars. On March 22, 1952, the weekly magazine Collier's published the first in a series of articles titled "Man Will Conquer Space Soon." It was one of the first prominent and extensive speculations on the real-world possibility of space travel. It also positioned the prospect of sending humanity to space as a destiny of sorts. Space was not just another frontier to conquer, but it was, as the magazine put it, the last frontier. This sense of optimism and purpose was supplemented by prominent scientists, all of which came together to formulate a rough plan for space travel using their expertise and the available knowledge. At the forefront of this team was rocket scientist and ex-Nazi Wernher von Braun. Von Braun had joined the Nazi Party and assisted in the war effort, designing the V-2 rocket, a missile that would kill nearly 10,000 soldiers and civilians. Worse, the rockets were built through forced labor from concentration camp prisoners, and more prisoners would die building von Braun's rocket than the rocket would actually kill. Von Braun knew and witnessed this horror, but being powerless to stop it, continued his work. Von Braun claimed afterwards that he was apolitical, and he simply wanted to continue his passion, a boldly apathetic response to the question, "Why were you a Nazi?" Von Braun asserted that his biggest dream had always been to send humans to space, not to design weapons. In 1944, after getting properly drunk at a party, he mentioned this dream, along with the fact that he believed Germany would lose the war. The Nazi Party did not appreciate the sentiment, and after hearing of the remarks, von Braun was arrested and held for 2 weeks. Hitler himself had to reinstate von Braun to his position, but von Braun now knew that he had to escape. which apparently had not yet occurred to him. Still, he waited until May 2nd, 1945, the day after Hitler was killed. Von Braun and a few members of his staff were able to surrender to Americans, and within months, Von Braun was working for the U.S. Army under the program Operation Paperclip, designed to recruit German scientists to the U.S. and away from the Soviet Union. His relocation was eventually revealed to the public, and he became a prominent and predictably controversial figure throughout the late 40s and early 50s. However, the ideas presented in Collier's would become so popular that many Americans' introduction to Von Braun was through these visions of space travel, many never learning that he was a Nazi, others not caring. However, there were still some that took issue.
Once the rockets are up, who cares where they come down? That's not my department, says Werner von Braun.
Von Braun's V-2 rocket would be the basis for the proposed spaceflight, and one of the team's main conclusions was that if humanity was to go to space, it would be on a rocket. Collier's article series transformed the way Americans thought about space travel. A trip to the moon went from fantasy to a real-world possibility in just a few short years. Walt Disney was among the convinced, and he had not just an opportunity to promote Von Braun's vision, but a need. Walt's anthology Disneyland show would be split into 4 categories to reflect his park: Fantasyland, Adventureland, Frontierland, and Tomorrowland. Each week, Disney would present a program from one of these areas. The Frontierland shows would feature old Disney films such as So Dear to My Heart, and new content such as the enormously popular Davy Crockett series starring Fess Parker. The Adventureland shows would feature Walt's true-life adventure nature documentaries, and Fantasyland would of course showcase some of his classic animations. However, Walt had little to nothing to present on the show's Tomorrowland programs. In fact, the first 19 Disneyland shows would be presented from everywhere but Tomorrowland. Walt assigned his friend and animator Ward Kimball, one of his only close collaborators that was not wrapped up in the building of Disneyland Park, to direct one of the Tomorrowland programs. It was decided that the show would be on space travel, and Kimball reached out to Von Braun, asking him if he would be willing to present some of the information he published in the Collier's articles on the Disneyland show. Recognizing the power of the platform, Von Braun agreed, bringing his colleagues and their collective knowledge onto the program. The first Disneyland Tomorrowland episode, titled Man in Space and directed by Kimball, would premiere on ABC on March 9th, 1955.
In our modern world, everywhere we look, we see the influence science has upon our daily lives. Discoveries that were miracles a few short years ago are accepted as commonplace today.
The special stood as an antithesis of sorts to the space sci-fi genre common in theaters at the time. These alien invasion films were campy and dystopian, while the Von Braun Disney view of space travel was researched and optimistic. More than anything, the Man in Space Disneyland special captured the values and aesthetic that Walt wanted for Disneyland Park's Tomorrowland area. However, by the time the special premiered, Walt had realized that Disneyland's Tomorrowland would not live up to his dreams. With Mickey Mouse Park, a potential spaceship attraction was thrown around, but no dedicated future area was included. In the original 1953 Disneyland pitch less than a year later, an area dedicated to science and the promise of tomorrow was added, named the World of Tomorrow. This land would invite the forward-thinking industries of the mid-1950s to an exposition space that resembled the popular World's Fairs of the day, specifically the 1933 Century of Progress Fair in Chicago and the 1939 Golden Gate International Exhibition in San Francisco, both of which Walt had visited. Guests would enter the World of Tomorrow via a moving sidewalk. Inside the area was to be a mechanical brain, a diving bell, a suspended monorail, submarines, a flying saucer, a children's car ride, and a voice-controlled House of the Future. There was also plans for a futuristic restaurant, in which, quote, conveyor belts will carry your food through the electronic cooking device of tomorrow, where you will see it cooked instantly to your liking. The area's signature attraction was to be a rocket spaceship to the moon, which would simulate scientifically accurate space travel. The proposal lauded the land's authenticity and values. As Disneyland would evolve, so would the World of Tomorrow, eventually being renamed Tomorrowland by 1954. However, as with the Tomorrowland segments of the Disneyland TV show, the Tomorrowland section of Disneyland Park would be the lowest priority-wise. This wasn't necessarily from lack of interest, and there is no concrete answer as to why Tomorrowland was an afterthought. Most likely, it is due to the fact that the land was the one with the least amount of iterations. While Main Street and Frontierland had been planned since the initial Mickey Mouse Park concept, Tomorrowland was new to the fold, and while the other lands added in Herb Ryman's 1953 layout, such as Lilliputian Land and Recreation Land, would be scrapped, Tomorrowland remained, and it remained a problem. Practically everything was cut from the 1953 proposal, including the suspended monorail, the submarine, the House of the Future, and the moving sidewalk. All the team was sure of was the rocket simulator and the children's car ride. Walt's team knew there was also to be exhibition halls for companies to showcase their products, but even this simple idea had not progressed. Disneyland had begun construction on June 20th, 1954, and Walt wanted the park open less than a year later, on Sunday, July 17th, 1955. This goal was ambitious, verging on impossible, and during the first months of construction, as the park ran over budget and construction was slower than expected, it became clear that if the park was going to open in July, something would have to give. And first on the chopping block would of course be Tomorrowland. C.V. Wood, Disneyland's general manager, begged Walt to not open Tomorrowland with the rest of the park, and instead focus on the other areas. Walt reluctantly agreed to this in September of 1954, choosing to delay Tomorrowland's opening to 1956, although some development continued on the two planned attractions. The plan was to wall off the land, with signs informing the park's 1955 guests of the land's debut the following year. This was the case for September, October, November, and December of 1954. However, as Walt presented his ABC show each week, with the promise of Tomorrowland in each intro, his anxiety over the decision to delay the area grew, and in January, he instructed his team to prepare Tomorrowland to open with the rest of the park. Of course, this meant the land, which was the least developed at the start of construction, had lost a precious 4 months of a 12-month build, time that could have been spent fleshing out the area and constructing attractions, or at the very least searching for sponsors for the World's Fair-type pavilions. Nonetheless, the construction crew got back to work on the area, and Walt's design firm, WED Enterprises, went back to the drawing board. The new plan was to construct 2 large exhibition halls to take up the majority of the land space. What would go inside of these, no one knew, but at the very least the structures would be under development. A young designer, Bob Gurr, was put in charge of the car ride, to be named Autopia. Autopia would showcase the future of highway transportation. Von Braun and his team, while developing more specials for the Disneyland show with Kimball, assisted in the design of the rocket simulator, to be named Rocket to the Moon. Wood rushed to find sponsors for the Tomorrowland exhibit space, and given that the park was less than 6 months from opening, he was taking whoever he could get. Luckily, Tomorrowland sold itself. As proved by the 1933 Century of Progress Fair and the fairs that followed, almost any company from any industry was eager to brand themselves as a product of the future, especially in the 1950s, with every new product, material, and company wanting the American public to envision them alongside the modern home. Despite the short amount of time to do so, Wood was able to secure a significant amount of sponsorships from such forward-thinking brands as Richfield Oil, Monsanto Chemical Company, and the National Lead Company, which owned Dutch Boy Paints. The lead paint of the future. Rocket to the Moon was to be sponsored by Trans World Airlines, and outside of the attraction would stand the Moonliner, a 76-foot tall model of a rocket, taller than the park's castle, designed by Disney artists John Hench and Von Braun. WED was also working on 2 additional attractions. The first was a 360-degree film to be sponsored by General Motors named A Tour of the West, to be housed inside of a unique theater named Circarama, with General Motors products on a showroom floor. The technology for the film was in development by none other than UB Iwerks, Disney's longtime partner who had left the studio in 1930 only to return a decade later. The other Tomorrowland attraction in development was named Space Station X-1, which featured detailed models giving a panoramic view of Earth from space. The space station used was similar to the one that was designed by Von Braun. Richfield Oil, who was sponsoring Autopia, would also sponsor a short film and diorama titled The World Beneath Us, which would give a history of the world and the origins of oil, hosted by a character named Mr. Professor. The Monsanto Company would host a walkthrough exhibit called the Hall of Chemistry. Kaiser Aluminum would host the exhibit, the Kaiser Aluminum Hall of Fame. On top of this, Wood promised the company that Kaiser's aluminum would not just be in their Tomorrowland exhibit, it would be used in building materials throughout the park. The diversified use of aluminum was expanding throughout the 1950s, and there seemed to be no limit to this magic metal. Of course, there was one, the sun. But it was not until aluminum was added to the Moonliner rocket ship, the Autopia cars, the castle, and much more that the crew realized that aluminum expands in the heat and contracts when cooled. This meant regular maintenance on Autopia and loud groaning noises from the Moonliner as it expanded and contracted throughout the day. The entire land was rooted in modernism, although there were some early elements of what would soon be the popular space-age architecture, which featured large curves and paper-white exteriors. The land's lead designer, Italian director Gabe Scognamillo, worked with his team to fill the empty land. Tomorrowland was supposed to reflect the future in the year 1986, chosen because this was the next time Halley's Comet was to pass Earth. Additional touches to the land included bright-colored pillars as well as a state flag display known as the Court of Honor. At the entrance to the land would be the Timex-sponsored Clock of the World, which told the time of anywhere on the planet. It was no world's largest thermometer, but it would do.
Bro.
2 refreshment bars were added to the land, the Space Bar, which served in a unique automatic counter-service hybrid, and the Yacht Club, named for its proximity to the Tomorrowland Lagoon, on which guests could captain small boats, which showcased new fiberglass technology. It was a rush job, and Walt was disappointed with the lack of speculative future in the exhibits and attractions. But with only a few weeks before the park's July 17th opening, this was the least of his concerns. Even with the less-than-ideal exhibits, Tomorrowland was not nearly ready. It appeared that the area's signature attraction, Rocket to the Moon, the one with the tallest icon in the park luring guests towards it, would not be ready in time for opening day. Despite multiple sponsors, the exhibit spaces were far from full, and it was still uncertain if the refreshments bars would be completed. Walt's main concern was the exhibit spaces, which were visibly, and embarrassingly, empty, especially the one to the south. In a desperate attempt to fill the room, Walt asked his team to set up props from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, the popular live-action film that Disney had released the previous year. Unfortunately, many of the props were destroyed or had degraded, so new ones would have to be built, meaning that not even this quick fix would be ready on opening day. Given the circumstances, it was inevitable that Tomorrowland would not be complete, but it now seemed that it would be a miracle if it was open at all. In the final days before the opening press event, crews worked through the night to ready the park, and the team was able to complete enough of the land to open it to guests. Despite many of the Tomorrowland attractions and exhibits being roped off on the morning of July 17th, Walt planned to give his park guests and his television audience, at the very least, a glimpse of Tomorrowland.
Oh, hello. How do you do, Professor Haber? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to present to you a gentleman of considerable renown. This is Dr. Heinz Haber, and I'm sure you will remember him from Walt Disney's Tomorrowland. Go ahead, Doctor. Please tell us about it.
Well, I must just explain to these kids that I have here an atom of uranium.
I see.
But of course, it's only a loaded mousetrap.
It is.
Your suspicions are correct. That man was also a Nazi.
It's funny how many of them ended up over here. Or it's just like,
ideas.
Look at NASA after whenever it first formed. Look at the board. You're just like, ooh, there's a lot of them.
Opening day Disneyland was a disaster, but everyone knows that. What's important is not what went wrong, rather what went right. What was actually open in Tomorrowland on July 17th, 1955. As guests entered the land, they would be immediately greeted by the Clock of the World and the two main exhibit spaces.
Apparently,
the left, or north exhibit space, was the most complete. This building held Circarama and the Tour of the West film, which some reports claim was not playing until the following day. The north exhibit space also contains Space Station X-1 and Richfield Oil's The World Beneath Us. The exhibit space to the right, or south, only held the Kaiser Aluminum Hall of Fame and the Monsanto Hall of Chemistry. The 20,000 Leagues exhibit was still under construction, as was the back of the exhibit space, which would soon be filled by more temporary sponsors. As guests continued into the land, they would pass the Court of Honor, with 48 state flags arranged in a star, with the American flag raised above all. At the back of Tomorrowland, guests could view the Moonliner ship and see the exterior for the Rocket to the Moon attraction, which was not yet completed. To the left of Rocket to the Moon was the Space Bar, which was serving on opening day. To the left of the Space Bar was Autopia, which would be operating for the press and guests. Next to Autopia was the Tomorrowland boats, which some reports claim were not functional despite a segment of the opening special being filmed in front of the lagoon. The adjacent yacht club was not finished in time for opening. Roaming Tomorrowland was the Tomorrowland Spaceman, dressed in tubes and sporting a fishbowl helmet. There would be many iterations of the Spaceman throughout the years, and he would most often roam the land talking to children, sometimes selling balloons. He would soon be joined by the Tomorrowland Space Girl, and the two would roam the land as the Tomorrowland Space Couple. And that was opening day Tomorrowland. It was not a lot, but it was certainly better than nothing. With the opening day event out of the way and a steady stream of revenue from day guests coming in, Walt and his team went to work finishing the partially built Tomorrowland attractions and planning additional ones. Rocket to the Moon would be finished within the week, opening on July 22nd. The 20,000 Leagues exhibit would be completed 2 weeks later, opening on August 3rd. In September, the Art Corner, a small gift shop in a temporary location near Main Street, moved into the North exhibit in Tomorrowland, further reducing the amount of empty space. This store was themed to the streets of Paris and would sometimes show up on maps as such. Jack Olson, a Disney artist who worked on studio merchandising, made the brilliant decision to sell Disney animation cells in Art Corner, rather than just throwing them away. This turned Art Corner into a popular shopping destination, despite having absolutely nothing to do with Tomorrowland or the future. In the middle of the land, a circular stage named Flight Circle was placed, for Wenmac and later Cox Manufacturing model planes, cars, and even boats to be showcased. When Flight Circle was added, a makeshift store named Hobbyland opened next to it, where models could be purchased. Around this time, the Tomorrowland boats, which had been a nightmare for maintenance, were updated and renamed to the Phantom boats, although the fix, which included covering the boat's engines to reduce smoke, unsurprisingly would not reduce maintenance issues. In January of 1956, the boats would be docked, seemingly for good, but after failing to come up with any alternatives, the boats were up and running again by the summer of 1956, just to close for a final time in the fall, again because of maintenance issues. Tomorrowland continued to be updated in Disneyland's second year. Additions included the American Dairy Association's Dairy Bar. Located in the South Exhibition space and contained in a structure resembling a barn, guests could view exhibits of the future of dairy farming, as well as drink
whatever
cool,
goods we can
refreshing
to go to
glasses
Mount
of milk
Malefic.
that go down smooth on a warm California day. Also in the South Exhibition space would be the Crane Company Bathroom of Tomorrow, the ribbon cutting of which featured Walt and executives from the Crane Plumbing Company turning large water valves. The exhibit was actually one of the more futuristic offerings in the land, considering that it speculated the future of bathrooms, although it was merely a display and no functional toilets were available, which had to have confused a few guests navigating the park using the guide map. In March of 1956, the National Lead Company's exhibit would finally be installed, named Our Future in Colors, where guests could view and try different paint combinations. The two biggest Tomorrowland attraction debuts of 1956 were the Astrojets and the Skyway. The Astrojets was a spinning rocket ride that took the place of the Court of Honor flag display, which would be relocated into the Avenue of Flags at the entrance to the land. The Astrojets would open in March of 1956. The Skyway was a gondola lift that would transport guests between Tomorrowland and Fantasyland. The Skyway would open in June of 1956. Both of these attractions added to the kinetic energy of the land, but Tomorrowland still lacked the futurism that Walt had envisioned and that he was presenting on the Disneyland show. His frustration would lead him to nickname the area Todayland, other times Yesterdayland. He was determined to fix this. In 1957, the Yacht Club was moved and renamed to the Yacht Bar in preparation for a new train attraction named the Viewliner Train of Tomorrow. The unique train, designed by Gurr, would circle around the Tomorrowland Lagoon with a station in both Tomorrowland and Fantasyland. The Viewliner, combined with the Disneyland Railroad, Frontierland's Mine Train through Nature's Wonderland, and Fantasyland's Casey Jr. Circus Train, brought the park's total amount of trains up to 4, which thrilled Walt because he loved the number 4. The train would not fix Tomorrowland's futurism problem as much as the other 1957 edition, the Monsanto House of the Future.
Would I like it? What a dream. Imagine how wonderful it would be to live in a house like this. Just imagine. I'd be getting dinner in this kitchen.
If you want more light, press a button. Any intensity of light through polarized plastic ceiling panels.
Oh, it would be wonderful. Or maybe someday.
The recent mass production and implementation of plastic, along with the nationwide housing boom, led Monsanto to envision a home made entirely of the material. They then presented the concept to Walt, hoping to create a functional model of the home as Monsanto's second Tomorrowland attraction. Considering Walt had just approved of an exhibit that was literally people watching paint dry, it is no surprise that he jumped on the opportunity to bring a true speculative future attraction to Tomorrowland. The original plans for the World of Tomorrow had mentioned a home of the future, so the Monsanto exhibit was the first step in bringing Walt's true vision of Tomorrowland to fruition. The plastic house would not just be innovative in its use of materials, but it would also feature a unique layout and speculative home features. The attraction opened on June 12, 1957, situated near the entrance of Tomorrowland. The attraction would be a massive success, and it would become an image of futurism throughout the late 50s and early 60s. Still, Walt had bigger plans for Tomorrowland. He wanted to resurrect 2 additional concepts from the original World of Tomorrow pitch, the monorail and the submarine ride. And after a trip to Switzerland to shoot the film Third Man on the Mountain, Walt also wanted a bobsled attraction inside of a scale model of the Matterhorn, not dissimilar to the Rutschbahn, the historic coaster that Walt had viewed at Tivoli Gardens a few years prior. Throughout 1957 and 1958, plans were drawn for Disneyland's first major expansion with these 3 attractions in mind, all 3 of which would be located in between Tomorrowland and Fantasyland, with all 3 being designated as Tomorrowland attractions. In order to make room for the new rides, the Viewliner Train of Tomorrow closed in September of 1958. Also that September, the American Dairy Association closed their Dairy Bar exhibit, and other exhibits for the area were planned. Along with the 3 new major attractions, an entirely new land was proposed for Disneyland, to be located in the area between the South Exhibition space and Rocket to the Moon. The new land, to be named Science Land, sometimes referred to as a new pavilion named Adventures in Science, was to include a time travel attraction where guests could view scenes of dinosaurs, a ride called Micro World where guests would be shrunk down and travel inside of a drop of water, and another space attraction, this one showcasing scenes of not just space travel, but space colonization. The new pavilion would not come to fruition, at least not in this form, but the Matterhorn, submarine voyage, and the monorail would. The $5 million expansion was announced in December of 1958, and in just 6 months, all 3 attractions were operating, all opening on June 14, 1959. These rides, the first to be given the coveted e-ticket designation in ticket books, would be hugely popular for Disneyland, and in an instant would transform Tomorrowland from an incomplete land of temporary exhibits into the most well-rounded and thrilling of all. Still, even with this monumental and hugely popular expansion, the exhibit space still troubled Walt. In December of 1959, the world beneath us closed. Soon after, Space Station X-1, which had been renamed to the Satellite View of America, closed as well. Both were replaced with a new exhibit to coincide with Art Corner named The Art of Animation, which would show displays from upcoming Disney animated films, which in a way was more about the future than Art Corner. Also in 1960, the Bathroom of Tomorrow and the Kaiser Aluminum Hall of Fame were closed and replaced by fun photo spots. To be clear, that was the name of the photo areas, not an endorsement. In 1961, the space once earmarked for Scienceland would become home to another new Tomorrowland ride, the Flying Saucers, referred to as the bumper cars of the future, another Bob Gurr contraption. The guest-controlled saucers gliding on top of air valves would be problematic for maintenance, but would continue to entertain when not broken down. In 1962, Trans World Airlines dropped their sponsorship, and the Douglas Aircraft Company took over. The Moonliner was updated to reflect the change. In 1963, the Dutch Boy Color Gallery closed so that the Circorama Theater could be expanded. In 1964, the Astrojets were renamed to the Tomorrowland Jets, as American Airlines had recently started using the term Astrojets for some of their planes. In 1965, Monsanto would host a third attraction in the South Exhibit Space, a display named Fashion and Fabrics Throughout the Ages, that told the history of fashion and fabrics throughout the ages. The exhibit would only last a few months. It was around this time that Walt and the Disneyland team would first realize an issue with Tomorrowland that would eclipse concerns of temporary exhibit spaces and non-futuristic attractions. The Tomorrowland problem, as it would later be named, was that any grounded vision of the future will eventually come. Ironically, the man that had inspired much of the land would be the same that would help render it obsolete. In 1957, the Soviet Union had launched the satellite Sputnik 1. The following year, the United States would establish NASA, and none other than ex-Nazi Werner von Braun would lead the US in the escalating space race. Now, in the late 60s, with manned spaceflight achieved and a moon landing imminent, even the most optimistic parts of Tomorrowland were becoming a reality. An overhaul was needed, and in 1966, Disney and his crew began drafting plans for a new Tomorrowland. While the Matterhorn, the monorail, and submarine voyage would remain unchanged, the rest of Tomorrowland would be walled off, with a model of the new ambitious plans placed outside the walls for guests to view. This meant that the Clock of the World, the Monsanto Hall of Chemistry, the Monsanto House of the Future, the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea exhibit, the Flight Circle, Hobbyland, Art Corner, the Art of Animation exhibit, the Tomorrowland Jets, the Flying Saucers, Fashion and Fabric Throughout the Ages, Rocket to the Moon, the Yacht Bar, and the Space Bar were all closed for good for New Tomorrowland. Most were dismantled and removed, while a select few would be refurbished into new attractions. Tomorrowland 1955 was gone even quicker than it was constructed, but its impact on Walt and the public would live on. Tomorrowland 1955 would not make Walt into a futurist figure overnight. In fact, more was done to establish Walt's visions in the Disneyland Anthology series than the park. Throughout his career, Walt had traded in nostalgia. The future was a new creative space, but the principles of simplicity and optimism that made Walt's vision of the past digestible were the same that would make his vision of the future effective. Whether it was the lofty promise of space travel or the foreseeable future of the suburban home, the answer was the same. American ingenuity and industry would lead the way. And in a time of post-war prosperity for a large portion of the population, who could argue with that notion? Still, Tomorrowland 1955 was just the beginning of Walt's visions for the future. His biggest ideas, the ones that would label him a visionary, were still ahead. For in between Disneyland's opening and the original Tomorrowland's closure in 1966, Walt Disney had formulated grander ideas for tomorrow, and had taken them, not to Anaheim, but to New York City.
Well, she's doing pretty good even in an upwind, which is good. So the wind's not exactly cooperating with us, but we're still moving along at a respectable speed.
Thank you, Garco.
I would like to tell you a few stories of a place like no other. The setting, New York, New York, the most populated city in the United States. However, these stories do not take place under towering buildings or on crowded streets. Instead, on an island just off of the city's coast, with attractions big and small, famous and infamous. Some called it America's Playground, others the Nickel Empire. Its critics called it Sodom by the Sea. These stories, 5 to be precise, each star a different person, all characters in their own right. While not entirely comprehensive when told in succession, these stories reveal a history filled with theatrics, frustration, audacity, intrigue, conspiracy, and thrills of all kinds. Welcome to Coney Island. Welcome to the show. The first story stars Frederick Law Olmsted, an architect and social critic who believed that he understood the city's problems. In the mid-19th century, New York was plagued with issues, some unique to its landscape, some common problems exacerbated by the tolls of the city. Most concerning to socialites was crime and poverty. Olmsted believed that this was not the fault of the people, but of the urban landscape in which they lived. He believed that the concrete jungle made people more selfish and crude, and the city's vast social issues could be traced back to its dreary setting. City planners felt the same, and Olmsted and his design partner, Calvert Vaux, were chosen to design a public park in Manhattan. Opening in 1858, Central Park was Olmsted's solution to the citizen's
Why must it always storm
Olmsted
when we go to
believed that the
Sunspire?
contemplation of nature, even manicured nature, was critical for the betterment of society, an effective method of integrating social and economic classes together, a lesson in citizenship and civility. Put simply, plants calm people down. While Olmsted's famous public parks would go hand in hand with his social critiques, he would also play a large part in the development of a place that would be the antithesis to his ideals. Coney Island was a small island just off of the southern coast of Brooklyn. Since the early 1800s, the land had held a few residents, some farmland, and over 3 miles of sandy beaches. Separating Coney Island from Brooklyn was a small creek, in which there was no official way to cross. That was until 1829, when the first bridge, named Shell Road, connected the island to the mainland, and Coney Island was given its first, albeit small, hotel. Over the next 4 decades, development would continue at a slow pace, with the addition of a rail line and a horse car line attempting to draw more New Yorkers to the beach. It wasn't until after the Civil War that Coney Island's potential would be noticed, and it was partly Olmsted's fault. In an attempt to better connect Brooklyn to the beach, Olmsted and Vaux designed a boulevard that would eventually be named Ocean Parkway, that would run from Prospect Park to Coney Island. The project, which was to be completed in 1876, would make traveling to Coney Island much more convenient. Most significantly, the plans caught the attention of people with money. Not just any money, but railroad money. Wealthy developers began seeing Coney Island's potential as a beach resort space. Railroad magnate William Engelman would build a hotel on the island in 1870 named the Ocean Hotel, on a beach that he would soon name Brighton Beach, after the Brighton seaside resort in Sussex. This would draw the attention of another railroad tycoon, a notorious robber baron, Austin Corbin, who would purchase the land to the east of Brighton Beach, naming it Manhattan Beach in an attempt to draw New York's elite. He would also publicly declare that Jewish people were banned from his resort, also in an attempt to draw wealthy anti-Semites, which backfired in the press, but did appeal to certain members of the upper class. As Engelman and Corbin continued to grow their resorts tailored to the moderately wealthy and the eerily wealthy, the rest of Coney Island would see development appealing to those that were less fortunate. This area would become known as West Brighton. A significant portion of West Brighton would be owned by railroad investor Andrew Culver. Another portion would be controlled by the Sea Beach Railroad Company. Culver and Sea Beach would compete with one another, both building rails to the beach, as well as vying to construct the longest pier. While Culver and Sea Beach were busy measuring their docks, other businesses were setting up shop on the rest of West Brighton. This resulted in many unique, creative, and some questionable ventures attempting to capture the eyes and pocketbooks pocketbooks of the lower-income beachgoers. Casinos, restaurants, bathhouses, brothels, and cabarets sprout up. Everywhere a visitor turned, there was either someone trying to swindle them with a rigged game or get them drunk enough to rob them outright. This was allowed by the Commissioner of Common Lands, John McCain. No relation. McCain was a corrupt politician who owned a construction company that would build many of Coney Island's structures, so it was in his best interest to allow as many businesses as possible, regardless of whether they acted ethically or not. Fires were a common occurrence on the island, whether by accident or arson, and when McCain's company was not building new structures, they were rebuilding charred ones. The rising middle class of New York and the growing immigrant population flocked to West Brighton. It was an escape from the city, the exact opposite of the one Olmsted had presented. Coney Island became known not for its tranquil scenery, but for its thrills. It was an overindulgence in the aspects of human nature that Olmsted and many other social critics viewed as immoral. These negative opinions did little to stop the growth of Coney Island, and it was not even able to prevent some members of the upper class from embarking on a day of pleasure. Unlike Brighton, and especially unlike Manhattan Beach, West Brighton became known as a melting pot of class and culture, and this was just the beginning. Sideshows, card games, and bathhouses dominated West Brighton, but more substantial and creative additions were on their way. The 7-story Elephant Hotel became an icon of the island, despite its eventual transition into its most prominent brothel. Many amusement rides began to populate West Brighton, but the star was inventor Lamarcus Adna Thompson's Switchback Gravity Railway, one of America's first roller coasters. This wooden coaster had guests climb a tower, board a car, and powered by gravity alone, brave multiple camelback hills, ending at the opposite tower. Guests would then climb this tower as well, with their cart being raised to meet them. After boarding once again, riders would complete the return trip. The Switchback Railway opened in 1884, and it was an incredible success. Coney Island also became known as the possible birthplace of the hot dog, which by some accounts was invented and sold on the island by German immigrant Charles Feltman. At the very least, Coney Island would popularize the dish and some of its unique variations. Olmsted, now in his late 60s, had continued his landscape architecture. He still believed strongly in the value of nature and the scenic escapism from the urban landscape, but he was not done inadvertently influencing the growth of the immoral oasis of Coney Island. In the early 1890s, Olmsted was approached by an acquaintance of architect Daniel Burnham. Burnham wanted Olmsted to consult on the 1893 Columbian Exposition in Chicago. Olmsted initially declined given the quick turnaround and nature of the event, but soon accepted after realizing that the fair would give his art a platform for greater appreciation. The fair would be massively influential,
I like suffering,
and Olmsted's
suppose.
work would be praised. However,
I like struggle, I like conflict, so we're going to sail in the storm.
The field of landscape architecture. The White City of the fair would inspire the design of the park soon to populate West Brighton, and in no time at all, the amusements of the Columbian Exposition's Midway, including its signature Ferris wheel, would make their way to Coney Island. For all of Olmsted's efforts and social criticisms, one of his lasting impacts on the Empire City would be the Pleasure Center off the coast of Brooklyn. The subject of our second story was a man that was also present at the 1893 Columbian Exposition, perhaps one of the most peculiar visitors the fair had.
I wonder if we'll be able to
The man's
skirt
name
the,
was Captain Paul Boynton. Born in 1849, Boynton had joined the U.S., Mexican, and French navies by the age of 24. Boynton then turned his attention to life-saving. In the early 1870s, he helped create the first life-saving service at Atlantic City. It was there that he learned of a new aquatic safety invention, an inflatable rubber suit that acted as a life preserver. Boynton experimented with the device and soon found that the rubber suit transformed the user into a vessel, allowing him to comfortably stay afloat at sea, paddle along with the current, and even reach impressive speeds while riding waves. Boynton saw great potential in the rubber suit and sought to advocate for its adoption. To do so, he planned a bold stunt. He was going to board a ship in New York, sail until he was a few hundred miles
It looks like it might be moving a bit faster
and then jump
than I anticipated,
and paddle ashore.
Definitely going to catch us if that's the case.
He had over a week's worth of provisions, and he even carried an axe in case of a shark attack. The plan seemed foolproof, but no captain would allow it on their ship. Not deterred, Boynton snuck onto the Queen, a steamer headed for Ireland, hiding until it was time to attempt his stunt. When 250 miles off of the Irish coast, Boynton made his way to the deck, inflated the suit, and attempted to jump. However, he was stopped by the crew and taken to the ship's skipper, Captain Bragg. Bragg wanted him in the brig, but Boynton began to brag on the suit. Bragg bought the brag and kept Boynton out of the brig, allowing him to attempt his stunt, 30 miles off of the coast instead of 250. Thankful, Boynton inflated his suit and went overboard. He floated for hours, braving an unexpected storm and avoiding the sharp rocks off of the coast. Exhausted and weak after his journey, Boynton crawled ashore the next morning, victorious. News of his success traveled fast, and Boynton attempted more daring stunts. His journeys became that of legend, and he was recognized around the world, often referred to as the Fearless Frogman. In the late 1880s, he joined P.T. Barnum's Greatest Show on Earth, before semi-retiring in the early 1890s, when he transitioned from a daredevil to a showman. In 1894, he opened Paul Boynton's Water Chutes, a unique park in Chicago, combining the thrills of the Midway that he had viewed at the 1893 Columbian Exposition and the model used by the circuses in which he traveled. Boynton created what many refer to as the first modern amusement park, by asking visitors to pay an admission fee before entering a gated park full of mechanical attractions. The signature attraction would be Shoot the Chutes, a new water ride concept that Boynton had viewed in Europe. By the time Paul Boynton's Water Chutes opened, Boynton was already dreaming of a second park, eyeing a piece of land on New York City's Coney Island, around 20 acres near the Elephant Hotel on West Brighton. The park would also feature the exciting Shoot the Chutes water ride, as well as North America's first looping coaster,
as long as I
the
keep the
Flip-Flap
compass
Railway, designed by
approximately
inventor
where it
Lena
was,
Beecher.
then we know we're headed for the
Guests
island.
brave a circular loop, resulting in intense G-forces
That's
that
the main
disorient
goal
or
here,
injured riders. Boynton's
because
park
the
would
storm
be named
is
after
going
the park's
to
elaborate water
completely
shows,
destroy
which
any
feature
visibility
performers
we
demonstrating
have.
some of Boynton's signature aquatic contraptions, accompanied by trained sea lions. Boynton's West Brighton Park, named Sea Lion Park, would open on July 4th, 1895, as Coney Island's first amusement
barely
center.
see the
It was
outline
marketed
of her.
as a clean, both, quote, morally and physically, environment. The success of Sea Lion Park was overwhelming. In the first few seasons, the crowds could not be controlled. On some particularly busy days, people were renting bathing suits so quickly that the staff had no time to wash them. Instead, guests returning them simply handed their used suits directly to the next renter. To keep up with demand, Boynton would add one of the first Old Mill rides. An Old Mill ride is a boat ride through dark tunnels. This encouraged couples to hold one another in the darkness at a time where any public physical touching was considered taboo. That behavior was reserved for the privacy of the home or the giant elephant brothel a few yards away. Boynton would also add caged wolves and a ballroom to the park. In 1901, another looping coaster named Loop-the-Loop was added. This ride featured an elliptical loop, reducing the pain and discomfort caused by the Flip-Flap Railway's inversion. However, by this point, it was becoming more difficult to compete with the other attractions of Coney Island. The main commercial traffic of West Brighton did not draw crowds naturally to Sea Lion Park, which was closer to the island's less friendly bars and restaurants. With fewer and fewer guests coming to the park, Boynton made a last-ditch effort to bring the crowds back, investing $100,000 in improvements ahead of the 1902 season. This included the purchase of Topsy, an elephant that had killed a spectator the previous month, labeling her as a bad elephant and generating a media frenzy, one that Boynton was hoping to take advantage of. Despite the attempt at a revitalization, a rainy summer season in 1902 negated Boynton's efforts. Now in his mid-50s and having operated the park for 8 seasons, Boynton seemed ready to move on. And when he was approached by 2 men to sell Sea Lion Park, its attractions, and some of its animals, he agreed. These 2 buyers were motivated by another person who was present at the Columbian Exposition in 1893, a man named George Tillieu. Tillieu, like Boynton, was a showman, but while Boynton traded in bravery, Tillieu was intelligent, even-tempered, as cool as an icebox. He could sell sand to beach goers, which he actually did on Coney Island at the age of 14. His father owned a restaurant and hotel on West Brighton, so the island was all Tillieu ever knew, and he knew it well. At the age of 20, George, with the help of his father, built Coney Island's first vaudeville theater and created a boardwalk outside, which would become one of Coney Island's main avenues of commerce, being dubbed the Bowery. Despite the Tillieu's efforts to keep the area decent and family-friendly, John McCain's corrupted business partners soon infiltrated the Strip. However, McCain's unethical practices would finally come under scrutiny in 1887, when he was investigated by the State Department. No one dared testify against McCain. No one, except George Tillieu. Unfortunately, nothing came of the investigation, no doubt due to McCain's influence. In retaliation for blowing the whistle on his operation, McCain made it nearly impossible for the Tillieus to do business on Coney Island, forcing them out of many of their ventures. But George Tillieu remained, and lucky for him, a political shakeup in 1894 led to McCain's imprisonment for election fraud. With the powerful boss of West Brighton banished, Tillieu was finally able to expand his operations on Coney Island, having been inspired in the meantime. At the 1893 Columbian Exposition, Tillieu was moved by Ferris's wheel, and he believed its permanent home should be on Coney Island. However,
we're still on the right heading. That's all that matters.
Park. It would then
as long as we stay on the right heading, we'll make it through.
Before eventually being blown up by dynamite. But by then, Tillieu had already come up with an alternative. After his offer was rejected for Ferris's wheel, he decided to build his own. On newly rented land,
My hope
Tilly
is to
put up
get
a
there
sign
as quickly
stating,
as we
quote,
can
"On this
to
site
try
will be
to
erected
get,
the world's largest Ferris wheel."
I think it was
This was not
Silk
the case,
that I
but
saw
Tilly
that
would
was
succeed in
massively
renting land
cheaper
near the
there
Bowery
than it
for
is
a
in the capital.
125-foot Ferris
So the
wheel,
goal
half
is
the
get
size
there
of
as quickly
Ferris's
as
original
possible
attraction.
to hopefully
pay for its
pick up some
construction,
while it's
Tilly
still
leased
cheap.
the land immediately
And
surrounding
transport
it to
that
other
back to the
vendors.
capital
And Tilly
ourselves
himself owned
for
other
a
amusement rides throughout
pretty
West Brighton,
penny.
such as the Aerial Slide, an early predecessor to the Zip Line, the Intramural Bicycle Railway, and the Double Dip Chutes. In 1895, Tilly took notice of Captain Paul Boynton's Sea Lion Park and its effective admission setup. Tilly realized that he could build a similar park simply by centralizing his various attractions on the lucrative land on the Bowery. Tilly knew that if he was to compete with Sea Lion Park, he would need a signature attraction to compete with Boynton's Chutes. On a trip to England, Tilly found the perfect ride. It was a racing contraption in which guests rode wooden horses down parallel tracks. Considering the popularity of horse racing at the time, the ride was a perfect fit for Coney Island. Tilly purchased the rights to the ride and built one as the centerpiece of his park, which he would name Steeplechase Park after the ride. The park would open for the 1897 season. Tilly would go all out for the park's signature steeplechase attraction. He employed the use of people dressed as jockeys, announcers to voice over the races, and details such as quarter-mile posts and a finish line to create a sense of immersion. However, the ride's main appeal for guests was the seating setup, in which men and women rode on the same car, forcing them to hold on to one another in the light of the shining sun, otherwise known as God's eye. Tilly, being an intelligent showman that studied his guests, found that any attraction that hung, spun, or swung women into the laps, arms, or bodies of male riders was inherently more popular, and Tilly, and soon the other showmen of Coney Island, purposefully searched for and designed attractions that did just this. This was key in transforming West Brighton into a place for everyone. Those that came to the island for a safe day of entertainment were not mortified by the physical interaction, as the rides provided an excuse for the behavior. But for those that had always come to Coney Island for an escape from the expectations of proper society, they were not disappointed either, because they got to touch woman's shoulders, or as it was known in 1897, third base. Tilly continued to grow the park as the 20th century neared. In 1901, he met two men named Frederick Thompson and Elmer Skip Dundee. Thompson had created an attraction for the 1901 Pan American Exposition named A Trip
I saw
to the Moon.
that
An early dark
grouping
ride
of
simulated
stars
a
for a
trip
minute,
30
and
passengers to
with the
moon
movement
aboard
of
a
the
rocket
water,
ship
I
called
thought
Luna
that
3.
was a
The large vehicle was suspended from the ceiling, and as the vehicle moved throughout the building,
I was just like,
fans
oh,
grew to sell the effect. Guests would pass over a
no.
few locations depicted
We're
by
gonna
paintings
die.
before landing on the moon. There, the guests would
Thankfully, that was
disembark,
not the
but the
case.
attraction was not over. After exiting the vehicle, guests would walk around a papier-mâché cavernous lunar world, filled with costumed characters known as Selenites, who would furiously munch on green cheese. Within the ride itself was a gift shop selling the green cheese. Guests were then led to the palace of the Man on the Moon, with dancing moon maidens, before making the trip back to Earth through the mouth of a lunar monster, climbing down a rope ladder to the ride's exit. A trip to the moon was elaborate and expensive, both in terms of construction and operation, but it was also incredibly profitable. Its mastermind was Thompson, an ambitious artist that enjoyed the social rewards of his creations. His partner, Dundee, was the business side of the operation, and he was charismatic and competitive. Their partnership worked perfectly. Their enormous success at the Pan American Exposition drew the attention of Tilly, who believed the ride would be a hit at Steeplechase. Thompson and Dundee were very interested in a permanent attraction at Coney Island. Both seemed to be interested in climbing the social ranks of New York City, and from the start, the duo had more entertainment ventures planned. But Tilly knew Coney Island, and
At
placing
least
a
we
trip
seem
to
to
the
have
moon at
made it
Steeplechase
out
was a
of the
perfect
core
first
of the
step.
storm,
The
which
ride
is
was
good.
once again a success, saving Steeplechase from the rainy summer that would plague the resort and sink Boynton's Sea Lion Park. It wasn't long until Thompson and Dundee were considering opening their own park. Some speculate that Tilly knew this, and when it came time to renegotiate the lease for a trip to the moon, Tilly demanded 60% of the profits from the ride, instead of the 40% in the original agreement. One theory is that Tilly, with all of his insights into the island's business, wanted the duo to create their own park, because he believed it could only draw more business to the island and to Steeplechase. No matter the reason, Tilly's negotiation tactic pushed Thompson and Dundee to create their own park, offering to purchase Sea Lion Park from Boynton, who agreed and left the amusement park business that he had revolutionized. The duo got to work renovating Sea Lion Park into a brand new amusement park, named Luna Park, partly after the ship from their popular attraction. Many of the attractions at Sea Lion Park were removed in the renovation, but Thompson and Dundee made sure to keep Boynton's most popular ride, the water chutes. The park would use short-term leases for many of its attractions, as Tillyou did with Steeplechase. However, the aesthetic differences between the two parks was striking. Luna Park was a pageant of fantastical architecture. It would become known as the Electric Eden, from the 250,000 lights used to illuminate it at night. It exuded the elegance of the Columbian Exposition, while stripping it of its pretension, replacing the rigidity of the White City with a curved world of fantasy. An important design element was the creation of a visual focal point for the park, which came in the form of a 200-foot tall tower, which was decorated in 20,000 lights and flanked at the bottom by fountains. The park was planned to open for the 1903 season. However, there was one piece of business that Thompson and Dundee had to attend to: Topsy the elephant. The duo had inherited almost everything from Boynton, which included his animals, and while animal trainer Carl Hagnebeck would put on shows at the park, Topsy the elephant would not be part of them. Thompson and Dundee made an effort to turn Topsy's bad reputation around, showcasing her transporting the dirigible from a trip to the moon in its move from Steeplechase to Luna Park. However, they soon gave up on the creature after having to fire its trainer, a notorious drunk, for letting the elephant loose on the streets and riding her while he was intoxicated into a police station. Since Thompson and Dundee were running low on construction funds in early 1903, just a few months before their opening season, they decided to put Topsy down by hanging her from the neck in front of a paying audience. This caused the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals to step in. The ASPCA refused to allow Thompson and Dundee to charge admission, and they took issue with the plan to hang Topsy from the neck on the grounds of cruelty. Alternatives were discussed. What if they could poison Topsy with cyanide, or electrocute her, or perhaps choke her to death with a mechanical winch? The American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals said that all three would be perfect, and Thomas Edison's company, who would assist in the electrocution, asked if they could film the event and sell the footage on kinetoscopes. The more the merrier, said Thompson, Dundee, and the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. Topsy was poisoned, electrocuted, and choked on January 4th, 1903.
Good
the
Lord.
ASPCA said that they had, quote, never seen a more humane manner of causing death, which unfortunately was probably true at the time. After this, construction continued. New rides were created for Luna Park, such as the War of the Worlds, in which guests would view a simulated naval battle with miniature ships. Another attraction inspired by the works of Jules Verne, named 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, had guests enter a submarine and look out of portholes.
Well, hi,
the
Blake.
submarine was then submerged, and over 3 miles of canvas
we're
on
learning
multiple
about
spools
Coney
passed
Island
by to give the illusion
and
of a
its
voyage
original
to the North
formation,
Pole,
and
complete
also,
with refrigeration equipment simulating
Topsy
the
the
change in
elephant's
temperature.
very
Not all of the
unfortunate
signature
fate,
rides would be ready by
since that
opening,
was
but
tied
this
to
would
it.
not matter.
That's
Luna
what you
Park
came
was an
into,
immediate
also on
and
Sailing
massive
Through a Storm.
success. Its beauty dazzled guests, and it showcased the true potential for the concept of an amusement park. 50,000 people entered the park on Memorial Day, and Luna Park was soon a destination, drawing millions of paying guests in its first season. Its brilliant design helped the park avoid the trouble that Boynton Sea Lion Park had in attracting crowds, and the park increased more friendly foot traffic to its section of West Brighton. The park helped improve Coney Island's image as a whole significantly, further separating West Brighton from the corrupt days of McCain and Company, and bringing it into a new era of elaborate entertainment and dazzling thrills. Tillyou, still operating Steeplechase Park, was not left out of his former collaborator's success. Whether Tillyou had correctly predicted it or not, the competing park did result in an increase in attendance
how
for
are you doing
Steeplechase.
today, Blake?
Coney Island now had 2 modern amusement parks,
No, that's the moon.
and they would soon be joined by a
It's
third.
not the light from the port.
Luna Park's success was destined to draw imitators, and it did so quickly. One visitor to Luna Park in its opening season was William H. Reynolds, a wealthy Brooklyn real estate developer and former New York State Senator. Using his political connections, Reynolds rumoredly convinced the sheriff's office to auction a significant portion of West Brighton real estate that had been seized from McCain after his imprisonment. Reynolds purposefully bid modestly, trying not to reveal his interests and intentions to build a park to other developers. He even purposefully lost both bids, but it was soon revealed that the winners were working for him. Reynolds then began seeking investors, attracting many wealthy and some corrupt New Yorkers, including William Engelman, the founder of Brighton Beach that no longer wanted to miss out on the revenue of the pleasure kingdom west of his resort. Construction began in October of 1903, and the park, to be named Dreamland, was set to open toward the end of the 1904 season. Despite it being created in a greedy attempt to dip into Luna Park's profits, Dreamland would not be a cheap knockoff. The park would cost $3.5 million, around $100 million today, and with Dreamland, Reynolds was determined to render the year-old Luna Park obsolete. If Luna Park had an attraction, Reynolds had a bigger
gonna see
or
how
better
this works
version
out.
of it. Dreamland would have
Sleeping
a submarine ride,
in this
water
condition
chutes,
might
a
not be
taller
great,
tower,
but
and
we'll
even
find-
more lights,
we'll find
with
out
the
soon
park
enough.
advertising 1 million bulbs. Even its animal shows were to be bigger and better. Frank Bostock, an animal trainer who had been competing with Luna Park's Hagnaback for years, was asked by Reynolds to set up a show in Dreamland. Bostock would invite the famous lion tamer, Captain Jack Bonavita, to perform with his big cats. This would be a huge draw for the park, but in 1904, while attempting to train a lion named Baltimore, Bonavita's arm was mauled. 8 months later, he would be forced to amputate it, but Bonavita went back to work, drawing bigger crowds, billed as the one-armed lion tamer. Another Dreamland attraction was the Baby Incubators, featuring real, premature infants that guests could pay to view. Dreamland's lucrative piece of real estate even had a private beach for visitors. Dreamland had a clear advantage over Luna Park, and blew Steeplechase Park out of the water, but the large investment would be hard to recoup. And unlike Thompson and Dundee, who were able to turn a profit in Luna Park's first season, it was unclear when Reynolds and Company
we got through the storm and we're at the island that we were trying to get to.
Dreamland would open ahead of schedule on May 14th,
so we made very good time.
Now with 3 parks, Coney Island's amusement offerings had finally outgrown the demand, and instead of drawing more business to the island for everyone, the parks now began drawing business away from each other. Tillyou had to quickly improve Steeplechase to compete, making modifications for the 1905 season, famously adding the suggestive and creepy Funny Face, which would become an icon of the park. But Tillyou did not have the budget that Thompson and Dundee or Reynolds had, and his competitors were not waiting for him to catch up. Luna Park, having only been open for 2 seasons, and Dreamland, having only been open for 1, were already undergoing elaborate and expensive renovations. Dreamland's submarine attraction was replaced by Hellgate, a thrilling ride in which guests traveled in a boat down a whirlpool and beneath the Earth's surface, achieved by a funnel slide into a long tunnel with dark ride scenes. Luna Park would change their submarine attraction to a ride called Dragon's Gorge, an indoor roller coaster that took guests to the North Pole, the Grand Canyon, and even Hell. Dreamland would add Creation, an attraction from the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair. Creation was a moving panorama and illusion-based show depicting the story of Genesis for audiences. The attraction was impressive, but the real draw was the 40-foot-tall statue of a bare-breasted angel at the entrance. The depiction of a naked woman was grotesquely inappropriate at the time, but there was not the expected outrage, as religious groups came to the statue's defense, claiming that breasts are okay if they're for Bible reasons. This was yet another example of Coney Island finding the perfect overlap between conservative families and local perverts. Coney Island remained a relatively accepting and tolerant environment. Relatively. Many of the bathhouses were segregated, and the parks featured human zoos, Lilliputian villages, and blackface among other exploitative attractions. There were some opportunities for minority-run shows and businesses, such as inventor Granville T. Wood's
really good time
Figure 8
getting
roller
here. That was
coaster,
one day.
one of the first electric coasters. The biggest news in the following few seasons at Coney Island came on July 28, 1907, when a single cigarette set Steeplechase Park ablaze, burning down the park and multiple buildings on the Bowery. Tillyou watched the flames consume his creation before quietly walking away and taking his family to Sunday Mass. While his park continued to burn, the next day, Tillyou returned, walked on the ashes of Steeplechase, and placed a sign stating, quote, "I have troubles today that I did not have yesterday. I have troubles yesterday that I have not today. On this site will be erected shortly a better, bigger, greater Steeplechase Park. Admission to the burning ruins, 10 cents. Tillyou was true to his word, and he rebuilt Steeplechase, adding his own personal Crystal Palace, the Pavilion
Points
of
for
Fun.
humor.
This enclosed many attractions
That's
into
an
a
important
weatherproof building
ability.
built with fireproof
It's an
steel
important
and
skill to
concrete.
have, is the
Pavilion
ability
of Fun
to,
housed the cash out. The plan was simple. Reynolds would buy back Dreamland's bonds from his investors at a discounted price. The investors understood that their choice was between selling their bonds to Reynolds at a discount, taking a small loss from their initial investment, or keeping the bonds, which, in the case of bankruptcy, would result in a much more substantial loss. Once Reynolds had collected a significant amount of discounted bonds, he would then sell Dreamland to the city at an inflated price using his political connections. The city would then assume Dreamland's debts. Reynolds would profit the difference between the bond's original value and what he bought them for. Even if the city did not pay the debts in full, any debt payments made would be issued in order of seniority, and if Reynolds could collect enough bonds, he would theoretically be the first to benefit. There was one issue with this. Even if Reynolds' allies in the city were willing to buy back the land, they would need an explanation for the citizens. There was no way that the city could justify buying the expensive, debt-ridden
or was
amusement
there a
venture.
drop in the
However,
stream?
they could justify
It
buying land
depends,
for
what
a
do you
public
mean?
park. But that would require all of the attractions and buildings to be removed, which came with more monetary and political issues. If only there was another way.
They don't have any for sale here.
Dreamland's 1911 season began on May
Son of a
27th,
gun.
or at least it would have. Early that morning, at around 1:30 a.m., a crew was working on the roof of the Hellgate attraction. All they needed to do was fix a few leaks, and the popular ride would be operational for another season at Dreamland.
It did not,
but instead,
it
this
didn't
is when
give me any
everything
kind of
would
indication.
go wrong. Everything. Suddenly, the light system for the cruise began to explode. In the darkness, one of the crew members knocked over a bucket of hot tar, setting Hellgate ablaze, which is quite fitting. Luckily, Dreamland had a state-of-the-art firefighting system. Unluckily, it wasn't working. Fire crews, which were only a few hundred feet away, raced to the scene, grabbing the hoses only to find that there was no water pressure. Some had to place their hands over the nozzles just to enable the stream of water to reach the fire. At this point, more of Dreamland was in flames, and the entire island was aware of the fire. People gathered around to watch the show, while Luna Park and West Brighton's hotels began to preemptively hose down their buildings, only making Dreamland's water pressure worse. Dreamland's tall, iconic tower was set ablaze. By then, it was clear that Dreamland was going to burn, but there were still things inside that needed to be saved, namely the caged animals and the babies. Despite reports claiming that the infants were killed in the fire, all of the incubator babies were later found to be saved. The same could not be said for the animals. Colonel Joseph Ferrari, the animal trainer that had recently purchased Bostock Circus, and Captain Jack Bonavita rushed into the flames. They began to unlock the animals' cages and prepared to move them to safety. With the cages unlocked and the move beginning, it seemed that many of the animals were going to be saved. Then the firemen cut the power to the park. In the darkness, the animals attacked one another, and Ferrari and Bonavita rushed out, reportedly shooting many animals on their way to put them out of their suffering. Black Prince, a famous lion, was able to make it out, but was then promptly shot by the police. 60 animals perished in the flames. The fire continued throughout the early morning, and by sunrise, Dreamland was gone. The estimated damage was $5.2 million. Reynolds could only collect around $400,000 from insurance, as insurers were notoriously wary of placing policies on the fiery island, where most of the structures were made of wood. However, Reynolds was not determined to rebuild as Tilly was. A few contemporary historians question whether Reynolds had anything to do with the fire, or at the very least, whether he had a hand in any of the factors that prevented it from being extinguished. There is no proof that Reynolds was behind the blaze, but he certainly benefited from it. With Dreamland gone, the city could justify buying back the land, doing so for $1.8 million, despite the official estimate being $1.5 million. Reportedly, Reynolds' bond scheme worked, and he ended up profiting off of Dreamland, despite its failure to turn a profit and the fact that it was completely destroyed by flames. With that, Reynolds was done with Coney Island, and the golden age of the island's amusement parks was over. For our final story, we find Coney Island 20 years later, in the early 1930s, during the height of the Great Depression. All of our previous characters have passed. George Tillieu from pneumonia in 1914. Frederick
like
Thompson
Miss
from
O'Leary's
Bright's
cow.
disease
That's
in
funny
1919.
though, actually.
Captain
O'Leary,
Poison from pneumonia
they
in
did find out
William
didn't
Reynolds from heart
actually
disease
start that
in
fire. That was just the
1931.
common
Captain
story.
Jack Bonavita from a polar bear in 1917. Steeplechase and Luna Park are still operating, but their glory days are behind them. The final story of Coney Island stars a new character, a man named Robert Moses. Moses was born into a well-off family. His father, a real estate mogul and department store owner, moved his family to New York before Moses was 10. Moses would go on to earn a PhD in political science from Columbia. He then networked his way into the company of Al Smith, who after becoming governor appointed Moses to Secretary of State. By this point, Moses, as many social critics had thought before him, believed that he had the answer to the city's problems. But unlike Olmsted, Moses' plan was not as flowery as a return to nature. Moses wanted to turn New York into an automobile haven, with many expressways and bridges, and if they destroyed a few low-income neighborhoods in the process, so be it. Moses had a complicated relationship with the lower class, in that he did not seem to like them very much, but definitely could not say that out loud. After becoming the commissioner of New York City's Department of Parks in 1934, Moses took control over not just parks, but beaches as well, which gave him control over Coney Island. The island had always attracted members of the middle and lower class, but after the subway line to the island was completed in 1920, anyone could travel to Coney for just 5 cents. This did result in a less wealthy clientele, but Coney's popularity only grew. Consequently, Moses drafted ambitious plans for Coney Island. He dreamed of dance pavilions, roller skating rinks, tennis and handball courts, playgrounds, and wide walking promenades. None of these plans included any semblance of saving the parks. In his 1937 plan, titled The Improvement of Coney Island, Rockaway, and South Beaches, Moses stated how he found the state of Coney Island deplorable, calling it a, quote, commentary on the lack of foresight of the citizens, with his major complaints being that the boardwalk had been constructed too close to the water and the lack of public land leading to overcrowding in the area. In the 1920s, the island had seen a shift away from the elaborate parks to independently owned thrill rides, including the famous edition of the Coney Island Cyclone in 1927. These mechanical rides had no place in Moses's vision. Moses was not against public recreation areas, and through his city planning, he would help create many. The issue was that Moses thought that all parks should be for the same purpose and motivate the same behavior. Moses's goal was to make Coney Island sterile and controlled, which was the very antithesis to its appeal. By this point, the island could benefit from more cleanliness, but it was clear that Moses was planning more than a beach cleanup. He wanted the sideshows and the parks gone, and in their place, a more predictable, standard boardwalk experience. Moses knew that Coney Island would not go down without a fight, so he implemented a variety of harassment techniques to break down the lineup of entertainment. Moses banned advertisements and loudspeakers, human pyramids, and street performers. He planned to extend the boardwalk, requiring the destruction of many existing amusements, including the municipal bathhouse. The strategies paid off. Investors pulled out of properties on Coney Island,
This is a lot
fearing
of
that any
cheese
venture
for
would
one
soon be
boat.
rendered impossible by one of Moses's plans. In 1939, Steeplechase experienced yet another devastating fire, once again taking it as an opportunity to improve the park. After the 1939 World's Fair,
Anything interesting
which Moses had
happened?
assisted in building,
Topsy the
parachute
elephant was
jump attraction
absolutely
moved to
massacred,
Steeplechase, becoming the modern-day icon of the
and
island.
the stream
Moses,
went down
the Great
for
Depression,
a minute
and then World
or
War
so.
II were sinking the remains of what was once America's greatest
was
playground.
about it, though.
But Luna Park would not end at the hands of the economic downturn, or even the hands of the ruthless Moses. It would end as its neighbor had, in flames. On August 12, 1944, a fire started in the Dragon's Gorge attraction, because of course it did. The exact reason was unknown. Just a week prior, it was announced that Luna Park had been bought by 3 park employees, including general manager William Miller, who planned to rename Luna Park to Bill Miller's Luna Park. The world would be deprived of Bill Miller's vision, as the physical and financial damage to Luna Park was too great. The park would close completely by 1946. Steeplechase,
gotta walk
the least
all the way
ambitious
over
of
to
the
the
original
town,
3
sell the
parks,
barrel, buy
was
a
the
new
last
barrel of
standing,
water.
and it was still owned and operated
I
by
guess we can
Toulouse
buy
children.
some
With the end of
something
World
to
War
eat
II in
and then
1945,
head back to the boat
Steeplechase saw
and
some
get outta
stability,
here
with
with
efforts
our-
to modernize
our
certain
cheese.
areas and add new rides for children. But in 1949, a polio epidemic caused a large drop in attendance. The park crawled throughout the 50s, as Moses abandoned some of his initial plans to turn the island around, instead choosing to build high-rise, low-income housing for the citizens that he was displacing in other parts of New York City.
That is expensive.
Steeplechase would make it until the early 60s, when Marie Tillieu, daughter of George, finally closed the park on September 20th, 1964. The following year, she sold it to Fred Trump, who threw a demolition party for the park, tore it down to build residential housing that he never built, and in the end, all that remained was the Parachute Tower. Coney Island's state continued to worsen for the next 2 decades, before a revival effort, fueled by the nostalgia for its heyday, helped it out of its slump.
All right.
In the last 40 years, the island has undergone renovations as well as
We ate,
preservation
we bought a
efforts.
new barrel of
Revival
water.
parks and
Let's
attractions
get out of
have
this
sprouted
island
up,
and head back to
capturing
the
a bit of
capital
the
to
flavor
sell
of
a
Coney
lot of
Island in
cheese.
its prime. Although the thrills and amusements present at the turn of the century are impossible to
get a
recapture.
receipt.
Sea Lion Park, Steeplechase Park,
Yes.
Luna
We
Park,
bought
and Dreamland were key in
4,000
establishing the
crowns
concept of
worth
the
of,
modern-day
cheese.
amusement park, while also laying the groundwork for elaborate theme parks. At their peak, they were glorious and elegant works of art.
Oh, we
that
also
showcased
redesigned
a
the
type
boat
of
while you were
escapism
gone.
that soon
We
spread
changed the,
throughout the rest of
sail
the country.
setup a little bit.
Their demise was a tragedy, but their very existence was a miracle. As for Moses, his urban planning projects in New York extended far past his hatred of Coney Island, and as he expanded roadways and displaced citizens throughout the mid-20th century, he continued to influence amusement and theme parks. He had already seen 2 New York amusement parks close under his watch, and he would soon play a part in a 3rd. But that is another story.
Why sleepy? Why tired? You can go to sleep once we got the boat pointing in the right direction. Okay, 1 second, let me...
In the early 1960s, two of the most powerful men in the world entered the final chapter of their prosperous careers. They looked back on their accomplishments and were conflicted, and they looked ahead to their legacies and were worried. These two men were New York City planner Robert Moses and legendary filmmaker Walt Disney. Moses was despised by many. His controversial and destructive housing strategies had made him a villain in the eyes of many New Yorkers. Walt was beloved by many, but he now worried that he had spent his life distracting humanity rather than contributing to it. In a way, both wanted what the other had, and fittingly, their solution was the same: the 1964 New York World's Fair, the greatest fair ever built. But to Moses and Walt, it was merely a means to an end. It was the gateway to their legacies.
I really should have checked if there was any jobs heading back to the capital, but I probably could have at least taken mail with me, because mail doesn't weigh hardly nothing at all, but we're already underway, so it's too late. No mail. You remember the World Fair for one reason, and what is that reason, Blake? Illuminate
Robert
me.
Moses Park. He liked the name. After all, he was Robert Moses. The potential eponymous city park was a dream that the city planner had ruminated on for decades. In the mid-1930s, when plans were drafted for the 1939 New York World's Fair, Moses saw his first opportunity to make progress on his vision for the greatest city park in the world. In Queens, there sat 3 miles of undeveloped marshland, used mainly as a landfill, known as Flushing Meadow or the Corona Dump. It would be near impossible to raise the millions of dollars necessary to transform Flushing Meadow into a usable site if the goal was merely a city park. However, if Moses used the grounds as the site for the World's Fair, the dump could receive the funds needed to develop it, and the profits from the exposition could be used to transform the temporary fair into a permanent park. Moses convinced New York Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia to approve the Queens Dump as the location for the 1939 World's Fair, and the first step toward Robert Moses Park was underway. Through 1936 to the fair's opening in 1939, construction crews worked to transform a large portion of the filthy swampland into a gorgeous fairground, having to divert a river filled with sewage and defeat an army of monster rats in order to do so. The 1939 New York World's Fair continued the thematic trend started by the 1933 Century of Progress Fair in Chicago. The overarching theme of humanity's progress was again at the forefront, but this time, the focus was on the future. The fair was billed as the world of tomorrow, and it featured experimental architecture and predictions of what the future may look like. It was another landmark moment in the development of futurism, and it put the promise of tomorrow in the minds of mainstream audiences. Walt Disney would contribute to the 1939 New York World's Fair, but not to its futurism. Walt Disney Productions would create a Mickey Mouse short titled Mickey's Surprise Party for Nabisco's exhibit at the fair. There would also be a special Donald Duck Day held at the exposition. Walt himself would not visit the fair in New York, but he would travel to the Golden Gate International Exposition in San Francisco that was held the same year, where the Nabisco short would also play. At this time in the late 1930s, Walt was still focused on transforming the landscape of animation, deep in production on Pinocchio and Fantasia. His contributions to the fair would be minimal and predictable. Walt Disney was a cartoonist, not a futurist, at least not yet. The 1939 New York World's Fair was beautiful and influential, but it was not profitable. Moses had excitedly helped in its development on the condition that the first $4 million of profits
so we need to make more than 4,132 crowns.
Despite 45 million visitors, there were no profits.
Hopefully,
and creditors only received a third of their initial investments back. This was blamed in part on World War II, beginning within months of the fair's opening, as well as mismanagement by the fair organizers. While the exposition had certainly helped improve the infrastructure of Flushing Meadow, the remains were far from a city park. Bankrupt exhibitors left their pavilions in tatters, and there was no money to dismantle them. Moses was technically closer to his park, but it appeared as though the dream was just as far away. 20 years later, little progress had been made, but this was about to change. In the summer of 1959, a group of prominent New Yorkers were in the early stages of planning another New York World's Fair, to be held in 1964. The group approached Moses to gauge his interest in serving as the fair's president. The role was attractive to Moses for multiple reasons. First, money. Moses was powerful, but he was not wealthy. His daughter Jane had recently been diagnosed with cancer, and he would not be able to afford the expensive treatments with the compensation that he received from the roles he held in the city. The presidency of the fair, on the other hand, paid significantly more, and he had already found a way to retain power within the city government, even if he were forced to relinquish a few of his roles. Another reason Moses considered the fair's presidency was power. The president of the fair would be in charge of millions of both city and private funds, and every contractor in the city, business in the country, and country in the world would have to go through him if they wanted to participate in the fair, which early plans indicated would be the most ambitious to date. The most important reason Moses wanted to be president was, of course, Robert Moses Park, a project that was more important to him now than ever. As he neared the end of his career, his work in city planning was under immense scrutiny. He had overseen mass evictions of low-income neighborhoods, many of which housed predominantly African-American and Puerto Rican families, to make way for road systems and wealthy developers. Moses had acquired unprecedented power by holding countless roles within the city, none of which were elected positions, and New Yorkers had caught on to his tactics. If he died then, in 1959, he would certainly be remembered as the man that had destroyed New York. He did not want his legacy to be in his housing projects. He needed it to be in his park projects. There was more class to public parks, and if he were able to see through his dream of creating the greatest city park in the world, a positive legacy would certainly be secured. For all of these reasons, Moses accepted the role of the fair's presidency. Walt was also in a very different place than he had been in 1939. He had grown disinterested in animation, in part due to the studio strike in 1941. He had then moved on to theme parks, revolutionizing the industry with Disneyland. But by 1960, the park was more or less running itself. And while he had plenty of ideas for future attractions, his mind was focused on what would become of his empire after he was gone. Would the studio and the park continue to operate in his absence? And more importantly, how would he be remembered? Noted. By all accounts, he would be known as one of the greatest visionaries in entertainment of all time. But Walt wanted more. He wanted to be remembered as a visionary, period. He wanted to help society and solve real-world problems. He wanted to do more than provide nostalgic escapism. So he was planning a project of his own. Walt was dreaming of something far more ambitious than a city park, but in order to pull it off, he needed respect outside of entertainment. He needed to prove himself on a world stage. After accepting the role of the fair's presidency, Moses began planning the exposition, but in reality, he was planning his park. Moses set forth a series of measures to ensure that once the fair was over, his elaborate park would be built. First, he focused nearly all of the fair's construction funds on landscaping, infrastructure, and anything else that would roll over into the park once the fair ended.
Will there be anything lasting at this one? Oh, yes, indeed. In the first place, we'll have several new buildings, but over and above that, we're going to finish Flushing Meadow Park. The landscaping will be here, the trees will still be here. About half the utilities have been put in on a permanent basis, so they'll stay.
While it was typical of fair organizers to design and construct the fair's most prominent buildings, Moses spent most of his effort on the buildings that would remain in his park after the fair. He delegated the majority of the structures to their respective sponsors, forcing them to pay for their pavilion's construction costs, and as a consolation, allowing them control over their designs. This was not normal, as nearly every World's Fair had a cohesive art style. But if the sponsors were designing and constructing their pavilions independently of one another, the exposition would surely have a random and incongruent appearance. Also atypical of fairs, Moses charged sponsors rent for their pavilion spaces. Even more telling, the rents he charged were heavily inflated. Moses also gave contractors monopolies, and they charged pavilions astronomical rates for everything from maintenance to garbage pickup. The most controversial of the measures to ensure that Robert Moses Park would be exactly to his liking was Moses's rejection of a proposal to expand New York's mass transit lines to the fair. This was an attempt to prevent minorities and the lower class from being able to visit his exposition, and more importantly, his park. Another consideration of clientele was Moses's decision to remove the Midway at the 1964 fair. The Midway was a tradition of World's Fairs, one that began at the 1893 Columbian Exposition and included in almost every fair since. Midways thrived off of irreverent amusements, cheap thrills, and sex appeal, and thus they were responsible for pulling large crowds through the fair's gates. However, Moses detested this kind of entertainment, and the people that enjoyed it. He had tried to eradicate it on Coney Island and other New York boardwalks, and he was not going to allow it at his fair. When the news broke, headlines read that Little Egypt and the Hoochie Coochie, a popular show that was also a World's Fair tradition from 1893, would be banned. In a statement, Moses, threatening the world with a bad time, said, quote, "We are admonished that our appeal must be somewhere below the Adam's apple." Moses' crusade against the spicy below-the-neck area of the human body angered local perverts and general fun-havers alike. After this, it was misreported that the new dance craze, the twist, would not be allowed at the fair, and in subsequent statements, Moses clarified that he would allow the dance. Still, Moses' midway restrictions meant that he would need an alternative form of entertainment to draw visitors. It had been decided to run the fair for 2 seasons, one in 1964 and another in 1965. The fair would need to attract 70 million visitors in order to pay back the city, its creditors, and still have enough funds left over for Moses' park. This need for visitors and family-friendly amusement attractions motivated Moses to pick up the phone and call Walt Disney. Moses set aside 8 acres of space at the fair for a children's village, and he reached out to Walt in the hopes that he and his amusement design firm, Wed Enterprises, would design and construct it. Some articles suggested that Moses even offered the space in the park permanently for an Eastern Disneyland. Walt was skeptical that his amusements would last after the fair was complete, and turned down the project. But Moses, desperately needing Walt Disney attractions at his fair, suggested an alternative. Walt could design pavilions and attractions for major American companies. Walt was way ahead of him. Wed was holding preliminary meetings with multiple corporations about partnering on projects for the fair. Like Moses, Walt had many reasons to participate in the exposition. He saw it as an opportunity to develop new technology, while having the companies foot the bill. More importantly, he wanted to gauge his attractions with East Coast audiences that were thought to be more sophisticated than West Coast audiences. And of course, Walt had bigger plans, but he was not prepared to discuss them yet. Walt had plenty of ideas for fair pavilions, most concepts that he had not been able to get off the ground at Disneyland. One was an attraction from a proposed annex to Disneyland named Edison Square. A few years prior, General Electric had reached out to Disney, interested in sponsoring an attraction at the park. Walt assigned John Hench, an Imagineer who had done work on the original Tomorrowland for Disneyland, to the project. Hench had recently seen a production of the stage play Our Town, which featured a progression of scenes of 2 citizens of a small town during the turn of the century. Hench used this as the inspiration for an attraction to be named Harnessing the Lightning, which had audiences walk from theater to theater to view the progress of electricity in 4 scenes, set in 1898, 1918, 1958, and finally the future. In lieu of actors, each scene would feature animated figures with limited movements portraying the story's characters. Edison Square would not come to fruition, but Walt had not abandoned the concept. Another potential attraction was the Hall of Presidents, a show from another proposed Disneyland annex, Liberty Street. The Hall of Presidents would feature all of the U.S. presidents gathered together on stage, depicted either by wax or animated
so this
figures.
sail layout
In both
definitely is
attractions,
effective.
a major
We're
issue was the technology.
consistently making
have been toying with
very
robotic
good
animated
time
figures
going
since before Disneyland even
on
opened,
this little
but they
route
were
here.
not advanced enough to carry a show on their own. Most recently, Walt had assembled a team of his most trusted Imagineers, including his wife's brother-in-law, Bill Cottrell, and his longtime collaborator, Ub Iwerks. Walt envisioned a Chinatown for Disneyland, with a Chinese restaurant featuring a robotic Confucius. Iwerks and Cottrell got to work on the figure, and Cottrell reportedly named the technology animatronics, from the words animation and electronics. Amazingly, the figure worked and was able to speak. For
like
a
we
short
were
time
able to
before the
do
mechanics
Mount
caused its skin
Malefic to the
rip off.
Capitol and the
Clearly,
Capitol to Mount
technology was not
Malefic
ready,
in a day.
But it was closer, and it was enough to keep
Both
Walt
ways,
dreaming.
you know?
Now, in 1960, he
Which
wanted to
is
use the animatronic
pretty
technology
solid
for his
time,
President
honestly.
show, as well as a show with singing birds called the Enchanted Tiki Room. He tasked Wed to start work on both projects. The team began designing the singing birds and one of the U.S. presidents, Walt's favorite, Abraham Lincoln. As Walt had dinner with Moses in August of 1960, the city planner practically begging him to contribute to the fair, all of Walt's plans were falling into place. Of all of the companies with which he had discussed the fair, 3 stood out: Coca-Cola, GE, and Ford. He would pitch Coca-Cola the Enchanted Tiki Room, GE a new version of Harnessing the Lightning, and Ford a scaled-down Hall of Presidents starring Abraham Lincoln. All 3 relied on one key factor: whether or not the animatronics could be perfected in time, or even at all. With Disney on his side and many countries lining up to sponsor pavilions, Moses only had one more group to convince: the Bureau of International Expositions. The BIE was formed in 1928 for the purpose of organizing and regulating world's fairs. The organization retroactively labeled many of the great fairs of history BIE fairs and put forth a series of requirements that any future fairs must follow. Over 100 countries became members and agreed to the Bureau's rules for future expositions. Despite most of the world joining the organization, the United States never ratified the treaty, but still participated and benefited from it. All in all, a classic move from the United States. Moses flew to Paris in late 1960 to get BIE approval for the fair. Competing for the slot was a proposed exposition for Seattle in 1962, named Century 21. This was important because the BIE did not approve two fairs in the same country within 10 years of each other. Moses presented the fair, assuming that New York was a shoo-in. However, the BIE objected, citing multiple stipulations that the New York fair would break. First, BIE fairs could only run for 6 months. Second, BIE fairs could not charge rent to other countries. And finally, BIE fairs could not have a trade fair section, which Moses was planning. Moses did not take the objections well, outraged that his proposal was not immediately approved. The BIE chose to give approval to the Seattle fair instead. Seattle's fair planner, Ewan Dingwall, said, quote, "It was the hardest sell ever undertaken by the Pacific Northwest. People didn't even know how to pronounce Seattle." Moses flew back to New York, having lost the fight. And worse, to the people of Seattle. He was still intent on having his fair, regardless of BIE approval, and he still hoped to convince the BIE countries to participate. This would not be impossible, as the BIE was known to be flexible on their stipulations. But Moses, outraged at their rejection, immediately went to the press, insulting the organization, describing them as, quote, "3 people living obscurely in a dumpy apartment in Paris." Taken aback, the BIE called upon all of its members to boycott the New York Fair, and countries immediately began pulling out. Moses scrambled to save the exposition, hoping to secure the backing of major cities or companies within the countries whose national governments would no longer participate. The blunder with the BIE would be just the start of Moses and the fair's problems. While Moses was busy taking the world out of his World's Fair, Walt was working hard to ready the animatronic technology for the exposition's attractions.
Ooh, audio animatronics?
Right, audio animatronics.
The first deal to be signed was with Ford. However, they rejected the concept for the Hall of Presidents show. The company was more interested in an attraction in which guests could ride in chauffeur-driven Ford cars. On a visit to the Ford plant in Michigan, Walt and his Imagineers discussed the attraction with the company's executives. The dark ride, to be named Symphony of America, would take guests on a test track and then on a journey through American landscapes, from the Florida Everglades to the Grand Canyon. Of course, this would mean more animatronics, albeit simpler than those needed to animate Lincoln. While discussing the concepts, Walt explained to Ford the technical issues that would arise with independently piloted vehicles.
Yes,
As they
there is
toured
a
the
rock
facility,
there.
Walt noticed a series of rollers transporting materials down an assembly line. This gave him an idea. What if Ford cars could be pushed through the attraction with a similar series of wheels? Wed moved forward with the ride system, but not with the proposed show. Ford did not like the concept for Symphony of America. The company believed that it was too close to their competitor Chevrolet's marketing campaign, See the USA in Your Chevrolet.
Drive your Chevrolet through the USA. America's the greatest land of all.
The Imagineers went back to the drawing board,
This is
while Walt was
a
preoccupied.
small boat.
His passions did not lie in the Ford Pavilion. They were squarely with harnessing the lightning and his Lincoln.
Ever since I was a small
Oh yeah,
boy
it
in
is. I
Illinois,
wonder why.
I've had a great personal
I feel like I've been
admiration
having a
for
lot of
Abraham
problems with
Lincoln.
the program lately.
As a young boy,
I don't know what's
Walt
up.
Disney had dressed as Lincoln and delivered the Gettysburg Address. His knowledge on the president had evolved little since, but his childlike appreciation had not wavered. Walt's initial Hall of Presidents concept, by 1961,
Catching
was
flies,
certainly out
I
of
guess
reach
so.
due
I
to
guess
both
so. Who
technology
knows?
and funding limitations. Instead, the
Once,
new show would star
once we're
Lincoln alone.
safely into the
attraction
port
was
and
being
everything,
referred to
we'll,
as One Nation Under God.
we'll pop
In
out of
June,
the game and
after
see if I
Ford
can
rejected the idea,
restart the
Walt
program,
flew to
see if
New
that'll
York to
fix
pitch
it.
the show to Moses. Moses loved it, but he believed that it would be better supported at a government pavilion rather than a corporate one. Moses tried to convince the federal building to host the Lincoln Show, exhausting his contacts within the federal government. Not deterred, Moses instructed Walt to continue development on One Nation Under God and let him worry about securing government approval. Walt was happy to move forward, and it was more clear than ever that Lincoln needed to be an animatronic. Walt explained, quote, "You can't have human beings working 3 or 4 hour shifts," in uncharacteristically thoughtful sentiment, before he added, quote, "We can't afford to pay them, or they'll make mistakes, or somebody won't show up," which was much more characteristic of Walt. The GE project was also progressing nicely. The Harnessing the Lightning concept had developed into a new show that Walt was calling
I got
the
a little
Carousel of
physicsy
Progress.
there for a
Instead
minute,
of
but-
audiences walking from room to room, Wed was designing a rotating theater that would move them between show scenes. The show would star a simple family reacting to the progress of technology, starting at the turn of the century and ending in the future. The show would be part of a larger pavilion called Progress Land, which would feature other exhibits, such as a demonstration on nuclear fission and the Corridor of Mirrors. The GE contract would be signed in September of 1961, and a budget of $10 million was approved for the ride. Coca-Cola decided not to sponsor the Enchanted Tiki Room, prompting Walt to open the show at Disneyland instead of taking it to the fair, which, considering the addition of the new Ford ride and assuming Moses could secure funding for Lincoln, still resulted in 3 Disney attractions for the New York Exposition. Heading into the spring of 1962, with less than 2 years remaining before the fair opened, exhibitors and executives grew nervous. The BIE campaign had resulted in a cavalcade of bad press, with Moses's past controversies not helping the prospects of the fair. Moses was not distressed, and he was offended at any indication, in the press or otherwise, that the fair would be anything but a spectacular success. At the same time, the 1962 Seattle Century 21 Fair was beginning. The more traditional fair would be praised for its architecture, and especially its icon, the towering Space Needle. But Moses was not worried. His fair would be better, and it would certainly be bigger. In terms of acreage alone, the 1964 New York World's Fair would be nearly 10 times as big as Seattle, but it was having trouble filling that much space. Through a series of press conferences, Moses revealed new pavilions and sponsors, slowly filling in the fair's noticeably empty layout. While he hoped the press would focus on the new additions, they always focused on the lack of attractions overall, which only angered Moses. Moses became more rude toward members of the press as they wrote negatively about him, and in retaliation, the members of the press wrote negatively about him. It was a vicious cycle that was only hurting the fair and Moses' legacy, but there were more concerning critics to worry about. In early 1962, African-American activist groups threatened to picket the fair, as no one on the fair committee was black, and very few people of color had been hired by the labor unions. Moses claimed that he had no power over the labor unions, a lie. Defensive, Moses asserted that he was a man that believed in merit, not quotas, a difficult position considering the proposed quota was 1 and there were 200 people on the committee. In March of 1962, the federal government launched an investigation into the fair to determine why there was no African-Americans involved, as if they couldn't already guess. The following month, Moses announced that educator Dr. George H. Bennett would join the executive staff as its first black member, as Moses grew concerned over a potential protest of the fair, more worried that white progressives would not show, rather than actually attracting people of color. In May of 1962, Moses finally had good news to report. France, Belgium, Britain, West Germany, Holland, and Italy, all countries that the BIE forced to boycott the fair, would be represented at the exposition in some form, whether by a private company or a city government. This brought Moses some good press. How long it would last depended on how long Moses could control his temper.
Artist sketches are used as a guide for the finished figures. You know, a brontosaurus has to eat a lot to feed his 60,000-pound body. So we'd better check this fellow out fast.
Taking a break from the problems in New York, Moses flew to California to visit Disney, who gave him a tour of the studio. He updated Moses on the Carousel of Progress, as well as the Ford Pavilion, which would now feature an attraction named Ford's Magic Skyway, that would take guests through the history of invention and end in a city of the future. Walt also had a surprise for Moses. Taking him into a special room in the studio, Walt asked Moses if he would like to meet Abraham Lincoln. The figure, manually controlled by a team of Imagineers, turned to face Moses, extending his arm. Moses grabbed it and shook it. It was a miracle. Lincoln was alive, and Moses needed him now more than ever. After the meeting, he desperately searched for the funding, finding a potential partner in Lincoln's home state of Illinois, who was to have a pavilion at the fair. Walt asked for $600,000 to create Lincoln, far outside Illinois' budget. Moses, intent on having the president, offered Illinois secret discounts on construction and maintenance fees, before finally offering them a $250,000 subsidy under the table to pay Walt. Meanwhile, Walt was working on the Carousel of Progress, getting more invested with the show by the day.
He can, read the newspaper. How about showing how you read the newspaper? What's the date of that thing? 1890.
In May of 1962, the story was approved, but just 2 months later, GE changed their minds. Not happy with the history angle, Walt was incensed, shouting, quote, "I spent my whole life telling stories with nostalgia, and this is the way you communicate with people." Walt was so frustrated that he wanted out of the contract, but it was too late. Finally, in August, a GE executive stood up for Walt's vision, and the original storyline was approved. But this was not the end of the problems with GE. Executives would constantly show up uninvited to WED to view the show and give notes. Walt, again outraged over the micromanagement, lambasted the executives,
I don't know
saying,
what's going on with the economy in
what I want you to do is go down to the Coral Room and have a good lunch. Then I want you to go back to the Burbank airport and fly back east where you came from and stay there until I've got something I want you to see. Despite the issues, Walt was in love with the show. The Imagineers viewed it as a long-form advertisement for GE, but Walt saw it as a breakthrough in American theater. He was found working on the project late at night, not sleeping, improving story notes, and critiquing renderings, just as he had done in his prime with animation.
You have returned.
With Snow White,
Welcome back,
Disney
Starberry.
had changed the animation medium forever, and with Fantasia, he had attempted to prove its merit as high art. Similarly, Disneyland had changed
You finished household duties.
but his World's Fair attractions
friend.
would prove WED's sophistication.
I have a
Walt
lot
was
of
constantly
cheese.
fighting WED's reputation as a builder of kiddie rides. When he approached Moses about contributing a monorail line
All
to the
of
fair,
these are
one that could then
cheese.
be integrated into the New York transit system, Moses turned him down due to the cost. But many suspected that it was because Walt and WED had been pigeonholed as
we brought
merely an
180
amusement company.
things
This
of
would need to change
cheese.
if Walt's plans passed the fair would come to
4,132
fruition. But the fair
crowns. Now the
pavilion
question
were a
is,
necessary first step.
will we make a profit?
In early 1963, with Walt deep in work on his 3 attractions, WED received a call from Pepsi-Cola. The soda company was planning a $600,000 pavilion with 94,000 square feet of exhibit space to benefit the United Nations Children's
300
Fund.
crowns.
Pepsi had a
That's
huge
not
problem. With a little over 13
spectacular,
months
but
left
I'll
before the
take
fair
it.
opened, they had no plans for the space. Hearing that WED was developing attractions for the fair, Pepsi was hoping that Walt would build another for their pavilion. Admiral Joe Fowler, who had been with Disney since the construction of Disneyland, was the one to answer the phone. Explaining that WED was already busy with 3 attractions and that there was not enough time, Fowler turned Pepsi down. Walt soon learned of this and confronted Fowler, saying, quote, "I'll make those decisions." As if to prove a point, he then told his staff
I want
member
to start
call
doing these
Pepsi
kind of
and tell them that
shipments,
they would
but
do it. Disney was now working on 4 shows for the World's Fair. In
That's
the
a
spirit of
long
UNICEF,
distance to go in a
Walt told
car.
WED that he was envisioning a small boat ride with animated dolls representing the world's countries, all singing their respective national anthems. The result was an incoherent mess. Walt pivoted to one song sung in the children's respective languages, to be written by the in-house songwriting duo, the Sherman Brothers, who were also lending their talents to the Carousel of Progress, penning its theme, "It's a Great Big Beautiful Tomorrow." The Sherman
Take a look
Brothers
at the
theme for the
map.
boat ride would be named
Curious
"It's a
about
Small
something.
World," which would also become the name for the attraction. After the initial design work was not to Walt's liking, he assigned Mary Blair, a Disney artist known for her unique design style and brilliant color work, to assist on the project. Another Imagineer, Raleigh Crump, was assigned to create a whimsical kinetic marquee that would be named the Tower of the Four Winds.
Ocean map. Okay,
The
so
one
if
man
there's
under
the
God
ocean
show,
map.
eventually
Hold on,
renamed
ma'am,
to
I
Great
gotta jump
Moments
up
with
on
Mr.
your...
Lincoln, was coming
Am I
along
me?
incredibly. The figure certainly looked like the man.
To start with, we were fortunate in being able to secure this life mask of the 16th president. How do we get this
Trying to
plane?
figure out where this fire bay
Original life
is.
mask by the sculptor Leonard Volk in Chicago in 1860.
Before Lincoln was president.
Before Lincoln was president.
Before he had a beard.
That's right.
The harder aspect was the voice. The Lincoln scholars consulting on the project wanted the actor that had portrayed the president in the 1940 film Abraham Lincoln in Illinois. But Walt wanted Royal Dano, who he had seen play Lincoln on the Omnibus TV series. Dano was invited to WED to give his lines. After Dano read them, Walt jumped out of
so
his
it doesn't
seat,
actually have a
shouting at him,
location,
quote,
it's just an
"No,
approximate
you
location.
don't understand.
There's no
Do it
map
again."
available yet.
After a second attempt, Walt
Darn
gave
it.
the same reaction. Then a third. Walt, still not happy with the results, instructed his team to sing the battle hymn of the Republic, before having Dano try a 4th time. Dano, now uncertain of his performance and tired, gave a much different read, and Walt was thrilled. He wanted a troubled Lincoln, a Lincoln that had seen the horrors of the war, and instead of just telling Dano that's what he wanted, he decided to break him himself. While the voice of Lincoln was broken, so was the robot. It was not able to perform consistently, and after a poor performance to fair organizers, Walt called upon UB Iwerks to help fix it. By April of 1963, it was performing better, but improvements still needed to be made.
Only one
Illinois
available,
officials were
darn
impressed
it.
with the figure when they visited, although some had hesitancy about the nature of reanimating a dead man. Walt assured them that it was being done with the utmost respect and care, and their nerves were eased. The theme of Moses' Fair was peace through understanding, and given the massive amount of controversy and hostility coming from the city planner, the irony was not lost on anyone. The BIE, the press, and civil rights groups, all of which continued to criticize Moses and the fair, were soon joined by art critics, noticing that Moses' decision to allow independent pavilion design had in fact resulted in a fair that was at best uninspired and at worst ugly. The icon of the 1939 New York World's Fair, the Trilon and Perisphere, was impressive, futuristic, and inspiring. The 1964 fair would feature the Unisphere as its icon, depicting the Earth in stainless steel. Art critics dismissed the work as trite and unimaginative. From Moses' perspective, everyone was against him. As the fair prepared to open in April of 1964, reports emerged that the construction would not be completed in time. These reports were correct, but Moses would not tolerate them, assuring everyone that the fair would be completely finished by opening day, which it would not be. Moses' insistence on the fair's full completion kept the press engaged on the matter, and they consistently reported on any delays or issues with construction. The exhibitors at the fair were also fed up with Moses and his exploitation.
I just don't have any of the appropriate equipment right now to do so. I've got a compass,
was so upset at the
it.
unreasonable garbage collection fees that the organizers threatened to dump their trash into the Unisphere pool. Things were not going well. Moses still needed the enormous turnout of 70 million people. The fair had cost $30 million to build, and it cost an additional $300,000 every day to operate. And in the end, he still needed $29 million in profit to build his dream park. This meant that he would need an average of 220,000 visitors every day. This was the number that his creditors and the press clung to, waiting in anticipation for April to see if he could meet it. In the weeks leading up to the fair's opening, reports emerged that a large Stalin protest was being planned for opening day by civil rights groups. The 1963 March on Washington had occurred less than a year prior, and the Civil Rights Act of 1964 had yet to pass the Senate. The group saw the fair as a symbol of hypocrisy. Here were governments, corporations, and elites holding hands, predicting utopia, while just outside, people were fighting to actually achieve it. Of course, the optimism via corporation was an old trick, famously employed in 1933 to ensure that when the public thought of the future, they thought of American industry. 30 years later, the gimmick was proving ineffective as more of the public was becoming enlightened to the injustices around them. James Farmer, the national director of the Congress of Racial Equality, stated that the Stalin's purpose was to, quote, spotlight the issue between the glitter and fantasy of the World's Fair and the real world of discrimination. This frustrated Moses, but he was smart enough to keep quiet on the issue for once. Adlai Stevenson, former governor of Illinois promoting the pavilion, was equally outraged. After all, they had a robot Lincoln to protect. Quote, civil wrongs don't make civil rights, Stevenson told the press, adding that Lincoln would be ashamed, as he had a, quote, vigorous insistence on obedience to the law. Lincoln, the first president to suspend habeas corpus, was not available for comment, mostly due to the fact that he still wasn't working. On April 20th, 2 days before the fair's opening, the Illinois governor and other officials came to the pavilion to view Lincoln. Walt, anxious about the animatronics performance, paced throughout the other fair pavilions, before finally arriving at the show. He was right to be concerned. The Imagineers could not get the animatronic to work. Walt broke the news to the officials, and a few of the Imagineers, tired and disappointed, cried over the failure. While Lincoln was not ready, the other pavilions were. It's a Small World, Ford Magic Skyway, and even Walt's favorite, the Carousel of Progress, worked incredibly, and he was proud of the work. Still, Walt needed East Coast audiences to love it too. Moses needed audiences to simply arrive. $220,000 people a day. This number still loomed as Moses and officials threw open the gates of the fair on April 22nd, 1964.
That's a lot of people that you have to get into
there. The most beautiful, the most awe-inspiring, the most colorful, the most spectacular event of this era, the New York World's Fair.
It mixes the glamour of some of our alphabetical corporations with the beauty and charm of 100 different countries.
All right. Go get our receipt.
Over 140
so what all had we
pavilions
bought
were
again?
featured.
Trying to remember where I'm trying to sell
US
what.
Royal Ferris wheel, communicate via picture phone.
I think
travel
Lamb was
via
the one that we
suspended
bought
monorails,
for.
Visit Sinclair's Dinoland area, and of course, experience the multiple Disney pavilions.
Out of Mount Prolific. Yep. Then we bought oranges, which we'll sell at Sunspire. And rice that we will sell at
As
Sunspire. And we'll
promised,
buy
the
stuff
civil
at
rights groups
Sunspire
had
if we
created
find
a
anything
successful
good to
stalling
sell
on
at
opening
the
day. And
at
to
Mount
make matters
Malefic.
worse for Moses, the weather was miserable. The final attendance, 49,642 visitors, far short of the 22,000 people that Moses had needed. The city planner blamed the opening day attendance on the protests and the weather, but the following day, with no stalling and perfect weather, only 88,000 visitors showed. During the first weekend, only 160,000 guests per day visited, and the following week, daily attendance fell as low as 45,000. It was unclear why the crowds weren't coming. There were so many possible reasons, but Moses was confident. May would bring better weather and more crowds, he assured the public. He hoped he was correct, because everything was on the line. On April 30th, 1964, Lincoln was finally ready to open, but he was only able to deliver his speech a total of 7 times, which was technically 6 more times than the real Lincoln had, but it was clearly not enough. Imagineer Mark Davis questioned, quote, "Do you suppose God is mad at Walt for creating man in his own image?" The Imagineers continued to tweak the animatronic, and it was soon working reliably enough to perform. May saw better attendance than April, but it was still not good enough. Moses changed his excuse from weather to the children, who would be in school until July. While he was never short on deflections, he was short on time. July did not bring the necessary crowds, nor did August or September. The 1964 season of the fair ended, and not a single day saw 220,000 people. By September, the fair should have earned close to $90 million. It had barely earned $25 million. Accounting for construction and operating costs, the fair ran a deficit of $17.5 million for the 1964 season. The other fair executives knew better than to bring up the financial issues around Moses, but it was soon revealed that the situation was much worse than anyone knew or could have possibly imagined.
Tickets are on sale now, all over the country.
An accounting error resulted in all of the fair's advanced ticket sales being credited to the first season, even though many of them had not been redeemed. This resulted in the first season's finances looking better than they had been. More critically, the second season would now see 15 million visitors that had prepaid. And as far as the books were concerned, these visitors were entering the fair for free. Now, Moses had to be informed. George Spargo, chairman of the fair's finance committee, volunteered to break the news to him. Moses, a longtime friend of Spargo, fired him immediately. He then brought in the accountant responsible for the error, a man in his 60s, and derided him reportedly for hours. Days later, the man would suffer a heart attack, undergo open-heart surgery, and die shortly thereafter. The press soon found out about the error, and while Moses stayed positive, his denials and excuses no longer held any weight. In order to get visitors through the door for the second season, Moses searched for additional attractions. He also compromised many of his ideals, allowing bars and dancing girls to move in. A vote of confidence was held by the fair committee to determine whether Moses would retain the presidency for the second season. No one was brave enough to vote against him, even though there was immense pressure from creditors and certain city officials to remove him. The 1965 season progressed similarly to 1964. Before the season started, it was clear that there would be no profit for Robert Moses Park. And as the summer of 1965 did not see spectacular crowds, it was also apparent that the fair would not be able to pay back the city or the creditors. Moses' dream was lost, and his legacy solidified. But amazingly, in October of 1965, the final month of the fair, the crowds arrived. Afraid to miss out on the great fair, audiences swarmed to the exposition at the very end. On the final weekends, 500,000 people per day poured in. The fair ended with its most successful month by far. It was not enough to save the fair, which ended up losing millions, but because of the end crowds, Moses now had $11.6 million cash on hand. He could use this money to either pay back his creditors or continue development on his park. At an event with the investors present, Moses told them to their face his decision. He was going to build the park. The creditors were outraged, but they could do very little. As planned, the resulting park retained much of the layout of the 1964 fair, which itself had used a portion of the layout from the 1939 fair. Structures from the exposition remained and were integrated into the park, notably the Unisphere and the New York State Pavilion. It was a grand park, but nowhere near what Moses had originally envisioned. Worse, it would not bear his name, and it would not be his legacy. Instead, his aggressive and unprofessional conduct during the fair would become a key part of the legacy he was trying to avoid. Robert Moses would be remembered by many as a racist, power-hungry man that displaced the poor to give to the rich. There was no avoiding the image, especially after the highly detailed and critical 1974 Moses biography, The Power Broker by Robert Caro, was released. Moses lived long enough to see the public autopsy of his career, and in his old age, he tried to defend himself and his policies, to no avail. Moses would pass in 1981 at the age of 92.
That's got to be rough. Not a great dude, but it's still got to be rough to see your legacy absolutely
91%
annihilated
of the 51 million
while
fair
you're still
visitors had
alive.
experienced
So
at
you
least
know
one
there's
of Disney's
no
four
like,
attractions,
there's no
and reviews have
recovering
been
it.
spectacular. The East Coast was not too sophisticated for Disney, and through the attractions, Walt himself had proved that his team was more capable than many had believed. Walt moved It's a Small World and the Carousel of Progress to Disneyland after the fair. Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln had already been cloned for the park during the fair's second season. He wanted to move Ford Magic Skyway as well, but Ford declined. Walt instead took the dinosaur animatronics and placed them in a diorama along the Disneyland Railroad. Walt also recruited the fair's vice president, Major General William Joe Potter, to work with Walt on his post-fair plans. Unlike Moses, the fair had helped Walt get closer to his big project, the plans for which were now on display. As Disneyland guests rode the Carousel of Progress, rotating past its final scene, they were invited to rise from their seats and walk, not out of the doors behind them, but forward, onto a moving walkway. This walkway took guests to the second floor of the attraction, where they would find a massive model of a futuristic city. It had been called many things: Project Future, Progress City, and most recently, Epcot, the experimental prototype community of tomorrow. This was the project that Walt had been dreaming about for years. This would be his contribution to society.
I completely forgot to
This would be
mess
Walt
with this
Disney's
well.
legacy. There was just one problem.
Okay, one
Walt
second.
Disney
Hopefully this will
dead.
not crash it. Yep, the program is not responding. That's supposed to be doing the handling my model. That explains a bit.
On June 15,
I'm going to see if I can fix
1959,
it. Give me a
Disneyland
minute.
Park celebrated its first major expansion with a television special hosted by Walt Disney himself. The star-studded event was billed as the second opening of Disneyland, a true spectacle. Among its viewers were 4 men, huddled in a small motel room in Wakefield, Massachusetts. They were as impressed as they were disappointed. All of them had been at the park 4 years prior for its grand opening. All of them had played a major role in the park's development, and all 4 were now on the other side of the country,
boot it back up and
pulling
we'll see if
14-hour
it
days on their own
is
theme park
working
project that would be less impressive and visited by less people. In that moment, all but one of them
it's
wished they were back at
responding
Disneyland.
again.
Once the special was over, they turned off the TV,
And it looks like
cracked
I'm
open some
back
beers,
on the
and played a few rounds of
screen,
poker
so.
to get their minds where their bodies already were, away from Anaheim.
Alright. Is it working again? Yep, it is. Okay. Thank you for pointing that out. I had not noticed it, likely wouldn't have, because the preview screen is quite small, so I don't actually see a lot what's going on, or at least not any fine details. It's mostly just there so I can see if the stream crashes. You know, or if, like, I'm on a black screen or something.
C.V. Wood was a hustler at best and a con man at worst. He was born on December 17, 1920, in a small town in Oklahoma, although he would often claim that he was from Texas, which he had moved to around the age of 8. His father worked for the Santa Fe Railroad during the height of the Great Depression, but Wood resented the poverty of his youth, so he rarely mentioned it. Wood would claim that he had a degree in engineering from the University of Oklahoma, but there is no proof of this, and many close to him doubted the accuracy of the claim. Despite this, Wood was able to land multiple engineering jobs just by saying he was qualified and hoping that no one checked, which they did not. Even his own name, CV, was not free of Wood's fabrications. CV stood for Cornelius Vanderbilt Wood. Some say it stood for Commodore Vanderbilt Wood, but if someone asked him, his name was C for nothing, V for nothing Wood. He preferred Woody anyways. Woody sold his mistruths and exaggerations with a cartoonish Texas accent and a showman's personality. His biggest fear in life was returning to poverty, and his greatest goal was prominence. He had learned to play life like a poker game. Woody wasn't dealt a good hand, so he learned to bluff, and no one had called him on it. Woody eventually went to work for the Stanford Research Institute, an economic development firm who in 1953 was hired by Walt and Roy Disney to help in the construction of Walt's amusement park.
Ship if we're
Harrison
getting close
Buzz Price,
to
an economist at
Sunspire. There we
Stanford,
go.
and Woody, were tasked with finding a location for the park, as well as researching many of the logistics of operating such a business.
Thank goodness,
Woody
because
stepped
that's
into his role
Sunspire right
effortlessly. He casually chatted with landowners and leaked fake leads to the press so no one knew where Walt was intending to purchase land. He was equal parts charming and manipulative. Woody and Buzz Price also conducted possibly the most thorough assessment of amusement parks at the time, and soon C.V. Wood was a qualified expert in his field, more qualified than he had ever been as an engineer. In April 1954, with construction on the park set to begin, Roy Disney asked Wood to leave the Stanford Research Institute and join Disneyland full-time as its general manager and executive vice president. It also made him the park's first employee. He was expected to stay at least through the construction and the first year of operation. Growing up, Woody had developed a close-knit group of friends, which nicknamed themselves the Bombers, after a World War I film that they had watched. The Bombers remained friends into their adulthood, and constantly hired one another onto their projects. After obtaining his position at Disneyland, Woody did not hesitate in hiring many of his childhood friends and other acquaintances. One bomber, Earl Shelton, would become Disneyland's site manager. One of Wood's former bosses, Fred Schumacher, who had helped develop the 1939 New York World's Fair, would be brought on as a park executive. A former co-worker of Wood's, Van Arsdale France, would join Disneyland to train the park's employees. Joe Fowler, a retired Navy admiral that Wood had worked with while at SRI, was brought on to oversee the construction of the Mark Twain riverboat. It was as if Woody was planning a coup, and Walt grew suspicious of his intentions. Woody was a man that was always moving forward, climbing the ladder, and being Disneyland's general manager, there was nowhere else for him to go. Walt tended to resent the suits within his organization, as they often limited his creative visions. But Walt soon learned that Wood was on another level. He was willing to do or say anything for the sale. However, as uncomfortable as Walt was with Woody's business practices, he and Roy needed him, especially when it came to securing sponsors for the park. As construction continued, tensions between Walt and Woody rose through a series of incidents. Wood was frustrated by Walt's attention to detail with the park, believing that it was unnecessary. At one point, Wood approached Walt about a raise in the throes of construction. Walt turned him down. Disneyland was running out of funds quickly, and Walt was offended by Wood's audacity. Woody, still believing he deserved a higher pay and now feeling insulted by Walt, secretly set up a series of kickbacks with small vendors who wanted into Disneyland. On top of this, Walt would blame Woody for much of the chaos of Disneyland's opening, referred to as Black Sunday. Walt believed that the lack of crowd control and the many non-operating attractions was the fault of the park's manager. Once Disneyland was open and deemed a success, Woody, in his pursuit of fame, tried to inch himself into the spotlight. When Vice President Richard Nixon was given the key to Disneyland, Wood was the one who presented it. In November of 1955, just a few months after Disneyland's opening, Walt debuted the Mickey Mouse Club Circus just outside the park, which Wood was firmly against. After the circus failed to attract guests, Wood suggested that they make changes, which prompted Walt to respond with, quote, "God damn you, this is my circus." Roy was constantly intervening between the two, but from Wood's perspective, he often had to mediate between Walt and Roy. Perhaps Wood's most suspicious move while at Disneyland was the way in which he courted Ron Miller, Walt's son-in-law, at one point convincing Miller that Walt was irrational in his plans for the park, almost as if to draw more of the Disneyland team to his side. Walt might have felt threatened by Wood and the group of followers that he was
Uncle
acquiring
Ben, I
within
think
his own
that's
organization,
just some of the
fearing
stuff
that
from
he would be
the
betrayed
people
with
that made
Disneyland,
this,
as he had with
the
Oswald the Lucky
backgrounds
Rabbit
I
and
used.
Universal, or with the strike in his own studio.
Rebozo,
Whether it was Wood's manipulation,
why?
Walt's paranoia, or a mix of both remains unclear, but the series of incidents led to Wood's firing in January of 1956.
Why are you
Woody
the way
was out
you
of
are?
Disneyland, but he did not intend to leave the amusement park business. While he might have lost the hand, he was leaving with an ace up his sleeve.
But yeah, I think that's all that it is
After
that
his
you're seeing
departure
up
from
there.
Disney, Wood would form Marco Engineering Incorporated to build other theme parks throughout the United States. The design firm was ingenious, as many wealthy entrepreneurs and real estate investors were striving to copy Disneyland's success. Wood used his time at Disneyland as his main selling point, and recruited many Disneyland employees away from Walt and to Marco. The firm's first major project came in 1957, with a park to be named Magic Mountain in Golden, Colorado. Magic Mountain was planned to be an educational theme park based on Colorado history, with an Indian village and western town. There was also to be a futuristic city of Mars and a fairy tale castle, likely drawing inspiration from a source unrelated to Colorado history. The park would only be constructed partially, with many of the original plans scrapped. After Magic Mountain, Marco would design Pleasure Island in Wakefield, Massachusetts, another park with more than a few similarities to Disneyland. Some even called it the Disneyland of the Northeast. However, the park to truly hold the label, the Disneyland of the East, would be Wood's next project. Van France, who had left Disneyland to work with Wood once again, recalled finishing work on Pleasure Island's first season. Wood had already left the project to pitch a new park to New York. Wood told France to meet him in Manhattan. When he arrived at Wood's hotel room, Woody simply pointed at the table. On top of it sat a check for $13 million. With little more than his Texas charm and Disneyland on his resume, Woody had sold a theme park to the wealthy elite of New York City. The park was to be named Freedomland USA. The goal of the park was to, quote, tell the whole American story in one vast area shaped like our country's map and segmented into states. Around 80 acres would be required for the US-shaped park, compared to Disneyland's 60 acres. Knowing that finding that much land in the densely populated New York City would be difficult, Wood pitched the project to Webb & Knapp, a real estate firm run by famous developer William Zeckendorf, who had invested in Magic Mountain and Pleasure Island. Zeckendorf was a titan, overseeing the largest real estate empire at the time, but even he was not immune to Wood's charm. Impressively, Webb & Knapp owned an empty plot of land big enough to hold the park and then some, 205 acres of marshland in the Bronx, along the bank of the Hutchinson River. The land not used for the park would contain a parking lot for 7,200 cars and the Freedomland Inn, the park's hotel. Zeckendorf agreed to lease the swampy plot in the Bronx for Wood's park, and Freedomland had secured its land. Wood recruited investors to the project, including many of those that had invested in Pleasure Island. These investors formed a company called the International Recreation Corporation, or IRC, which would act as Freedomland's parent company. Wood's park would cost $65 million, compared to Disneyland's $17 million. This was in part because the land was expensive to lease, and because construction was more expensive in New York City. But Wood's ambitions for the park, which he saw as being a bigger, better Disneyland, also inflated the price. The $65 million figure was also likely an exaggeration for the purpose of promotion. The park was designed to entertain 90,000 visitors on peak days, and 5 million guests per year were projected. The park planned to hold a groundbreaking ceremony on July 4th, 1959. But it was delayed until August 26th. In September, it was announced that Fred Schumacher, who Woody had brought on as an executive at Disneyland, would serve as Freedomland's vice president and general manager, the same roles Woody had held at Disneyland. Other Disney people included Cliff Walker, the lead designer on the Jungle Cruise, who would be the director of operations at Freedomland. Earl Shelton, Woody's childhood friend and Disneyland's site manager, would be an executive at Freedomland. Van France would continue with macro engineering, training Freedomland's employees as he had done at Disneyland. And these were just a few of the many Disneyland employees that would contribute to Freedomland.
Right.
By the time the park was under construction, plans for the 1964 New York World's Fair had been unveiled. The fair became a goal line for the park.
If there's a
The team
tavern
believed
up
that the
here,
World's Fair would draw
then we're
massive
gonna rest
crowds
there,
into
and
New
then
York
we'll
City,
unload in the
and these
morning.
crowds would likely spend a day at Freedomland. This belief even influenced Freedomland's advertising, with promotion for the park rolled out nationwide to familiarize the country with Freedomland before they traveled to the fair. Freedomland would miss its June 1st deadline, but would open a few weeks later, on June 19th of 1960. As with Disneyland, Freedomland's debut would be chaotic. The park's pavement was one of the last things to be finished, in a similar situation to Disneyland. At Disney's park, the heels of women's shoes sunk into the asphalt. Freedomland's situation was slightly worse, as the land beneath the park was swampland, with some sections of it having been used as a landfill. By some accounts, this led to springs from old mattresses poking their way up through the pavement and tripping visitors. Also in a parallel to Disneyland, opening day was hot, the water fountains weren't operational, and many of the attractions were roped off. Wood, who had been blamed for Disneyland's botched opening, was looking more like a common denominator rather than an innocent bystander. However, opening day did successfully draw over 60,000 people into Freedomland. New York Mayor Robert Wagner would declare June 19th Freedomland Day.
Up and ate 'em. Let's see. So that's for here.
Yep, here comes the 4th Cavalry stage, right on time. Now, this may be Indian territory, and it may look like the Old West, but the time is today, and the place is Freedomland, a big entertainment park in the Bronx, in the state of New York, just half an hour by subway from Times Square in New York City.
Alright, let's sell our
Guests would enter
cargo.
Freedomland as millions had.
See
through
what we
New
can
York.
buy
The first
here
theme
for a
section,
decent
named
profit
Little Old New
at
York,
Mount
was the city in the mid
Malefic.
to late 19th century. Old New York was similar to Main Street USA in that it mainly consisted of era-specific shops and modes of transportation. The most advertised of all of the stores was certainly the replica of the first New York Macy's,
So,
which sold toys,
we
hats, and other
held
souvenirs.
a vote
The main
on
attraction
that
of the land
on
was the
the
horseless
server.
carriage, an antique
That's going
cars
to be
ride
on
through
the
a mock New
20th
England
of this
countryside.
month is when
Aero
we're going to do
Development,
that.
the company which had
We're
contributed
gonna
many
be
attractions to
doing it
Disneyland,
as
was
a-
responsible for the antique
the
cars as
celebration
well as
for the
numerous other
300
Freedomland rides.
for
As with
the
Disneyland,
1
Wood
year
recruited sponsors for many of
anniversary, even though
Freedomland's
it's been a
restaurants,
bit over a
shops,
year
and
now.
attractions, packing
And
in
the
even more
and a
companies than he
birthday
had with
stream,
Disneyland.
so we're just wrapping
Freedomland
it all
also
into
featured
one.
costumed actors portraying citizens of the time periods. In Little Old New York, a suffragette and a police officer would perform and interact with visitors. After the New York section was Old Chicago. Unlike the broad time period of Freedomland's New York area, Old Chicago was set at a very specific date and time. In October of 1871, the Great Chicago Fire killed around 300 people and did unfathomable damage to the city. After
But
the
that
fire,
will be
a
when we're
reporter for
doing
the
it. We're doing
Chicago
a
Republican
24-hour
newspaper claimed that the
stream,
fire was started in the
and
barn
I
of
am
Irish
gathering
immigrant
my
Catherine
friends
O'Leary
to see
while
who
she
all
was
would
milking
like
her
to
cow.
join us
He
for
claimed that the cow kicked over a
some
lantern, which started the
shenanigans of one
fire,
type
a
or
story
another.
that was soon published throughout the country, being accepted far and wide as the reason for the destruction, fueled by anti-poverty, anti-Irish, and anti-Catholic sentiments. 40 years later, the reporter admitted that he and two of his co-workers had made the story up. It's up for debate which is more embarrassing, that these people would ruin the reputation and life of an innocent woman to sell a few papers, or that it took 3 people to fabricate a story in which a cow kicks over a lantern. No matter, O'Leary, who reportedly, quote,
there's the
died
story about
heartbroken in
O'Leary.
1895, and the cow, who died likely oblivious at an unreported date, were cleared of all guilt. But that did not stop Freedomland USA, a park boasted as, quote, authentic in every detail.
You don't
for
have to be
continuing
here
to
for the
point finger
entirety
at
of the
O'Leary.
stream, Uncle
In fact,
Dan.
visitors to Freedomland
You are
could
more than
literally
welcome to
point
get
at
your
O'Leary
sleep.
and her cow,
It is
as
quite
they were
all right.
featured in the Old Chicago area as walk-around characters. The Chicago Fire itself was also recreated. The brochure stated, quote, "The Great Chicago Fire was a disaster. Today, it's spectacular entertainment."
Fire! Look at that!
Once every 20 minutes, a controlled fire was
Hey,
started
not
on a group of
anything
buildings,
that I can
and a
take with me to
hand-pumped
sell
fire
there
engine
for a
was rolled
profit,
out.
so we're
Children
just
were
gonna-
encouraged to help pump the water
I
to
guess
put
we're
out
just
the
taking
flames.
mail with
Also
us.
in Old Chicago was the Great Lakes, a man-made waterway in which a sternwheeler and a tugboat took guests on a scenic tour, with bands on board to lead them in song. There was also a station for the park's railroad, the Santa Fe Railroad, based on the real-life railway that Wood's father had worked on. After Old Chicago was the Great Plains, set between 1803 and 1900. This area featured Fort Calvary, a log stockade straight from the, quote, Indian fightin' days. Inside, guests could learn to square dance and lasso, while also seeing bandits get caught, charged, and even attend their funeral after they were hung. An Indian village originally located in Old Chicago was eventually moved to this area as well. The major attraction of the land was the stagecoach, which gave guests a tour of the plains and even crossed a river. After the Great Plains was San Francisco, also set in a specific year, 1906, the year of the Great Earthquake. In another disaster-turned-spectacle, the main attraction of the area would be Earthquake, a dark ride that took guests through the streets of San Francisco during the earthquake that killed over 3,000 people. Buildings crumbled, houses slid, and fires broke out as the dark ride progressed. San Francisco also had a stop for the Santa Fe Railroad. The other main attraction of the area was the Northwest Fur Trapper, Freedomland's Jungle Cruise equivalent, which took guests on a fur trapping journey along the Pacific Northwest, where they would have to avoid collapsing bridges, cougar attacks, and, quote, an ambush by totem pole Indians. By this point in the guest's Freedomland journey, some might have noticed a slight bias in the park's storytelling. While the Indian village would feature members of the Penobscot tribe as actors, the Northwest Fur Trapper ride, Fort Cavalry, and the stagecoach ride would refer to or depict indigenous people as aggressors, while depicting the pioneers as rugged heroes. This Western aesthetic was popularized decades prior by Buffalo Bill Cody's Wild West show,
and we're back. We're not
Freedomland would feature an
squeaky
actress portraying Annie Oakley, Buffalo Bill's famous sharpshooter. Freedomland marketed itself as edutainment, but in reality, its focus was unbridled patriotism, far more than even Disneyland presented. Freedomland was the bedroom where Uncle Sam and Lady Liberty made Yankee Doodle Dandy. It was the idea of the USA brought to life. Nowhere was this more evident than in the park's mascot, the fictional Johnny Freedom, said to be a, quote,
Johnny
representative of the
Freedom.
American spirit of hard work and ingenuity. After San Francisco was the Old Southwest, set in 1890, combining 3 southwestern towns, Tucson, Tombstone, and Santa Fe, into one themed area. Attractions included the Tucson Mining Company Sky Ride, Casa Loca, a tilted house, mine caverns, a 2-story dark ride taking guests on a journey through an old mine, and the Santa Fe Opera House and Saloon, which played Western stage shows. When the Santa Fe Railroad passed through the Old Southwest, bandits would often hold up the train. Guests could also send themselves a letter while in the Great Plains that a Pony Express rider would deliver to a post office in the Old Southwest. After the Old Southwest was New Orleans, where every day was Mardi Gras. New Orleans featured multiple dark rides, including Buccaneers, a dark ride that took guests in a ride car dressed like a pirate ship through multiple scenes of pirates and even an encounter with the sea serpent. It is suspected that one of Marco Engineering's former Disneyland employees was made aware of Walt's concept for a pirate walkthrough attraction. It is theorized that the success of Buccaneers influenced the decision to change Disneyland's walk-through Pirate Wax Museum into a dark ride. Another natural disaster dark ride, named Tornado, took guests on a car ride during a violent twister, viewing it destroy a family farm. Civil War took guests on wagons through a recreation of famous war scenes, using primitive animated figures. This was one of the park's most popular attractions, and it was partially created to capitalize off of the centennial of the Civil War, which would be celebrated from 1961 to 1965. New Orleans also featured an Aero Development Danny the Dragon ride, as well as the King Rex Carousel. The area was often referred to as Freedomland's Fantasyland equivalent. The seventh and final land of Freedomland was Satellite City, labeled as the future. The brochure stated, quote, "Freedomland has taken you on a tour of America's past. In Satellite City, you can step right into its future." This space-age land was geographically located in Freedomlands, Florida, and many of the attractions were tied to the rocket launch site at Cape Canaveral. Attractions included the blast-off bunker, an educational walkthrough of a Cape Canaveral control room with a simulated launch sequence, a moving sidewalk, and the Satellite City Turnpike, a sports car kiddie ride showcasing the future of highways, similar to Disneyland's Autopia. Satellite City's most striking attraction was the Braniff Space Rover, a flight simulator that was a combination of Disneyland's Rocket to the Moon and Circarama attractions, giving guests views from above Earth, specifically of South America and the United States. The show building resembled an enormous UFO, straight from the movies of the day. The park also had its own soundtrack, with original arrangements and songs for each land. Freedomland, with its 7 themed areas and over 40 attractions, was impressive. While it clearly followed the Disneyland model,
this glitch
there were
is still
plenty
here.
of unique and innovative experiences that set Freedomland apart.
Or that
the
appears
major difference in its
sometimes.
scale was Wood's attention to detail. He brought the philosophy he had while at Disneyland with him to Freedomland. He believed that park guests focused on the big picture and not the tiny details. So while Freedomland was bigger than Disneyland, it lacked the depth that came from Walt's perfectionist nature and the talent of his artists. But Wood might not have been completely wrong, as many visitors who had visited both parks believed Freedomland was just as good, if not better, than Disneyland. Freedomland seemed well positioned to be a success. It had plenty of attractions, space, and promotion, but there was one major problem that the park would face. It would have to operate seasonally. Due to New York's climate and leisure habits, it was decided to operate Freedomland from June to October every year. This meant that in order to break even, Freedomland would need to attract 2 million visitors in its first season, although the team was aiming for 4.5 million. This was going to be difficult. Many, including Walt Disney himself, were not sure that East Coast audiences would be as receptive to Disneyland-type parks as the West Coast had been. It was a gamble, perhaps Wood's greatest yet, but if it were to fail, the main burden would fall to his investors. For now, though, Freedomland's future was bright. A few widely published incidents would occur in the first few months of operation. Just after opening, one of the stagecoaches overturned when the horses were spooked by the train's whistle. 10 people, including 3 children, were injured. 2 were hospitalized. On August 27th, one more robbery than planned was performed at the park, when 3 men held up the cash control center for real. They were shortly identified after one of the robbers read in the paper that they had stole a total of $28,000 when he had only received $5,000. After doing the math, he was so angry that he turned himself and the 2 others into the police. In the last few weeks of Freedomland's first season, reports began to emerge detailing financial trouble the park was facing. Apparently,
Man got
even
chipped,
before
so
the
he
park
was like,
opened,
nah,
Wood and Company
everyone's
had run
going
out
to
of
jail
money,
now.
offering Webb and Knapp stock in the park rather than paying the rent, which Zeckendorf agreed to. The financial issues continued as the construction costs rose, and some major investors pulled out. To supplement this, Zeckendorf increased his share. Soon, Zeckendorf was a controlling shareholder, owning 40% in IRC. Zeckendorf stepped in and began operating the park, pushing out many of Wood's men, including Fred Schumacher. In the final weeks before Freedomland closed for the season, the operating schedule was changed to weekends only, leaving many weekday guests confused when they arrived at the closed park. For a quarter, they were invited to tour the non-operating grounds. October 30th, 1960 would be the final day of Freedomland's first operating season. The park had only managed to draw 1.5 million visitors, missing the necessary amount by $500,000 and falling far short of their goal for $4.5 million. By this point, Wood and Marco had moved on to their next project, a new park named Six Flags Over Texas to open in Arlington the following year. This left Zeckendorf with the keys to a failing park atop his lucrative land. The only way out that he could see was to invest more into the project. 2 live entertainment venues were added, the Hollywood Arena in the San Francisco section and the Moon Bowl in Satellite City. However, the financial issues continued to pile up. Zeckendorf was already having a difficult time keeping a hold of Webb & Knapp's real estate empire, and Freedomland continued to be a money pit. Still, he hoped to turn it around. With the World's Fair just 3 seasons away, perhaps the park could turn a profit yet. Zeckendorf tried every trick that he knew, including restructuring assets between his companies to flow as much cash into Freedomland as possible. Ambitious plans for a Freedomland Inn were scrapped, and cheap amusements were added in an attempt to make a few quick
welcome
bucks.
back.
Nothing seemed to work, and the park continued to lose money. After the 1962 season, the Tornado Dark Ride was sold to Kennywood in Pennsylvania, and other rides were put up for sale. Webb & Knapp began to auction the unused land surrounding Freedomland as Zeckendorf's empire continued to crumble. Zeckendorf tried to extend Freedomland's operating season, opening in late April for the 1963 season, and even considering putting on Christmas and winter activities.
You can claim to be a boo,
These would
but
not
I
come to
know the
fruition.
truth.
On May 16, 1964, Freedomland would open for its 5th season. As the opening approached, rumors circulated that Freedomland might be sold and moved to Florida, although park officials stated that they were optimistic about their future in New York, especially since the World's Fair had opened the previous month. In July, it was reported that Zeckendorf and Webb & Knapp had relinquished their controlling stake in the National Development Company, which had managed the land under Freedomland, as well as selling their shares in IRC. Both companies would go to Zeckendorf's long-term collaborator and president of the National Development Company, Hyman Green. Green was certain that with both the park and the land under his control, he would be able to save Freedomland, again citing the crowds coming to the New York World's Fair. However, his confidence was misplaced. On September 13, 1964, Freedomland closed its gates for the season. The next day, it filed for bankruptcy. The park was said to have been $27 million in debt. Hyman and Zeckendorf believed that they could sell a large portion of Freedomland, downsizing the theme park from its original 85 acres to a mere 30, but this never happened.
The ghost
Freedomland
is trying to sell me something again,
Most of the
or
park's
trying to
rides
get
would
me
be
to
sold
sell
and
something.
relocated to other parks around the country, most notably Earthquake and Buccaneers, which would be moved to Cedar Point in Sandusky, Ohio, the latter being renamed to Pirate Ride. Zeckendorf would admit that Freedomland had been one of Webb & Knapp's biggest failures, coming at the worst possible time for the firm. His empire, which once had over $300 million in real estate, was no more, and Freedomland would forever be cited as one of the main reasons. There was one silver lining. The land under Freedomland was still valuable, and it would be sold to the United Housing Foundation, who on February 9, 1965, would announce their plans for the world's largest housing development, to be named Co-op City. The $300 million project would see high-rise residential buildings towering over the land on which Freedomland once stood. Co-op City still remains today, and a portion of the land is still technically zoned for amusement operations. Freedomland's quick demise left many wondering what happened. How did a park so grand fail so fast? The most glaring factors were the park's high construction costs and its seasonal operation schedule, both of which limited the park's success before opening day. However, this does not explain why Freedomland missed its attendance projections. These might have been inflated to begin with, but many speculate that Freedomland's model was already outdated by the time that it opened. The park might have been a better, bigger Disneyland, but it was a better version of the original 1955 Disneyland. By 1959, Disneyland had added 3 groundbreaking signature attractions, and amusement parks around the country began to add large thrill rides, of which Freedomland had none, which could have hurt the park's popularity. The most compelling theory to the park's demise comes from Freedomland historian and author Michael Vergentino. Vergentino tracks a series of evidence that suggests that Co-op City was planned for the park's real estate for some time, possibly even before the park was built. In a 1970 newspaper article, Zeckendorf claimed that, quote, Freedomland was a device to hold the land, and that was sound, suggesting that the park was always meant to be temporary. There remains many uncertainties, partly because Zeckendorf himself has given contradictory accounts of his involvement with the park. But there is evidence that suggests that at some point in Freedomland's lifespan, possibly even from its inception, Co-op City was planned. And if this is the case, then more than just Zeckendorf would be at fault for Freedomland's failure. A part of the blame would fall on city planner Robert Moses, who helped aid Co-op City's development as part of his housing renewal strategy for the city. The construction of Co-op City was reported to be the fulfillment of a Moses dream. Perhaps if the park had proved more profitable in its first few seasons, it could have lasted longer. But in the end, the world's largest entertainment center would last a mere 5 seasons. However, that was all the time that it needed to make a lasting impression on its guests, many of which fondly remember their trip to through the lens of Freedomland, USA. By this point in the late 60s, C.V. Wood was off on other ambitious projects.
What have you done?
Continuing to...
You fish, and it broke everything. How could you do this thing to me? Alright, hold on. Rebozo broke the stream. Yep, he fished the stream. Can't believe he did this. I'm so glad that some of the parts have already arrived, but the rest of them gotta arrive soon. Okay, force that one to stop again. No, we're gonna... No, that won't do anything. Does that mean Rebozo catfished us? Something like that. Something like that. Alright, let's see. Okay, I'm back. So that's one part fixed.
To play the same game he always had, finding success in the most unlikely of places, in everything from chili cook-offs to African diamond mines. In 1968, he was somehow able to convince the city of London to allow him to purchase the famous London Bridge, dismantle it, and move it to Arizona, a gamble that only Woody could see through. Supposedly, Woody never felt that Freedomland was fully finished, and believed that the financial troubles early on kept it from becoming the park that he had originally envisioned. While many of Wood's business associates, such as Van France, would return to work at Disneyland, Walt and Woody never reconciled their differences. After his departure from Disneyland, their distaste for one another only grew. During the construction of Freedomland, Wood was billing himself as the master builder of Disneyland, implying to his investors that he had played a part in designing Walt's park. Walt soon learned of this and would take Wood to court over the matter, asking that he stop implying that he had a hand in designing the park. Wood would stop promoting himself as the master builder of Disneyland, at least publicly, as a result of the suit. It is rumored that this also led to Wood exiting the amusement park industry after consulting on Six Flags Over Texas. Allegedly, Walt even had a hand in the failure of Freedomland. After filing for bankruptcy, Freedomland would cite one key reason for its failure. It would not blame the expensive construction, seasonal operation schedule, or even the lack of thrill rides for its demise. It would instead blame the 1964 New York World's Fair. The very fair that the Freedomland team hoped would save the park quickly became the go-to excuse for its inability to attract crowds in its final operating season. The official reason was the fair that had been built by New York's infamous master builder,
You're gonna go
Robert
back
Moses,
and clip that?
and that had been populated with groundbreaking attractions by Walt Disney.
I see how it is. I mean, if nothing else, the timing was perfect. Fish, everything crashed.
In the 1940s, Walt Disney would take his daughters, Diane and Sharon, to Griffith Park on the weekends
timing,
so that they could play on the park's merry-go-round. They would spend hours on the carousel, while Walt would sit on a bench eating peanuts. It was during one of these occasions that an idea would find its way into Walt's head.
I felt that there should be something built, some kind of an amusement enterprise built where the parents and the children could have fun together.
This is when Walt came up with the idea of Disneyland. Or at least that's what he and his company would tell people for the next 7 decades. Walt wasn't necessarily lying about his epiphany on the bench in Griffith Park, but Disneyland was not born out of a singular event. Walt, being a storyteller at heart, simplified the Disneyland story, just as he had come up with multiple versions of the tale of his creation of Mickey Mouse. The quaint story of a father wanting a place to play alongside his children was heartwarming and succinct, but the truer, bigger story of Walt's park involved more time, people, and ideas. Unlike the short merry-go-round version of the Disneyland story, the longer version is less known and far less merry. And here it begins. In the 1940s, as Walt Disney sat on that bench, he was broken and depressed, and he had no idea what to do about it.
Then where's the throne one? that one not... Okay. I don't know why those aren't coming back.
In the mid-1940s, Walt Disney, the once passionate storyteller that had changed the landscape of animation, was as lost as he had ever been. It was worse than the days of the paper route in Kansas City, possibly worse than when he had lost Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. Walt had arrived at this low point for multiple reasons. One, the strike of the studio in 1941 had destroyed any semblance of what was once his creative family. While Walt was an attentive father to his daughters, his focus was always the studio.
Coming back
he craved the
either.
creative working environment. But his bitterness after the strike was noticeable to his staff, both old and new. His skepticism of communist infiltration in his company and his general disdain for the studio after the strike had removed all of the excitement from his work, which itself had gotten worse. The box office failures
I
of
don't know how to
Pinocchio,
fix that
Fantasia,
right now,
and Bambi
unfortunately.
nearly sunk the
So
studio, and many animators were being drafted
we're just
to
gonna
fight
have to
in
push
World War
on, I
II.
guess.
As a
We'll get to
solution
this
and as a
port, and then
showcase
we'll
of his
wrap
trademark
stream and go raid
patriotism,
someone.
Disney transformed
I
the
don't know
studio
what's-
into a propaganda machine
I don't know
for
what's
the US
causing
government. Walt's
these
enthusiasm
issues,
for
but
these films quickly waned as the time restrictions and lack of profit weighed on him. While Walt
Doesn't
had
bother
no
you?
trouble
That's all
tapping
right.
into
It
the
does
minds and
bother
hearts
me
of
a
his
bit,
audience
but
during the Great Depression,
it's also
he
not a
struggled to
great
provide
sign
entertainment
whenever
during
programs
and
stop
immediately
coming
after
back.
World War II. Walt had no feature-length animated films in the works, choosing instead to release live-action animation hybrid films or compilation films of animated shorts. Most of the financial issues fell on his brother Roy. Walt himself was unbothered. It seemed he just didn't care, which was not like Walt
It's
Disney
definitely
at
a
all.
good thing those
Finally,
computer
Walt
parts
had
are
also
almost
given up
all
on his
here, though.
passion
We've got
outside
a
of the
good
studio,
number
the
of
sport
them,
polo.
but
Walt had become obsessed with the sport, but gave it up in the late 30s, partly due to an injury he incurred, and partly due to the fact that on
seems
two
like it's
separate
a
occasions,
good thing,
one of the
since
people
this,
he was playing
does not
polo
look
with
like it's going
died
to survive
during the
for
game.
much longer,
In
this
less than
laptop.
5 years, Walt had more or less lost his friends,
Christian
lost
Kirby
his
did
studio,
not play.
and lost his hobby.
Why is
Fortunately, he would soon
that?
find a means of escape from this rut, or at the very least, the lack of a pastime. Ward Kimball, the talented animator and trombonist, remained one of Walt's closest acquaintances, even while Walt distanced himself from his employees. This is for two reasons. First, Ward had not gone on strike against Walt in '41, and second, and more importantly, Ward loved trains, which was fantastic, because Walt loved trains. Better yet,
Why
Ward
did it
had
play
a
the
train.
fish,
In 1938, Ward had purchased a passenger coach and a locomotive not long after.
Christian
He restored
Kirby
the engine
here.
and
I'm
built a
gonna
track in
refund
his
you those
backyard.
points.
It was operational by 1942, and Ward would host
An
steam-up
error
parties,
occurred. What
where he
do
would
you
invite
mean an
friends and
error
family to
occurred?
his house and operate the train for them. After learning of their mutual love of locomotives,
Okay,
Ward
I'm
invited
starting to
Walt
get
to
a
one of
little
these steam-up
irritated.
parties in October of 1945, and even let Walt engineer
Stream
the
is
train
on
through
life
the
support. The
backyard.
computer
Walt
is
reached
what's
up
on
and
life
pulled the
support,
train's
I think.
whistle,
I think
just
this
as he
is
had as a
more on
young
my
boy in Kansas
laptop
City,
than anything
riding
else.
the train that surrounded Electric Park. Walt was transported away
Oh,
from
yeah,
his
it is
troubles at the
running
studio
extremely
and into a
hot.
world
I
of
don't
wonder.
know why it's
His
running
passion
that
was
hot
coming
either.
back, albeit in a new form. Walt's
It shouldn't
lifelong
be.
fascination for trains soon turned into an obsession. He was equally interested in both operating large locomotives and owning miniatures.
I
In
don't think Krill's
1948,
gonna work
Walt
either,
and Ward
but-
traveled together to go to the Chicago Railroad Fair, a convention for train enthusiasts taking place in Burnham Park, the same ground that had held the 1933 Century of Progress Fair that Walt had visited 15 years prior. Ward observed a happy, childlike Walt, running around the convention space, overwhelmed with excitement. Walt was having the time of his life, but he was
Yeah.
also ingesting major
Krill's
sources
broken,
of
too.
artistic inspiration. Many of the miniature railroads at the fair were presented alongside elaborate models that the trains could navigate. These themed miniatures were detailed displays of everything from the Old West to Native American villages to the streets of New Orleans. As obsessed as Walt was with the trains, he seemed to be equally interested in the models. The attention to detail that the artists had for their miniatures was similar to the perfectionist nature he had once had for his animation. The color, the architecture, the placement, it was both reminiscent of and better than real life. On the way home from the fair, Ward and Walt stopped at Henry Ford's Museum in Greenfield Village in Detroit, said to be the first outdoor
I
living
refunded
museum
you the
in
points
country.
for that
Walt,
one, 'cause
who had
it'll let me
visited the village
refund
once
that
before,
one, but
took
the
in the
other
scale
one-
of the exhibit, which
I
was
don't know what
focused
the-
on
the
showcasing
issue
America's
was
history
there,
and
why it
ingenuity.
wouldn't let
It
me
was as if the
refund
models he had viewed in Chicago
the
had been
points
constructed
for-
in full scale, and the village's emotional
Christian
story
Kirby.
of Walt's country and its people was equally inspiring. When Walt finally returned home with Ward, he was more involved in his love for trains than ever before. The next year, he would build
I need
a new
this
house
boat to
for
go
his family,
faster, that way
as
we
well
can
as
reach the
construct
port
a
and
miniature,
wrap this,
rideable
'cause this
railroad
is-
around the property. Much to the dismay of his
Digrex.
wife Lillian, who had plans
Thank
for a
you for the
garden.
raid.
It was named the Carrollwood Pacific Railroad, and it was Walt's pride and joy. A
I
guest to the Disney
apologize, it's
residency
not
could
going to
not
do
avoid
any
a
of the
trip on
normal
line,
stuff. Our
engineered by
stream
Walt
just
himself. And even
had
with the Carolwood Pacific and his
a
miniatures, his
seizure
obsession could
a
not
minute
be
ago,
contained.
and a
He
lot
needed
of my
something
programs
bigger,
are no longer
and
responding.
He knew just where to put it. At Walt
So
Disney
we're just
Productions
trying
in
to
Burbank,
rush to
there
this
was an empty
island,
plot
that
of
way
land
we
on
can
the
do
other
our
side
own
of
raid
Riverside
out.
Drive that Walt had been eyeing from as early as 1940. Many fans of Disney wished to
Rosa,
tour
thank
the
you for that
studio,
shout
and
out.
Walt
I
believed
doubt
that a
it'll
studio
actually
tour
play.
paired with some attraction
Oh,
on the
no, it
Riverside
did.
plot could be a
Look at
lucrative
that.
side venture for Walt Disney Productions. It wasn't until the late 1940s,
At least that's
after
one
Walt
thing
had become
working.
properly obsessed with trains, that the
Have I
Riverside
tried
attraction
smacking
concept
it?
was
It
given
being a
serious
laptop,
thought.
if I
Walt's
smack
immediate
it, it
vision was
will
a small
probably
building with
die.
a locomotive track surrounding it. But this simple
That
concept
would
soon
likely be
grow
the
in
end.
size and
Can't
scale.
see it, though.
Walt
Son
continued
of
to
a
take his
gun.
daughters to Griffith Park, a commuting area from a new way, observing what worked
Yeah,
and what
everything's
didn't from a
broken,
logistics
dude. This is...
He would also spend significant time
I'm
at
so
Beverly
glad
Park
that
Kitty
we almost have all the
gathering similar
parts.
information.
That way,
And
once
asking
those last few parts come in, we're building the
Bradley
PC,
specific
and
questions about operation.
that
At the same
will
time that he
hopefully be the
formulated
end
his
of
ideas
all
for
of
the
this
Riverside Park,
trouble.
He furthered his interest in miniatures
But this poor
with a new
laptop,
project
it's
he
just,
called
I think it's getting towards the
Disneylandia,
end of its
which would be
life.
a line of visual jukeboxes that children
It's
could
4 or
insert
5
coins
years
into and
old,
watch a
and
small
it's
scene of
trying to
miniatures
stream
play out
and
in
play
front of them.
games
The project
almost
wouldn't make it
daily.
past its first exhibit, but it was just
So,
another example
I'm
of
not
Walt's
surprised
newfound
that it's
passion
starting
for
to keel
alternative
over,
entertainment
but
experiences. To much of his staff
doesn't
at
make
Walt
it any
Disney
less
Productions, it was
frustrating.
further proof of a distracted Walt. There was a growing
on
sentiment in
its
the
last
studio
leg,
that Walt was too
basically,
busy with his toys to care about animation, which by many accounts was
I'm
true.
demanding
Walt even
far
lacked
too
interest
much
in the
of it.
studio's
It can't
1950
handle
feature
this.
Cinderella, which critics and audiences praise as a return to form
Time to get
for
the
the
wheel
studio.
for the
Worse than the
laptop
ambivalence
ready.
toward the
Yeah,
animations,
basically.
Walt was stealing some of his best artists to help him with his trains
But we'll
and
be
village
raiding
concept.
out here
On top
once
of
we
Lord Kimball,
make it
Walt had
safely to the
recruited a
port
mechanical
and
engineer
tie
at the studio,
down.
Roger Brogy, to help him with the Carolwood
'Cause,
Pacific Railroad and the train for the
I
Riverside
don't
Drive Park.
know if it's going to be able to handle
Animator
much
Ken
more.
Anderson was directed to draw
Zacchaeus,
concept
thank
art
you for the
Walt's
follow.
Disneylandia
Ginger,
models.
thank you
Walt
for
had
the
a new
follow.
passion, a new hobby,
I
and he was
appreciate
putting
you both.
together his
Normally
new
it would do a
creative
little
family.
sound alert, but
In
once again,
1951, Walt
everything
went on
is
a European
broken.
vacation,
It's wonderful.
on which he had the
It's all
opportunity
fine.
to
It's
visit
all right.
Tivoli Gardens. The amusement park and
We'll
pleasure
sort
garden
it out.
hybrid, over a century old at the time of
But
Walt's
I appreciate
visit,
you
was
both.
immaculate. The park had elaborate
I hope
theming
that you
throughout
have
its
a good
areas
time
and
here,
integrated into its
and
rides,
we will
and
hope
it
to
was
see
rid
you
of any
around.
sense of the carnival
I do
atmosphere
apologize
that
that
plagued
you
amusement
guys are
parks
coming
in the
in right
US.
before we're
Tivoli
going out
Gardens
on
was
our
designed
raid,
to
though.
evoke emotions, and it did so impressively. Tivoli
We just got to make it
communicated
to the
serenity
safety of
in
the
one
harbor,
area
which
and
is
excitement
right
in
there.
another.
Those two
More than
lights
anything,
there
it was
is the
beautiful.
harbor.
While Walt's childhood park, Electric Park, and Bradley's Kittyland were kept clean, especially in comparison to the other parks of the day, Tivoli was a destination. Its structure and layouts were attractions in their own right. The park's
Well, we're
founder,
making it
George
before
Carstensen,
nightfall as well,
once
which is
said,
good.
quote,
The sun is
"Tivoli
setting
will
as
never,
we're pulling
so to
into
speak,
the port."
be finished. A sentiment that Walt admired and took to heart. Walt believed he could build upon Electric Park, the Railroad Fair, Greenfield Village,
Yeah,
and
it was
Beverly Park
funny,
Kittyland,
Zacchaeus. You
but
just-
Tivoli
you
Gardens
should have
was
seen
a
it.
standard of
Everything was
quality he
working.
would strive to achieve.
And then
Also on
Rebozo
his European
redeemed
tours,
the
Walt would enter a model
fish
train shop
sound
in London.
alert,
He found a miniature line
and
that
it
he was
crashed
interested in
everything
purchasing,
on the spot.
and found
Like,
another man that
it
was hoping
said
to buy the
fish,
same set.
everything
The other
died.
potential buyer also turned out to be an American, a man named Harper Goff. Walt introduced himself, and after learning that Goff was an artist, Walt told him, quote, "When you get back to America, come and talk to me." Walt then bought the train before Goff could and left. Goff did as Walt demanded, and when he returned to the U.S., Walt assigned Goff to the Riverside Drive Park, which had grown past a mere village into a full-themed amusement park that he was calling Mickey Mouse Park, sometimes referring to it as Mickey Mouse Village. He wanted Goff to design the park's layout and create its concept art. Goff
Boom,
listened to
Howard,
Walt's
that's
ambitious
probably
ideas,
not gonna
and then went
play.
to work fitting as many of
Grenaders,
them as possible onto the small plot
My
of
man,
land
I
next
can't
to the
even
studio.
refund your points right now. Okay, please don't play any more sound alert redeems. I
Mickey Mouse
cannot
Park would have had its entrance on
refund
the
them,
corner
and
of
they are
Buena
not
Vista
playing.
Street and Riverside Drive, with a parking area across the street. The guests would enter through the park's carnival section. This would have likely been very similar to Beverly Park Kittyland, with classic classic kiddie rides and a carousel. The path then split into two. If guests continued past the fairgrounds, they would enter Newtown, a town square with a train depot for the park's railroad. This would have consisted of more shops and restaurants. Newtown closer resembled the turn-of-the-century small towns of the U.S., like Disney's own Marceline. Walt described the area as a village green. He explained, quote, "In the park will be benches, a bandstand, drinking fountains, trees, and shrubs. It will be a place for people to sit and rest. Mothers and grandmothers can watch over small children and
Just
play.
get her
I want it to be
pulled up
very
next to
relaxing, cool,
the
and
pier
inviting.
here, and then
There was
we're
also
gonna
to be a
wrap
town
it.
hall that functioned as the park's administrative office, as well as a functioning fire station and a police station, which Walt said would,
Yeah,
quote,
it
be
just
put to
sucks whenever
practical
it's
use.
a
Here the
kind
visitors will
of
report
break
all
from it
violations,
whenever
lost
it's,
articles,
you know, it's
lost
something
kids,
I can't
etc.
just like
In it, we could have
refresh
a little jail where the
the
kids
source
could look
and
in.
it'll fix
We might even
itself.
have some characters in it.
That's when it
Also
gets
in
annoying.
Newtown
'Cause
was
it's
a
like,
church
okay, now I
graveyard with a
can't
haunted
fix
house
it on
attraction at the
stream. I
top
just
of the
have
hill.
to
Past
either
Newtown was
push
Old
through
Town, which would have
or
resembled the towns of
or
the Old
end
West.
stream.
Old Town had 3 signature
How long till I get the
attractions.
parts?
The Old Mill,
I mean, a
a
good
Ferris
number of
wheel
them
that
have
resembled
already
water mill.
arrived.
The Mill Pond,
We're just
water
waiting
ride where
on
children
a
could ride in
handful of
ducks
them
around
now.
the Old Mill, and the Gravity Flow Canal Boat, a boat ride that took up a significant portion of the park space.
All right, we're going to wrap that up. Okay. Once again, my apologies, everybody. I don't know what happened, but OBS clearly has stroked out, and it broke several programs. But let me shut that down there. Okay, so we're going to raid out. Let's see, who do we have that we could go and raid? Let's see. Maybe. Alright. We're going to go raid someone we haven't been able to raid in a little bit, but is doing another sailing game. So if you were enjoying the sailing, stick around. Regardless, stick around. We're going to go raid a fellow Christian. You all have a wonderful rest of your day. We will most likely be back tomorrow. I'll see if I can get everything fixed. Bye.